This story starts with our MC. Aras finds himself cornered in the teacher's lounge over a missing assignment. His teacher, Yoshitaka Sensei, calls him out for being the only student who failed to turn in last week's homework. Aras can barely keep his eyes open, nodding off right in the middle of her lecture. He lets out a massive yawn and gives a lazy response that clearly tests his teacher's patience. Yoshitaka Sensei snaps, berating him for his total lack of discipline and serious attitude. She takes matters into her own hands, aggressively fixing his collar and buttoning up his messy uniform. To drive the point home, she slams her hand against his back to force him to stand up straight. She continues the lecture, pointing out that his constant tardiness and sleeping in class have reached their limit. Aras tries to defend himself, explaining that a grueling part-time job is sucking the life out of him. He sighs at the thought of another overtime shift, admitting he hasn't had a single moment to rest. Sensei doesn't buy it, reminding him he's a student and should quit if work is ruining his education. The tense silence is shattered by a thunderous growl coming from Aras's empty stomach. He confesses he's completely broke until payday and hasn't eaten a single bite all day. Unfazed by his plight, she hands him a final warning form and demands it be returned by tomorrow. Aras trudges away, lamenting the fact that he's already on his third disciplinary form this month. He leaves the faculty office, looking more like a walking corpse than a high school student. Returning to the classroom, his exhausted eyes show he's at his absolute breaking point. He's immediately greeted by the sight of a couple shamelessly flirting right at their desks. Aras calls them out for their public display of affection, but they just laugh it off with a fake apology. They ask if the teacher gave him a hard time again, and Arase can only mutter a tired confirmation as he packs his things. Aras's friends mock his bad luck for having such a terrifyingly strict teacher constantly breathing down his neck. They joke that her aggressive personality is exactly why she's still single, while Aras ignores them and prepares to head out. He walks away in total disgust as the couple doubles down on their public affection, wishing they'd just drown in their own happiness. His friend laughs it off, shouting for him to just get a girlfriend already if he's that jealous. Riding his bike away from school, Aras admits he's actually envious of people who don't have to think so hard about their survival. He pulls up to a 24-hour internet cafe to start another grueling work shift. Aras puts on his professional face at the counter, politely seeing off the late-night customers while his own exhaustion grows. The hours bleed into the night as the city falls silent and the streetlights take over. Finally finishing his shift, he checks his pay envelope and breathes a sigh of relief that he's survived another day of being broke. He pedals home through the dark, yawning and reminding himself he still has to face that mountain of homework before morning. Aras finally arrives at his apartment complex, expecting nothing but a quiet, lonely night. His heart nearly stops when he sees a familiar figure standing right next to a car parked outside. It's Yoshitaka Sensei, and she looks absolutely furious as she calls him out for being late. Aras can only stare in disbelief, completely stunned that his teacher is waiting at his home in the middle of the night. She fumes over his insane working hours, threatening to sue his employer for blatant labor law violations against a minor. Aras tries to calm her down, explaining that without that overtime pay, he wouldn't even be able to scrape by. Sensei's strict demeanor suddenly cracks as she bashfully admits she just really wanted to see him, no matter what. The sudden vulnerable confession leaves Aras completely speechless and frozen in place. She quickly shifts gears to hide her embarrassment, revealing she brought him a homemade batch of Odin. Aras's eyes light up at the prospect of a meal, making Sensei realize that his hunger will always come before his heart. Sensei feels dejected, realizing that in Aras's eyes, her worth is currently lower than a bowl of Odin. She pouts, clearly annoyed that her romantic moment was sidelined by his stomach. Aras watches her for a moment, the atmosphere suddenly shifting as he realizes how much effort she's putting in. Without a word, he pulls her into a sudden, firm embrace that catches her completely off guard. Sensei stammers his name in shock, frozen in place as he continues to hold her tightly in the cold night air. He leans in and whispers the truth. He wanted to see her, just as much as she wanted to see him. Her heart races, and her face flushes a deep red as the weight of his words finally sinks in. Aras pulls back slightly, placing a hand on her shoulder as he looks her directly in the eye, Taking a bold chance, he leans in closer, closing the distance for what looks like a certain kiss. Denied! Sensei shoves his face away at the last second, putting an immediate stop to his advance. She regains her composure, sternly reminding him that she won't engage in obscene acts with a minor. Aras argues that nobody is around to see, but she snaps back that her principles as a teacher aren't up for debate. Frustrated, Arase asks if she really plans on keeping him at arm's length until he's 20 years old. She doubles down on her role as his educator, leading Arase to pull a secret weapon out of his pocket. He holds out a spare key to his apartment, offering her total access to his life. Sensei stares at the key in stunned silence, her mind clearly reeling at the implication. The professional barrier she built is starting to crumble as she looks at the metal in his palm. She begins to tremble, locked in a fierce internal battle between her desires and her duty. She finally pushes the offer away and claims she'd never accept, but Arase mocks her for clearly wavering. Sensei turns her head, unable to hide her blushing face or the fact that he nearly won that round. Yoshitaka Sensei looks away, finally admitting that she's also struggling to hold back her true feelings. She confesses her desire to be more open and lovey-dovey with him, but Arase is too busy inhaling the Odin to give her his full attention. Sensei snaps at his lack of focus, while Arase claims the food is so good it's overwhelming his 5 senses. She switches back to teacher mode, lecturing him for eating cold food and forgetting to wash his hands like a proper student. Arase swallows a mouthful and tells her he likes it cold, because it's a reminder of exactly how long she waited out in the freezing night for him. He tells her he can literally taste the love in her cooking, bringing a rare, genuine smile to her face. The mood shifts as Aras brings up the school rumors that she'll never get married, which she quickly dismisses as none of their business. He looks her dead in the eyes and tells her he's certain she would make a fantastic bride. Sensei completely short-circuits, calling him a pervert and an oddball to mask her explosive blushing. She retreats to her car in a total panic, shouting final orders for him to eat, sleep, and finish his homework. She peels out of the parking lot at high speed, leaving Aras standing alone in the exhaust fumes. Aras watches her go, realizing he might have pushed the flirting a little too hard this time. He lets out a heavy sigh, lamenting the fact that he still has 3 long years of waiting before he officially hits 20. The next day arrives, and the cycle of school life begins all over again. Back in the faculty office, Yoshitaka Sensei is back to her strict self, demanding to know why his assignment still isn't finished. Aras gives a lazy excuse, claiming her delicious Odin made him too full and drowsy to focus on his studies. Sensei's temper flares as she realizes he's actually using her homemade meal as an excuse for his own laziness. Aras leans in close, whispering that he skipped the homework just to give her a reason to call him back to her office. He flashes her a confident, knowing smirk, proving he's the one in control of the situation. Sensei can only glare back in silence, her professional mask crumbling as she tries to fight off a blush. Sensei isn't playing around anymore, slamming Aras with a demand for 5 written apologies to be submitted by the end of the day. Aras begins his punishment, but his focus is immediately interrupted by a sudden change in the room's atmosphere. He looks over at his friend Sakota and bluntly asks if the guy has already managed to get dumped. Sakota is a total wreck, slumped over his desk in a dark cloud of misery and regret. He starts screaming about how he paid for every single date and bought her endless presents, only to be tossed aside. Realizing he was nothing more than a plaything for her to use, Sakota breaks down in a fit of pure, loud-mouthed despair. He begs Arase to comfort him, but his deadpan friend just watches the meltdown without a shred of sympathy. The chaos in the classroom continues as Sakota's emotional breakdown reaches its peak. Sakota grabs Aras by the collar and calls him a pervert, while Aras complains that the grieving boy is just being a nuisance. Meanwhile, Yoshitaka Sensei walks through the hallway, her mind still preoccupied with Aras's failure to turn in his work. She stops dead in her tracks when she hears Sakota inviting Arase to join him at a mixer to find a new girl. Sensei's professional mask slips as she eavesdrops, her heart racing at the thought of Aras going to a dating party. Sakota keeps the pressure on, asking Aras if he doesn't want a girlfriend of his own, while Sensei peeks around the corner. She fumes in the shadows, internally shouting that Sakota is being unnecessary because Arase already has her. Sakota doesn't hold back, shouting at the top of his lungs that Aras is the only virgin left in their entire class. Sensei is absolutely floored by the lack of virtue, while Arase tries to calm Sakota down and tells him to stop being inappropriate. Aras officially declines the offer, telling his friend that he really should find someone else to take. He claims he doesn't have the time or the money for such things, allowing Sensei to let out a massive sigh of relief. Sakota refuses to give up, offering to pay for everything himself just to get Aras to come along. Aras takes the bait instantly, leaving Sensei in a total state of shock as she watches her student get lured into the dating scene. Sakota doubles down on his offer, promising that everything is his treat since he knows Arase won't move a muscle without some incentive. Arase starts to drool at the thought of a free feast, while Yoshitaka Sensei watches from the shadows, her blood practically boiling. Sensei finally snaps and screams Arase's name, scaring the living daylights out of both boys. She storms into the room with a terrifying glare, demanding to know where yesterday's missing homework is. Arase immediately backs down, promising to get to work as Sensei radiates a literal aura of pure fury. She turns her wrath towards Sakota next, calling out his name with enough venom to stop his heart. Sensei demands to know what he's still doing there, her patience having completely evaporated. She berates Sakota for interrupting a studying student and orders him to leave the premises immediately if he has nothing better to do. Terrified for his life, Sakota flees the room, shouting that he'll send Arase the details for the mixer tomorrow. A heavy, hissing silence fills the room as Sensei fumes and Arase watches her with a suspicious look. Aras calls her out, asking if she was eavesdropping on their entire conversation from around the corner. Sensei stammers and tries to hide her embarrassment, failing miserably to look professional. Aras brings the topic back to the mixer, noting her intense reaction to the idea of him going. Sensei goes on a defensive rant, calling mixers a pointless gathering for bored normies and claiming they don't suit Aras at all. She keeps muttering to herself that she's right, while Aras just sits there, completely unfazed by her lecture. He bluntly points out that since he doesn't have a girlfriend, there's absolutely no reason for him to turn down the invitation. The logic hits Sensei like a physical blow, leaving her stunned as her brain desperately searches for a rebuttal. Aras adds fuel to the fire, stating that free food is a good enough reason for him to show up. He then drops the ultimate bait, casually mentioning that he'd be able to turn it all down if he actually had a girlfriend to stay home for. Aras sneaks a peek at her, waiting for her to finally snap and admit that she's the one who should be filling that role. Sensei asks him to clarify his intentions as the tension in the room thickens. Aras lets out a tired sigh, seemingly fed up with the dance they're doing. He suddenly steps up behind her, placing a firm hand on her shoulder to stop her in her tracks. Aras pins her against the wall in a classic power move, delivering a cold ultimatum. She either becomes his girlfriend right now, or he's going to that mixer. Sensei shuts him down immediately, hiding her blushing face and reminding him they agreed to wait until he's a legal adult. Aras rubs his tired eyes, complaining that 3 years is an eternity to keep a man waiting. Sensei dismisses his frustration, lecturing him that 3 years pass in a blink for a middle-aged woman like herself. She radiates a terrifying aura of authority, leaving Aras looking completely drained of his soul. She finalizes her stance with a shout, declaring that any romantic relationship with a minor is fundamentally impossible for her. Aras leans back in close, asking if her logic means he's officially cleared to go find a date at the mixer then. He takes a dangerous gamble, suggesting that even if he does something intimate with another girl, it shouldn't matter to her. He tells her it would have absolutely nothing to do with her as his teacher, striking a nerve that he clearly didn't expect. Sensei's eyes begin to glisten with actual tears as his words cut right through her defenses. She snaps, calling him an idiot and telling him to go do whatever he wants if he's that desperate to leave her. She turns her back to him, sobbing that his private life is none of her business, and he should just go. Sensei sniffs and wipes her eyes, her professional facade completely destroyed by the thought of him with someone else. Aras stares at her in stunned silence, finally realizing that his joke has gone way too far. He reaches out and grabs her shoulders from behind, softly admitting that he was only joking. He leans down to her ear, whispering that she's still the only person he actually cares about. He finishes the thought by claiming he's only interested in her free food, leaving Sensei fuming in a mix of relief and pure annoyance. Sensei is fuming, convinced that Arase is actually going to the mixer just to spite her. Aras suddenly pins her against the wall again, suggesting they settle the entire argument with a kiss. She panics at his boldness in a public school hallway, but he doubles down on the threat of going to the party. Sensei calls him despicable for the blackmail, but Arase just leans in and tells her to hurry up before someone sees them. The pressure is too much, and Sensei finally begins to cave under his gaze. She hides her face behind her hands, whispering that she'll allow it just this once to keep him from leaving. She reaches out and gently cups his face, the atmosphere becoming incredibly intimate as the world around them disappears. Both of them lean in close, their hearts racing as the line between teacher and student practically vanishes. The romantic moment is violently interrupted by the loud buzzing of a phone notification. Aras checks his phone to find a message from Sakota, bragging that he got back with his girlfriend, and the mixer is officially canceled. Sensei immediately switches back to her smug teacher persona, knowing fate just saved her from crossing the line. She lectures him that this is what he gets for trying to be obscene, ordering him to get back to his homework. A defeated Aras starts writing, muttering for her not to forget the promise they almost kept when he finally turns 20. Sensei walks off, casually telling him she'll only remember if he manages to remember it himself. She slips out of the room and shuts the door, finally leaving Aras to his punishment. Alone in the hallway, the mask she's been holding up finally shatters. Sensei collapses against the wall, her legs giving out as the adrenaline from the encounter finally fades. She clutches her racing heart, realizing she was seconds away from actually giving in to a kid. Looking dazed, she admits to herself that even for her, 3 more years of this tension is going to be torture. Back in the classroom, Arase passes out on his desk, dreaming of the day he can finally bridge the gap between them. Rain pours down on the city as Arase distracts himself by reciting random science facts about the air he breathes. He trudges through the downpour, his mind clearly miles away as he heads toward another day of school. His internal monologue is cut short when a familiar figure appears through the rain. Sensei stands there under her umbrella, looking like she hasn't caught a single hour of sleep. Aras offers a casual morning greeting, but the atmosphere remains cold and damp. She doesn't waste any time on pleasantries, immediately calling him out for being late. Arase argues that he's right on the dot at 8:30, but Sensei counters that he's precisely 15 seconds behind. She warns him not to relax, just because it's the final day of midterms, and hands him a formal tardy slip. Aras takes the paper, but ignores the text, staring intently at his exhausted teacher instead. He tells her she looks cute today, but she bites back, claiming his flattery is useless against her. Arase insists he's being genuine, but the freezing rain only matches Sensei's icy demeanor. The truth finally slips out as Sensei notes that he hasn't been visiting her office lately. He makes a weak excuse about his schedule, and she quickly dismisses him to avoid any further personal talk. Sensei spots another student arriving late and immediately shifts back into her role as the strict disciplinarian. Aras walks toward the school entrance, casting one final look back at the woman he can't seem to figure out. The final hurdle of the week looms as the testing period officially begins. The blackboard displays the grueling schedule for the midterm exams, leaving no room for error. The classroom falls into a tense silence as students frantically scribble down their answers. Aras stops writing for a moment, his attention drifting toward the front of the room. He finds Sensei sitting at her desk, her head nodding as she loses her battle with sleep while proctoring the exam. Sensei gasps awake, her professional guard failing as she nearly falls asleep in the middle of proctoring the exam. She frantically rubs her eyes, trying to force herself back into teacher mode before any students catch her slipping. The crushing weight of her exhaustion is winning, leaving her clutching her head in a desperate attempt to stay conscious. Aras watches her from his desk, noting that she looks like she's literally peeling her eyes open just to survive the period. The bell finally rings, signaling the end of the grueling exam week and the beginning of freedom for the students. Sakota corners Aras, inviting him to a quick karaoke session before his part-time job starts. Aras realizes the happy couple has officially reconciled and asks why they're trying to drag him into their personal hell. They claim they don't mind his presence, but Aras is the one who has to suffer through their shameless public affection. The couple cheerfully bids Yoshitaka-sensei goodbye as she passes them in the school hallway. She gives a short, icy response, keeping her professional mask firmly in place despite her obvious fatigue. Arase stands frozen between his flirting friends and his departing teacher, feeling the painful distance between their two worlds. Sensei walks away down the long, empty corridor, her rhythmic footsteps echoing in the silence. Arase watches her back until she disappears, a lonely, wistful look crossing his face. He eventually gives in to Sakota's pestering, agreeing to go to karaoke only because his friend is footing the bill. The scene shifts to the loud neon-lit hallway of a local karaoke box. Sakota takes the mic and belts out a classic love song with every ounce of energy he has left. His girlfriend joins in for the chorus, and the two become completely lost in their own little romantic bubble. Aras slumps over a plate of pasta in total misery, finally admitting to himself that he'd rather be anywhere else with Sensei. He finally returns to his dark, quiet apartment, the freezing night air following him through the door. Shivering uncontrollably, Arase huddles in front of a small space heater, feeling the true weight of his loneliness. Aras picks up his phone, the silence of his room becoming too much to handle as his loneliness peaks. He collapses onto the floor in total despair, his mind filled with nothing but the burning desire to see Sensei again. His wish is granted in the worst way possible, as Yoshitaka-sensei confronts him with a look of pure, unfiltered rage. Aras sits in a heavy, awkward silence, realizing he's messed up his life in more ways than one. The source of the disaster is laid bare on the desk, a miserable failing score of 35 on his midterm exam. Sensei demands an explanation for this academic catastrophe, while Arase can only hang his head and offer a weak apology. She lets out a heavy sigh of disappointment, reminding him that this is exactly why she told him to prioritize his studies over that grueling part-time job. Arase tries to flirt his way out of trouble by saying she's the only one for him too, but Sensei ignores the bait and forces him into a mandatory supplementary lesson. As they sit together in the empty classroom, Arase laments the fact that their long-awaited private time is being wasted on textbooks instead of romance. He points out a difficult problem to keep the session going, but he notices that Sensei's sharp focus is starting to slip. She catches herself mid-yawn, desperately trying to maintain her professional composure despite being clearly exhausted. Aras calls her out for nearly drifting off, but she stubbornly denies that she's tired at all. He gives her an intense, knowing stare that forces her to look away as she continues her flimsy defense. Arase softens his gaze, seeing the vulnerable woman behind the strict teacher persona who is pushing herself past her limits. He tells her it's okay to close her eyes and rest, showing a rare moment of genuine care for her well-being. Sensei snaps back that his terrible future is more than enough to keep her awake and give her a massive headache. They dive back into the lesson, with Sensei guiding his hand through the complex equations. Aras focuses on the paper, the sound of his scribbling the only thing breaking the quiet of the afternoon. Sensei watches him work, her tired eyes softening as she lets her guard down for just a split second while he isn't looking. Aras keeps his head down, fully aware that the person he wants to see most is finally right there beside him. Sensei continues to struggle, clutching her head as she fights to keep her eyes open. Seeing her at her breaking point, Arase finally stands up and approaches her desk. He catches her by surprise, firmly placing his hands on her shoulders. Aras points out how hard she's been pushing herself lately, his voice dropping into a softer tone. He gently forces her head down to rest, telling her to take a short nap right there. Sensei's face flushes as she finds herself trapped in his care, her heartbeat drowning out the quiet classroom. Even as she protests that she won't sleep, Arase just calls her stubborn and keeps her steady. He admits to himself that letting her sleep feels like a waste of their rare time alone together. He pulls her even closer, the distance between them practically non-existent as he supports her. Arase gazes down at her, the usual laziness in his eyes replaced by a look of deep affection. Sensei finally gives in, resting her head on him and questioning if such behavior is really allowed during a lesson. In her half-conscious state, she calls him a naughty teacher, her embarrassment reaching its peak. Aras just smirks and tells her he'll give her all the attention she wants if it makes her that happy. She eventually snaps back to reality, ordering him to reflect on his behavior while he looks completely drained in the background. Aras casually mentions that his schedule is clear and he doesn't have to head to work. He asks if he can wait for her to finish her faculty duties so they can leave together. Sensei tries to stay composed despite her blushing, promising to wrap up her tasks as quickly as possible. Aras gives a simple nod, content to just be in her presence a little longer. Ironically, Arase is the one who ends up crashing first, falling fast asleep on the desk while Sensei watches over him. Later that evening, the school day finally ends, and Sensei maintains her strict professional mask as the other students bid her goodbye. Aras and his loud friends finally leave, bidding Yoshitaka Sensei a cheerful goodbye as they head out for the day. Sensei watches them go, her eyes lingering on Arase's back before she turns to finish her own mountain of work. Deep in the silent faculty office, she buries herself in paperwork as the school falls into a quiet hush. The sun sets and the moon rises over the empty building, but her shift is far from over. A fellow teacher packs up and wishes her a good night, leaving her as the last one remaining in the office. She rubs her stiff shoulders, trying to shake off the mental fatigue that's been building up all day. Needing a pick-me-up, she heads to the break room to prepare a much-needed cup of coffee. The dark liquid pours into her mug as she takes a moment to breathe in the quiet. She leans against the counter, her mind immediately drifting back to the one person she can't stop thinking about. Aras's teasing voice echoes in her head, reminding her once again that he thinks she's cute. The memory sends her blood pressure through the roof, turning her face bright red in the empty room. She smacks her own cheeks to snap out of it, reminding herself that she's a professional who's still on the clock. She takes a sip of the hot coffee, but her focus is already completely shattered. She glances at the clock and realizes it's past 8 p.m., wondering if Arase is currently suffering through another overtime shift. Concern washes over her as she realizes she hasn't fed him recently, worrying that he isn't eating properly without her help. Her gaze softens with affection, her maternal and romantic instincts finally overwhelming her logic. She stands up with a determined look, deciding that enough work is enough for one night. She quickly shoves her materials into her bag, ready to take action. Wrapped in her scarf, she strides out of the school with a clear mission in mind. She hops into her car and starts the engine, heading out to find the student who's been living in her head rent-free. Determined to make it up to him, Sensei gets straight to work in her kitchen, preparing a homemade meal specifically for Arase. Footer interface ignored. She carefully simmers the ingredients, watching the pot closely to make sure the meal is cooked to perfection. While the food cooks, she stays productive by setting up at her table to grade student assignments in the quiet of her home. She breezes through the grading, marking pages with red circles while the peaceful atmosphere fills the room. Suddenly, a strange smell pulls her out of her deep concentration, and she gasps in realization. She lets out a panicked scream as she looks toward the stove and sees smoke rising from the pot. Her heart sinks the moment she sees the meal is completely charred and ruined. She stands there in total shock, realizing her plan to take care of Arase has completely backfired. Sensei collapses on the kitchen floor in despair, lamenting that she can't possibly give him something this burnt. Exhausted and defeated, she lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the day finally crushing her spirit. She drags herself back to her desk, telling herself she at least needs to finish the rest of her teaching materials. She goes into a deep, focusing pose, desperately trying to force her tired brain to cooperate for just a little longer. The silence of the apartment proves to be too much, and her eyes slowly begin to close against her will. She jolts awake, sitting bolt upright as the realization of passing out hits her like a physical blow. Her blood turns cold when she checks her phone and sees the time is already 4:08 in the morning. Panic sets in as she stares at the screen, realizing she's slept through the entire night. She looks down in a daze, her mind reeling from the fact that school starts in just a few hours. She sits in a heavy silence, clutching her phone as the reality of her situation sinks in. With no time left to spare, she picks up her pen and begins a desperate race to finish her work before the sun comes up. Sensei pushes through the early morning hours, her apartment silent as she continues to grade papers at her low table. Her concentration breaks for a split second as a single tear falls onto the assignment she's working on. The exhaustion is turning into raw emotion as she stares at the paper, her heart finally betraying the professional walls she built. She wipes the tears away and calls herself an idiot, frustrated that she's letting a student get under her skin this much. Her focus returns to Aras Rio's paper, the one person who makes her job and her life so complicated. She continues grading in the dim light, her expression a mix of duty and something much deeper. The silence of the night presses in on her as she methodically moves through the stack of assignments. Her annoyance flares up again as she sees the quality of his work, her eyebrows knitting together in stress. She grinds her teeth and closes her eyes, realizing that Aras has officially pushed her to the limit of her patience. She stares at his miserable score of 35 and calls him an absolute idiot for failing so spectacularly. The sun finally begins to rise, and Sensei vows to give him a piece of her mind the moment she catches him at school. Blank transition. The grueling school day eventually ends, and night falls over her apartment complex once more. Sensei finally drags herself through her front door, her body screaming for the sleep she's been denied for far too long. She doesn't even have the energy to be neat, dropping her clothes on the floor the second she's inside. She sinks into a hot bath, letting the steam melt away the stress of the midterm exams and her chaotic feelings. Dressed in her pajamas and barely able to keep her eyes open, she makes a final beeline for her bed. She pulls the covers up to her chin and collapses, finally finding the peace she's been craving. As she drifts off, her mind wanders back to the classroom, where Aras gently let her rest her head on his lap. The memory hits her with the force of a truck, and she jolts up in bed with a face as red as a tomato. Sensei hides under her covers, her mind completely consumed by the memory of Aras's touch. She realizes her plan to be a strict teacher has completely failed after that intimate moment in the classroom. Staring at the ceiling, she accepts that a peaceful night's sleep is now officially a thing of the past. The scene shifts back to the internet cafe as snow begins to fall over the quiet city streets. Aras is finishing up at the counter, working through the graveyard shift to make ends meet. Despite the late hour, he's diligently mopping the floors, earning the respect of his older coworker. His coworker, Hieta-san, watches him from the floor, admitting he's actually starting to admire the kid's work ethic. Hieta-san brags that his own charms would be too much for the female customers, but Aras points out the last customer was actually a man. Turning serious, the older man questions if it's even legal for a high school student to be working these insane overtime hours. Aras admits it's technically not allowed, but he begged the manager for the shift because the pay rate is too good to pass up. Hieta-san calls him a naughty boy for his greed, while Aras just wonders why he's stuck working with such a strange geezer. The older man asks if Aras is working this hard to support a secret girlfriend, claiming women are a massive drain on your wallet. Aras keeps mopping, bluntly stating the cash is for his basic living expenses, since he lives entirely on his own. Hieta-san is instantly jealous, joking that living alone as a teen means Aras can bring home whoever he wants, whenever he wants. Aras shuts him down, explaining that between school and work, he has zero time for playing around with anyone. The co-worker laments the tragedy of Aras's youth, warning him that falling in love without worrying about money is a privilege he'll miss when he's older. The sound of the entrance sensor rings, pulling Aras's attention away from the conversation. The automatic doors slide open, and a very familiar figure steps in out of the cold night. Aras nearly jumps out of his skin, crouching behind the shelves to hide from his unexpected visitor. Hieta-san asks what's wrong, only to see Aras frantically pointing at the woman who just walked through the door. Aras begs his coworker Hieta-san to cover for him, terrified of being caught by his teacher in the middle of the night. Hieta-san confidently accepts the mission as Sensei's boots click closer to the counter. Yoshitaka Sensei is visibly on edge, her frustration reaching a boiling point as she enters the cafe. She presents herself formally as a teacher and demands to know if her student, Aras, is currently working there. Hieta-san puts on a perfect poker face, acting completely clueless while Sensei insists he check the records for Arase-kun. Sensei drops the hammer, citing labor law violations for minors working past 10 p.m., forcing Hieta-san to lie and claim the boy left hours ago. The news catches her off guard, leaving her more confused than before. She reveals that Arase never made it home and isn't answering his phone, causing her to spiral into a state of deep concern. Crouching behind a shelf, Arase watches in disbelief as his coworker starts shamelessly flirting with his worried teacher. Sensei's patience snaps as she slams her foot down, her anger flaring at the man's inappropriate attitude. Ignoring her fury, Hieta-san doubles down on his charms, inviting her out for a cup of tea right then and there. Both Arase and Sensei are left completely speechless by the man's audacity. Sensei slams the counter with a roar, telling the man it's not the time for tea and demanding he call the police immediately. She begins to tremble, her mind racing through every worst-case scenario for why Aras hasn't made it back to his apartment. Hieta-san glances down at Arase, who is still hiding and looking like he wants to crawl into a hole. The coworker tries to brush it off, but Sensei barks at him, demanding to know how he can be so calm when a student is missing. She explodes in a fit of rage, berating him for his total lack of empathy for his missing coworker. The scene becomes a public spectacle, with other customers staring as Sensei demands to speak to the manager right this second. Aras realizes the situation has spiraled out of control and that he's in deep trouble regardless of what happens next. He begins to crawl away through the aisles, deciding he needs to call her immediately, just to stop the local news from reporting a kidnapping. Aras dives into the back room, hiding behind the lockers to avoid a direct confrontation with his teacher. He clutches his phone, sweating through his shirt as the pressure of the situation begins to boil over. He knows that if he's discovered working past his legal curfew, Sensei won't just lecture him. She'll absolutely destroy him. Out front, Sensei reaches her breaking point and screams that she's calling the police, leaving the coworker begging for mercy. Her phone suddenly vibrates, and she nearly drops it when she sees the caller. ID, it's Aras. Squatting in the locker room, Arase feeds her a desperate lie, claiming he's just hanging out at his friend Sakota's house. Sensei listens intently, her sharp eyes scanning the room as she tries to determine if he's telling the truth. She repeats Sakota's name with a hint of suspicion, but Arase manages to stick to his story. He keeps the lie going, though the guilt is clearly starting to eat at him as he listens to her voice. The adrenaline finally leaves Sensei's body, and she slumps over the counter in a state of pure, exhausted relief. She breaks down into tears right there in the middle of the cafe, admitting through her sobs just how terrified she was for his safety. Aras stays silent on the other end, the weight of her genuine care hitting him harder than any teacher's lecture ever could. He sits alone on the cold floor of the back room, realizing that his secret double life is hurting the one person he actually likes. Sensei composes herself and formally apologizes to the coworker for causing such a dramatic scene. Hieta-san tries to shoot his shot one last time with an invite for tea, but she shuts him down with a cold, final goodbye. The coworker watches her leave, shrugging his shoulders at another failed attempt at romance. Arase emerges from hiding to apologize to his coworker, but Hieta-san brushes it off like it was nothing. The older man offers a final piece of wisdom, telling Aras that lying to a woman who cares about him is a truly heartbreaking thing. Arase looks down in silence, the weight of his actions finally catching up to him. Outside in the falling snow, Sensei walks back to her car, still trembling from the fear that she almost lost him for good. Arase finally steps out of the cafe in his apron and calls out to Sensei just as she's about to leave. Sensei spins around and catches him red-handed, yelling that she knew he was lying to her the whole time. Her anger reaches a boiling point as she glares at the student, who just played her for a fool. She demands to know why he lied, but Arase admits he only did it because he knew she'd stop him from working such late hours. Sensei's fury turns into genuine concern as she warns him that overworking like this will eventually ruin his health. She looks away, her voice softening as the weight of her worry for him becomes too much to hide. In a moment of pure vulnerability, she leans her head against him, letting the cold night air witness their unspoken connection. Aras brings up his pending punishment, and they both begrudgingly agree that those 5 written apologies are still mandatory. Sensei climbs back into her car and turns the ignition, ready to finally end this chaotic night. Aras stands by the window and tells her to get home quickly before she catches a cold in the falling snow. She speeds off with one final ultimatum. If he pulls a stunt like this again, he's getting suspended, and their relationship is over. Aras watches her car disappear into the distance, his breath visible in the freezing winter air. He stands alone in the quiet parking lot, the weight of his secret life feeling heavier than ever. As he walks back toward the cafe, his attention is suddenly caught by a glowing shop window. He stops in front of a Christmas gift collection display, staring at the festive decorations and jewelry. His eyes fix on a beautiful necklace, his mind filled with the desire to finally do something that makes Sensei truly happy. He stares at his own reflection in the glass, realizing just how much he wants to bridge the gap between them. He eventually walks away, reasoning that buying her something that expensive would only make her worry about his money more. The scene shifts back to the school's staff room the following morning. Sensei is already losing her mind, fuming over the fact that Aras has failed to hand in his homework once again. Sensei radiates a dark aura of fury at her desk when a voice suddenly asks if she's on her period. The source of the comment is Igarashi Hifumi, the English teacher, who brags about her own safe days while showing off a very provocative outfit. Sensei explodes over Hifumi's lack of modesty, but the English teacher just laughs it off, claiming Sensei's strictness is why she's still single. The two colleagues start a loud shouting match about their dating lives, driving the other teachers in the office absolutely insane. Hifumi suggests that Sensei should use some sex appeal to make the students more obedient, even offering tips on how to show more skin. Horrified, Sensei barks back that she'd never lay a hand on a student, her face flushing at the mere suggestion. Hifumi laughs and claims she only dates men who make at least 10 million yen a year, predicting that Sensei will be alone forever. She begins to brag about a doctor she met at a mixer, singing about her successful romantic life to spite her friend. Pushed to the edge, Sensei snaps and shouts that even she has someone she's currently seeing. The entire office falls into a stunned silence as Hifumi stares at her in absolute disbelief. Hifumi demands to know if she actually got a boyfriend, while Sensei immediately realizes she just made a massive mistake. She frantically backtracks, screaming that he isn't her boyfriend, which only makes Hifumi more suspicious. Transition marker ignored. Sensei hides her face and mumbles that they are just intimate, leaving Hifumi questioning what that even means. Hifumi gets a smug look, teasing her colleague for finally understanding the concept of love. She leans in and asks the million-dollar question. Has Sensei already slept with this mystery person? Sensei looks lost and confused, forcing Hifumi to facepalm at her colleague's total lack of experience. Hifumi stops beating around the bush and bluntly clarifies she's talking about sex. Sensei's brain completely short-circuits, her face turning bright red as the weight of the question finally hits her. She slams her hands onto the desk and stands up, screaming in total mortification as the office erupts into chaos once again. The principal clears his throat from across the room, instantly killing the rowdy mood in the staff office. Both Rinko and Hifumi freeze in total terror, realizing they've just been caught making a scene by the big boss. Hifumi leans in and whispers to her colleague, questioning why she had to overreact so much to a simple conversation. She looks Rinko in the eye, genuinely questioning what could possibly be weird about the basic mechanics of a relationship. Hifumi stops holding back and declares that there's only one real way for men and women to truly bond: sex. The bluntness of the statement causes Rinko to effectively die at her desk, her soul leaving her body in a cloud of steam. She weakly stammers that she and Aras are absolutely not in that kind of relationship, despite her own racing heart. Hifumi warns her that if she keeps her guard up like a fortress forever, any man will eventually give up and leave her behind. She gets serious, reminding Rinko that as women approaching 30, they no longer have the luxury of playing hard to get. She bluntly tells Rinko that she has absolutely no right to put on airs and act like an innocent maiden anymore. Hifumi delivers her most scandalous advice yet, telling Rinko she should just let him touch her already to secure the relationship. Rinko's mind is a total mess of panic and shock, her face sweating as the fear of being abandoned begins to take root. The principal finally snaps, shouting at the two of them to give the inappropriate chatter a rest and get back to their duties. The scene shifts to Rinko's quiet apartment as the moon hangs over the city. She stands in her kitchen, unable to escape the echo of Hifumi's voice regarding her lack of rights as a woman. She aggressively kneads dough, her internal conflict reaching a fever pitch as she questions her own strict boundaries. Rinko looks completely dazed and defeated, wondering how she can possibly survive 3 more years of this emotional torture. The ghost of Hifumi haunts her thoughts, repeating the terrifying warning that Aras is eventually going to leave her. She shakes her head violently in the dark, trying to convince herself that she doesn't care about her colleagues' corrupting advice. Despite her best efforts, she admits that Hifumi has far more experience and starts to seriously doubt if her strict teacher act is the right move. Alone in her apartment, Rinko can't get Hifumi's scandalous advice out of her head, staring down at her own chest in a daze. She quickly snaps out of it, shaking her head and rejecting the idea of using her body as a weapon. She presents Aras with a container holding 2 very round, very oddly shaped steamed buns. Aras stares at the offering in a long, awkward silence. When he asks what they are, she nervously explains they are just homemade Chinese steamed buns. She admits they didn't turn out right, but begs him to eat them anyway to avoid wasting her effort. Aras bluntly points out that instead of looking like failed buns, they look exactly like a pair of breasts. Rinko's face turns beet red as she tries to lie about her wandering thoughts, while Aras asks if she was actually thinking of something lewd while cooking. She screams a denial in a total state of panic, her professional dignity once again hanging by a thread. The silence returns as she looks down in shame, quietly insisting she wasn't thinking about anything inappropriate. Aras takes a massive bite and admits they actually taste great despite their suggestive shape. Feeling the pressure of Hifumi's advice, Rinko takes a deep breath and asks Aras if he actually likes breasts. The question almost makes Aras choke on his food, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless. He manages to swallow, but the atmosphere between them has become dangerously charged. Rinko mutters that she doesn't think any man would say no, her internal logic completely failing her. She begins to radiate a terrifying aura of resignation, convinced that all high schoolers are driven by the same basic urges. She suddenly rips off her scarf, deciding that if this is what it takes to keep him, she's going all in. In a moment of pure insanity, she throws open her coat and tells Aras to just bring it on. She screams at him to touch her, her face a mask of determination and total mortification as she offers herself up. Aras pulls back in absolute horror, telling her she's being completely terrifying and has finally lost her mind. Rinko continues her aggressive meltdown, screaming at the top of her lungs for Aras to just touch her and get it over with. She spirals into a fit of self-deprecation, sobbing that her body must be worthless if he isn't showing any interest. The strict teacher facade finally breaks completely, leaving Rinko trembling and vulnerable in the dark. Aras pulls her into a warm embrace, apologizing for being the reason she feels forced to hold herself back. Through her tears, Rinko confesses she was terrified that he would eventually grow to hate her for her cold attitude. She tries to catch her breath while Aras stays by her side, the silence between them finally feeling peaceful. He looks at her with a new sense of clarity, realizing the depth of the burden she's been carrying as his teacher. He grabs her shoulders and delivers a firm promise. There is absolutely no way he could ever hate her. Rinko looks up with glistening eyes, asking if he's truly okay with keeping their relationship strictly emotional for now. She drops a verbal bombshell, asking if he's really fine with staying a virgin, which leaves Aras looking like he just saw a ghost. Aras realizes she's been taking Sakota's loudmouthed classroom rumors as objective facts and laments how gullible she is. He pulls her back into a hug, whispering that he doesn't care about any of those petty things as long as he's with her. Rinko finally relaxes in his arms, the weight of Hifumi's toxic advice finally lifting from her shoulders. The peace is short-lived as Rinko snaps at him the next day, reminding him that touching definitely didn't include her butt. Hifumi tries to dig for more gossip at the office, but Rinko stonewalls her, claiming there's no intimate person in her life at all. The moon shines over the city, acting as the only witness to a love that the world isn't ready to understand. In a rare moment of pure honesty, the two of them share a quiet, beautiful hug under the glow of the streetlights. Rinko buries her blushing face in his chest, savoring the warmth and the temporary safety of their private world. Aras is left momentarily speechless by her sudden, genuine display of affection. She looks up at him with a gaze full of love and asks if simply being together like this isn't already more than enough for him. Arasa notices a wistful look on Sensei's face, catching her completely off guard. She tries to deny it and heads for her car, but Arase stops her, refusing to let the night end just yet. He catches her by surprise again, asking her to join him for a simple walk through the neighborhood. She reluctantly agrees, claiming she's only doing it to fulfill a student's request, while Arase mocks her with a monotone "thank you." Without a word of warning, Arase reaches out and firmly grabs her hand. Sensei panics and pulls back instantly, terrified that anyone seeing them will assume they are a real couple. She continues to spiral, her mind filled with the professional consequences of being spotted with a student in such an intimate way. Aras extends his hand once more, deadpanning that she should just listen to her cute student. The "cute" comment hits its mark, and Sensei begins to cave under his gaze as she reaches back for him. She warns him not to get any ideas, insisting that she isn't just going to do whatever he wants from now on. They walk hand in hand through the quiet streets, with Arase smugly satisfied while Sensei grumbles about her own weak will. She mutters that she's honestly trying her best to resist his influence and demands that he start cooperating with her boundaries. Aras completely tunes her out, his attention captured by the massive full moon hanging in the night sky. Sensei realizes he's ignored her entire speech, her irritation flaring up all over again. The world falls silent as the glowing moon acts as the only witness to their secret stroll. Sensei finally gives in to the atmosphere, admitting that the moon is indeed beautiful tonight. Arase pauses, his expression becoming uncharacteristically thoughtful as he looks at her. He asks if that was her way of confessing her love to him, catching her completely off balance. He drops the ultimate line, reminding her that in literature, "the moon is beautiful" is just a translation for "I love you." Sensei freezes in total shock, her face turning a deep shade of red as the hidden meaning of her words hits her like a truck. Arase surprises Sensei by dropping some high-level literary knowledge about Mori Ugai and Natsume Suseki. Sensei can only sigh, feeling a bit outmatched by her own student's unexpected poetic side. The two settle onto a bench under the wide night sky, sharing a quiet moment of peace. Sensei breaks the silence, overanalyzing the poetic confession and claiming it doesn't feel quite right. She calls the phrase, "the moon is beautiful," pretentious, and argues it doesn't actually convey one's true feelings. She slips back into lecture mode, rambling about how he needs to be more direct when talking to people. Aras cuts her off and asks for her expert opinion. How would she translate the phrase? He stares her down with a piercing look, daring her to say what's really on her mind. Sensei stammers and blushes, her brain struggling to find a professional response to his challenge. Her internal thoughts are a chaotic mess of "I love you" as she fights to maintain her composure. Aras prods her again, mockingly calling her literature teacher to see how she'll react. She snaps back in a panic, demanding to know how he would translate it if he's so smart. Aras suddenly acts innocent, claiming he's just a kid who doesn't understand the complexities of love. He leans his head onto her shoulder, playfully begging his teacher to educate him on the subject. Sensei shoves his head away, her face burning as she promises to teach him everything once he's finally an adult. They fall back into an awkward silence, with Sensei secretly admitting she doesn't even understand love herself. The cold winter sky stretches out above them, filled with stars and the glowing moon. Sensei notices the first few flakes of snow beginning to fall through the freezing air. The romantic tension is broken as they both let out a loud, synchronized sneeze from the cold. They share a final, lingering look, realizing that even without words, their connection is undeniable. Sitting together on a park bench, Sensei giggles at the absurdity of their situation while the snow continues to fall. She shivers from the biting cold, prompting Arase to bluntly tell her to move closer to him. Without waiting for an answer, Arase reaches out and pulls her firmly against his side, catching her completely off guard. The two sit in silence on the edge of the sandbox, finally finding warmth together under the vast winter sky. They gaze up at the massive full moon, its light washing over the quiet park as the world slows down. Sensei's heart skips a beat as the weight of his arm on her shoulder finally feels real and comforting. The professional distance between them fades away as they get lost in the view and each other's quiet presence. Suddenly overwhelmed by the romantic mood, Aras jumps up and decides it's time to head home before things get even more embarrassing. Sensei watches him go, momentarily stunned by his sudden shift back to his usual awkward and defensive self. She can't help but laugh into her hand, realizing that even his shy retreats are part of the charm she's grown to love. As they walk home side by side, Aras tells her that despite his earlier teasing, her feelings reached him loud and clear. He clarifies that she's successfully conveyed her love, making Sensei's face flush a deep red all over again. Aras looks back at her with a rare, soft expression, proving the walls between them are thinner than they've ever been. He tries to play it cool by claiming he wasn't trying to be poetic, while Sensei just smiles and follows his lead into the night. The next morning, the calm of the night is replaced by the chaotic energy of the school hallways. Yoshitaka Sensei is back in full teacher mode, barking orders at students for running in the corridors. She marches through the building to start her day, her mind likely still wandering back to the events of their midnight walk. Her professional walk is violently interrupted when a hand suddenly reaches out and grabs her from behind. Sensei lets out a startled scream as she's dragged into an empty room, the school day taking a sudden and mysterious turn. The chapter closes on a tense cliffhanger as Sensei is pulled away from her duties and into the unknown. It's Aras who pulled her in, and he immediately hushes her as she stammers his name in total shock. He pulls her into a tight embrace from behind, claiming he needs a quick recharge before heading off to his night shift. Sensei spirals into a panic, her heart racing as she imagines the scandal if any other student were to walk in on them. Right on cue, Sakota and a friend pause outside the door, wondering why the room is still being used so late. Aras steps out just enough to be seen, calmly telling his friends to head home without him because he has unfinished business. The two friends shrug it off and leave, though they can't help but wonder what their friend is actually up to in there. The room falls into a heavy, awkward silence once the footsteps finally fade away down the hall. Sensei is a total mess on the floor, her dignity shattered as Aras looks down and asks if she's doing okay. She snaps that she's far from okay, but Aras just offers a hand to help her up from the piles of equipment. He stares at her for a moment before casually suggesting that the whole situation is actually her fault for being too cute to resist. Sensei can only glare at him, her frustration mounting as he continues to play with her emotions during school hours. She tries to lecture him about proper time and place, but Arase just puts a finger to his lips and tells her to lower her voice. She doubles down on her professional stance, reminding him that they aren't even officially dating, and his behavior is totally inappropriate. Aras completely ignores her logical argument, pulling her back into his arms to finish his charging session. He warns her that making too much noise will only attract unwanted attention, just as a sharp mechanical click echoes through the room. Both of them freeze in terror, the reality of that sound hitting them simultaneously as Arase covers her mouth. Outside, the school janitor whistles a happy tune, completely unaware that he just locked two people inside as he finishes his rounds. Sensei lunges for the door and desperately rattles the handle, but it refuses to budge an inch. She realizes with a sinking heart that they are officially locked in, and Arase confirms the door can't be opened from the inside without a key. Her eyes dart to the window in a desperate search for an exit, only to remember they are stuck on the third floor with no way down. The crushing realization that they are trapped sinks in as they stare at the locked door in total silence. Aras leans in with a smirk, joking about the romantic potential of being locked away together, which only earns him a furious shout from Sensei. Sensei clutches her head in a panic over her unfinished work, while Arase pulls out his phone to see if Sakota is still on campus. Sakota isn't picking up, likely too busy with his girlfriend, and Sensei admits she left her own phone behind in the office. The dial tone echoes through the empty room as Arase waits for anyone to answer his desperate call for help. He finally admits defeat, declaring they're doomed, which leaves Sensei questioning if his social circle is really that small. Arase argues he has plenty of co-workers, but Sensei just sighs at the thought of a student wasting his youth on nothing but labor. Footsteps echo in the hallway, and Arase immediately prepares to shout for help to get them out of their prison. Sensei lunges forward and grabs his jacket, desperately stopping him before he can make a single sound. She reminds him that being caught together in a locked room late at night would be a total career-ending scandal for her. Aras pauses, the gravity of her situation finally clicking, as he realizes they have to stay hidden at all costs. He tells her to stay low while he keeps watch, leaving Sensei huddling under a dusty sheet, questioning how her life came to this. The sun continues to set outside, casting long, ominous shadows across the school grounds. Huddled in the corner, Sensei watches the room grow darker, her anxiety mounting as the hours tick by without an exit. She quietly calls out to Aras, asking if he's seen anyone pass by the door yet. When no answer comes, she peeks out from her hiding spot with a confused and suspicious look on her face. To her absolute disbelief, she finds Aras slumped against the wall, fast asleep and completely unfazed by their crisis. She fumes in silence, unable to comprehend how he can be so relaxed while her professional life is hanging by a thread. Driven by a mix of curiosity and frustration, she slowly crawls across the floor toward the sleeping student. She gives his cheek a few experimental pokes, confirming that he's officially out like a light and sleeping like a log. Sensei looms over Arase, staring intently at his defenseless, sleeping face. She realizes this is the perfect opportunity to finally get back at him for all his constant teasing. A dark, mischievous grin spreads across her face as her plan starts to take shape. She chuckles to herself, savoring the thought of finally having the upper hand for once. She reflects on how he usually plays her like a fiddle, fueling her desire for petty revenge. Determination burns in her eyes as she vows to make him pay for his daily antics. She strikes. Sensei leans forward to begin her secret retaliation against the sleeping boy. She focuses all her attention on the mess of his uniform, specifically his unbuttoned collar. She methodically fastens every single button on his shirt, forcing him into a state of total, stifling neatness. Not satisfied yet, she decides to go the extra mile and close the top hook of his collar as well. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a small case to finalize her masterwork. With an evil glint in her eyes, she readies a sewing needle to ensure his uniform stays perfectly sealed. She carefully stitches the fabric together, effectively trapping him inside his own clothes. She celebrates her small victory, glad that her sewing kit finally came in handy for something so devious. She watches him mumble in his sleep, completely unaware that his teacher has just turned his outfit into a straitjacket. The atmosphere shifts as she leans in even closer, her gaze lingering on his face for a little too long. She reaches out to brush his lip, her heart starting to race as she gets lost in the moment. Disaster strikes. Aras suddenly shifts in his sleep, causing Sensei to recoil in a blind, clumsy panic. Aras lets out a sleepy groan, nearly opening his eyes as the sudden noise breaks the quiet of the room. Sensei frantically hides her hands, her mind reeling as she questions what on earth she was actually trying to do. Sensei lets out a breath of relief that she didn't get caught, while Arase continues to sleep peacefully through the chaos. Her heart won't stop thumping as she looks back at his face, the atmosphere in the locked room becoming dangerously tense. Her hand trembles as she finds herself unable to resist the urge to reach out one more time. She gently pinches his cheek, completely mesmerized by how defenseless the usually cocky student looks. She gulps, her face heating up, as she realizes she's crossing a line she swore she'd never touch. She continues to poke and prod at his face, marveling at how soft he is while he remains fast asleep. Sensei's internal conflict reaches its peak as she realizes she's becoming the pervert she always accuses him of being. She tries to tell herself to stop, but her curiosity and the quiet of the room are far too tempting. Suddenly, Aras's hand shoots up and grabs hers, his eyes half open as he comments on the weird feeling of being touched. Sensei completely short-circuits, her mind going blank as she realizes she's been caught red-handed. Aras calls her a hopeless case for trying to pull a move on him while he was sleeping, while she desperately screams her innocence. He doesn't buy the act, looming over her and demanding to know exactly what she was doing with her hands just now. The tables are turned in an instant as Arase pins her to the floor, the student finally taking total control of the situation. He gives her a cold, knowing look that makes it clear she won't be talking her way out of this one. Sensei tries to deflect by pointing out that he started the inappropriate behavior first, her face a deep shade of crimson. Aras shuts her up by aggressively tickling her, calling her a sexually harassing teacher as she breaks into fits of laughter. She begs him to stop, pointing out that their current situation is far too dangerous for such loud playing around. Aras ignores her pleas, telling her she has absolutely no right to lecture him after what she just tried to do. The loud laughter and screaming echo right through the door and straight into the ears of the janitor passing by in the hallway. The janitor rattles the handle and shouts to see if anyone is inside, leaving Arase and Sensei frozen in a state of pure terror. The door finally swings open as the janitor steps into the room to investigate the noise. Arase is the only one visible, sitting casually among the boxes while Sensei remains perfectly hidden. The janitor is spooked, swearing he heard a woman's voice, but Arase plays it off as a ghost and thanks him for unlocking the door. The confused janitor leaves to continue his rounds, scratching his head over the haunted room. Aras watches him go before turning his attention back to his secret companion. Sensei finally emerges from her hiding spot, looking absolutely exhausted and irritated by the whole ordeal. She lunges at Arase, grabbing his hand and promising he won't get away with his earlier teasing. Aras just smiles back at her, casually dismissing her anger with a smug look. He points out that it's only fair since Sensei is usually the one playing with his heart every day. Aras walks away feeling fully recharged, leaving Sensei to spiral as she wonders who is actually the one in control of their relationship. Later that evening, Sensei presents Arase with a fresh container of homemade zangi fried chicken. Arase is thrilled, admitting he loves zangi, which brings a satisfied smile to Sensei's face. He takes a deep breath of the delicious aroma while Sensei watches him with a silent, lingering gaze. She bids him a quiet goodbye and begins to walk away into the cold night. Sensei suddenly stops in her tracks and casts one last look over her shoulder. Arase is busy inhaling the food, looking like the most content student in the world. Sensei lets out a forced cough, pointedly asking him if there's something important he's forgotten to say. Arase stares back with a completely blank expression, his mind totally empty. He takes a wild guess and tries to wish her a happy birthday, but she immediately shuts him down. He tries to ask if it's some kind of anniversary, but Sensei confirms that's not it either, as her irritation grows. Sensei stares him down, dejected that he doesn't realize the conversation is clearly about a date. Arase racks his brain for an answer, finally guessing that he actually managed to turn in all his homework for once. Sensei's patience wears thin, leading Arase to fold his hands and beg for a tiny hint. She gives him a hint, hugging herself and complaining that the night air feels much colder than usual. A light bulb finally goes off in Arase's head, signaling that he's supposedly figured everything out. He tells her to wait a second and ducks back through his front door, leaving Sensei waiting in confusion. He returns holding the empty cooking pot, explaining he simply forgot to return it to her. Aras is proud of himself, reasoning that pot-cooked food is the only logical cure for a cold winter night. Sensei admits warm food is great, but she pointedly mentions that there is a much easier way to stay warm. Aras watches her closely, his blank expression giving nothing away as she waits for him to make a move. Another epiphany hits Arase as he visualizes a warm, heart-filled hug between the two of them. He puts on a smug smirk, clearly enjoying the fact that he's keeping her on the hook. He asks if she's really that cold, and Sensei can only stammer a vague, non-committal answer while hiding in her scarf. Aras finally makes his move, casually inviting his teacher to step inside his apartment. Sensei's eyes widen in total shock, her brain short-circuiting at the sudden invitation into his private space. She shouts in a panic, but Arase just notes that his drafty room is still a lot better than standing out in the snow. Frustrated, Sensei snaps that she isn't talking about going inside, but rather that thing they usually do. Arase maintains his smug demeanor, forcing Sensei to suffer through an agonizingly long silence. She demands to know if he's just acting dumb or if he truly doesn't know what she's hinting at. Aras whistles and shrugs his shoulders, claiming he's totally clueless while Sensei fumes at his obvious lies. Aras keeps prodding her to say exactly what she wants, but Sensei refuses to utter such indecent things to a student. He gives her a teasing smirk, suggesting that if she's that desperate for affection, she should just take it herself. Sensei lets out a frustrated groan, her face heating up as she struggles to maintain her professional distance. She stares at him in silence, clearly fighting the urge to give in to his blatant provocation. Aras opens his arms wide in a mock invitation, calling her out and telling her to just come here already. Reaching her limit, Sensei screams that there's no way she'd do that and stomps away, calling him a total dummy. She slams her car door shut with enough force to shake the whole frame. The engine roars to life as she prepares to peel out of the parking lot in a fit of pique. Aras leans down toward the driver's side window, trying to offer one last word before she disappears. Sensei glares at him through the glass and demands he give back the zangi fried chicken immediately if he's going to be so difficult. Aras is left completely stunned by her sudden pettiness over the food she just gifted him. She reaches into the container and snatches a piece back for herself, proving she's truly reached the end of her rope. Sitting alone in her car, she aggressively munches on the chicken, fuming over his attitude, while secretly wishing she could be more honest. Her anger slowly melts away into a quiet, blushing moment of reflection as she looks out into the dark. She drives off into the night, muttering one final dummy as her taillights fade into the distance. Footer interface ignored. Back in his cold apartment, Arase curls up on his bed in total misery, his stomach growling for the meal he just lost. The next morning arrives with the school building standing tall under a fresh blanket of winter snow. Aras finally holds the dreaded written apology form in his hand, ready to face his punishment. He trudges through the school hallway, looking completely drained and complaining about his intense hunger. Arase runs into Igarashi-sensei outside the faculty office, and she offers him a playful greeting that catches him off guard. Aras mumbles a lazy greeting toward her chest, earning a swift correction from the teacher to look at her face when he speaks. She notices his written apology form, and notes that his constant tardiness is becoming a daily routine she can't ignore. Inside the office, the principal is in the middle of a stern lecture, but the target isn't a student. It's Yoshitaka Sensei. Aras stops to watch through the window, stunned to see his usually perfect teacher on the receiving end of a scolding. The principal expresses his shock that the normally diligent Rinko arrived late to work, leaving her to bow her head in shame. Aras realizes her lack of sleep is entirely his fault and feels a heavy pang of guilt as he watches her suffer for his antics. He remarks that even teachers get told off, which Igarashi confirms is part of the professional world they live in. She warns Arase that he only gets away with his behavior because he's still a kid, prompting a rare, sincere apology from him. Aras continues to watch Rinko through the glass, seeing the weight of the responsibility she carries every single day. Rinko-sensei looks completely defeated, her usual fire extinguished by the morning's professional embarrassment. Aras's gaze lingers on her dejected figure, the reality of how much he affects her life finally sinking in. Later in class, Aras stares wistfully out at the snow, regretting his decision not to just hug her and keep the fried chicken. The school day ends, and the two find themselves alone in a quiet classroom for his mandatory supplementary lesson. Aras accidentally mumbles about the zangi, confusing Rinko before he quickly dismisses the thought to focus on the work. He eventually breaks the silence, admitting that he's been thinking about everything that happened between them the previous night. Aras looks her in the eye and tells her that he finally agrees with what she said during their argument. Rinko-sensei looks down, her voice soft as she admits she should have been able to handle her own feelings better. She clenches her hands in her lap, confessing that she's been selfishly leaning on him and avoiding her responsibilities as an adult. The two share a long, heavy look across the desks, the tension in the room shifting from playful to something deeply serious. Sensei breaks down into tears, calling herself a coward for her lack of courage. Aras can only offer a blank, tired look as his teacher's emotional outburst continues. He tries to explain his side, but she immediately cuts him off, shouting that his intentions don't matter in this situation. She admits her irritation was actually driven by her own guilty conscience, finally revealing the source of her recent anger. Sensei continues to lament her behavior, realizing she was taking out her internal struggle on him. Overwhelmed by shame, she slumps onto her desk and wishes she could disappear, while Aras finds the whole scene exhausting. Arase asks if her lack of sleep was caused by this guilt, leaving Sensei stunned that he's seen right through her. He deadpans that she really is far too earnest for her own good, showing a rare moment of understanding for her personality. Silence falls over the classroom as Sensei quietly wipes away her tears and tries to regain some dignity. She states that this isn't a joke, admitting she tried to shift the blame onto him just to protect her own image as an adult. Aras listens with a bored but attentive look, waiting for her to finish her long-winded self-reflection. He suddenly slams his hands down and argues that it definitely matters, refusing to let her brush off her feelings. Aras stands over her, forcing her to face the reality of the situation instead of hiding behind her teacher persona. Sensei clenches her fist, internally struggling with her failed attempt to be the perfect educator. She looks up at him with wide, vulnerable eyes, calling out his name as the tension reaches a breaking point. Aras reaches out for her, closing the distance between them once and for all. Sensei reflexively dodges his touch, still desperately trying to cling to the boundaries of their roles. She remains frozen in place, her mind a chaotic mess of professional duty and private longing. Aras pulls her into a firm, silent embrace, telling her that despite everything, she is still his teacher. Sensei buries her face in his chest and lets the tears fall, finally letting go of the burden she's been carrying alone. Sensei lets her tears fall freely, finally finding comfort in Arasea's arms as the snow continues to blanket the world outside. She mumbles another apology through her sobs, the quiet classroom becoming a temporary sanctuary for her hidden emotions. Arase brushes her apology aside, taking full responsibility for making her wait so long to find this moment of peace. The intimate atmosphere is shattered when Igarashi-sensei happens to peek through the classroom door window. Panic erupts as the two realize they've been spotted in a compromising position by their fellow teacher. Igarashi-sensei is absolutely floored by the sight, her voice booming through the hallway in total disbelief. Sensei immediately enters damage control mode, frantically claiming that Aras was the only one initiating the hug as a means of self-protection. Aras plays along with her desperate lie, bowing and claiming he was just messing around to save her career. Igarashi-sensei lets out a massive sigh of relief, clearly satisfied with the excuse and ready to drop the matter. The two are left in a heavy silence, the adrenaline of the near exposure leaving them both completely drained. Igarashi-sensei barks at Aras to cut out the harassment before walking off, leaving Rinko to bow her head in deep shame. Aras is left standing over his cowering teacher, the weight of their complicated secret feeling heavier than ever. Later that night, Sensei tracks Arase down once more to offer him a fresh box of zangi as a formal apology gift. Aras is moved to actual tears by the gesture, while Sensei quickly turns to leave before things get emotional again. She heads toward her car, but Arase stops her in her tracks with a sudden call. He pulls her into a firm hug from behind, whispering that she forgot the most important part of their routine. Sensei's heart nearly leaps out of her chest as the heat of his embrace hits her in the freezing night air. She groans about how embarrassing this habit is becoming, even as she melts into his hold under the streetlights. Returning home, Sensei buries herself in her work, trying to find some normalcy after the chaotic events of the day. The quiet of her apartment is broken when a hand places a steaming mug of coffee on her desk, offering her a needed moment of care. It's Hifumi who brought the coffee, and Rinko offers a brief word of thanks. Hifumi cuts straight to the chase, asking Rinko what she plans to do about it. Rinko tries to play it cool, sipping her coffee and questioning what her colleague is talking about. The moment Hifumi mentions Arase, Rinko does a total spit take, her professional composure instantly vanishing. Rinko frantically denies everything, but Hifumi notes that the student clearly has something special planned for her. Memories of their recent embrace flood Rinko's mind, leaving her struggling to maintain her just a teacher defense. Hifumi gets close, warning her that if she isn't careful, she'll find herself in a real relationship with the boy, before she knows it. Hifumi laughs it off as interesting drama, while Rinko snaps at her to stay out of her private business. Rinko doubles down on her principles, firmly stating that Arase is absolutely nothing more than a student to her. Hifumi watches her in silence, her skeptical gaze proving she isn't buying the act for a second. She eventually agrees with a smirk, noting that a scandal is unlikely with someone as stiff as Rinko. Hifumi brings up Rinko's earlier lie about having an intimate relationship with someone else, driving the poor teacher into a corner. Internally, Rinko admits that the professional boundaries are becoming blurred and that she needs to reset the dynamic. She reflects on how lax she's become lately, still reeling from the fact that Aras actually had the nerve to embrace her. She resolves to fix her attitude and keep herself together for the sake of her role as an educator. Her moment of resolve is interrupted by the loud buzzing of her phone nearby. Her heart stops when she sees the caller, ID. It's Aras-kun, calling her in the middle of the night. Her pulse quickens as she stares at the glowing screen, her internal walls starting to crumble once again. She violently shakes her head, trying to fight the urge to answer and maintain her distance. She finally answers with a forced professional tone, while Arase notes that the tension on her end is way too high for a simple phone call. Rinko insists on the phone that everything is normal, telling Arase to go ahead with whatever request he has. Aras catches her off guard, admitting he doesn't have a request and simply wanted to hear her voice. The sudden, honest confession leaves Rinko standing in stunned silence as the phone line goes quiet. She blushes a deep red, internally vowing that she won't succumb to his charms or lose her professional cool. Back at his workplace, Arase stares at his phone and realizes there's no way she's actually as fine as she claims to be. Footer interface ignored. After hanging up, Rinko lets out a series of shaky sighs, her heart still pounding from the brief conversation. She pumps her fist in the air, convinced that her stoic response was a perfect 100-point performance as a teacher. The city falls under the quiet of the night as the stars emerge over the skyline. Rinko gets to work in her kitchen, stirring a massive pot while wearing her domestic apron. She finally finishes cooking, wiping her brow as she breathes a heavy sigh of satisfaction. Looking at the massive portion, she reasons that she's made too much and decides she simply has to bring some to Aras. She hums a cheerful tune while packing the food into a container, her excitement clearly getting the better of her. Rinko suddenly snaps out of it, screaming in terror at the fact that she's actually looking forward to the delivery. She clutches her head in a panic, desperately repeating to herself that she must treat all students equally. She tries to rationalize her feelings, telling herself that helping a student in financial need is just part of her official duties. Footer interface ignored. She hums as she throws on her coat, unable to hide her bright mood as she prepares to leave her apartment. Standing before the mirror, she carefully brushes her hair, looking more like a woman heading to a date than a teacher on a mission. Rinko lets out one final frustrated scream, realizing she's likely the only one getting this worked up over the encounter. Rinko collapses on her floor, paralyzed by the realization that she's using Arase's poverty as a convenient excuse to satisfy her own hidden desires. She lets out a heavy, defeated sigh, realizing her own hypocrisy is too much to handle. She decides to call it a night, leaving the stars as the only witness to her failed mission. The next morning at school, Rinko walks through the corridors filled with guilt, praying that Arase didn't actually starve because she chickened out on the delivery. She spots Aras in the hallway and ducks behind a corner to observe him secretly. Aras explains his high-calorie survival strategy to his friend, rejecting a standard snack for something with more bang for his buck. Rinko is absolutely horrified as she listens to Aras break down the 730-calorie nutritional payload of a single melon bread, calling it a woman's natural enemy. The boys are impressed by the cost performance of the 90-yen bread, which Arase claims is basically a full canteen meal in disguise. Rinko leans against the wall in a cold sweat, her worry for his health reaching critical levels after hearing how he actually lives. Back in the classroom, Arase slumps over his desk, his body clearly giving up on the melon bread energy. He laments his hunger despite his calculated meal, while Sakota notes that bread is still just bread at the end of the day. Aras decides the only way to survive the hunger is to pass out, ignoring Sakota's warning that he's about to get chewed out by the teacher. Rinko stands at the blackboard, but her focus is far from the lesson she's trying to teach. Aras is dead to the world, snoring away in the middle of class without a care. Rinko stares at her sleeping student, her heart aching with worry as she realizes how much he's actually struggling. She looks at her phone and tells herself to snap out of it, desperate to stop thinking about him for even 1 minute. Night falls over the city, and the quiet settles into Aras's lonely apartment. Arase lies awake in bed, finally noticing something feels off about his day. He realizes with total confusion that Sensei completely ignored his sleeping in class and his missing work, failing to give him the usual lecture. He stares at his phone, wondering why the woman who usually breathes down his neck suddenly went silent. Arase checks his phone to find Sensei is leaving his messages on read without replying, treating him with total silence. Frustrated by the lack of response, he sits in his apartment and decides to call her directly to settle things. While the phone is still ringing, Aras is startled by the sound of footsteps and a strange rattling coming from his front door. He tosses the phone aside and rushes to see who's snooping around outside his home in the middle of the night. He finds nothing but a large cooking pot sitting on his doorstep. The mystery of his ghost visitor finally solved. Aras swings the door wide and catches Sensei red-handed, leaving her looking like a deer in the headlights. Caught in her secret delivery, Rinko panics and sprints toward her car to make a desperate getaway. She stumbles clumsily through the deep snow, letting out a sharp cry as she nearly loses her footing. She stands there trembling and unable to move, realizing she can't escape the situation she created. Aras doesn't let her go, catching up instantly and firmly taking hold of her hands. He pulls her back toward him, refusing to let her run away from their complicated reality any longer. Aras pulls her into a firm embrace and whispers a cheeky, "You're welcome," catching her completely off guard. Sensei pulls away in a flurry of motion, hiding her blushing face and acting like her heart isn't racing. Aras asks her point blank why she's been avoiding him lately, while Rinko gives a weak and unconvincing denial. He shifts the tone, asking if she's actually started to hate him after everything that's happened between them. The question strikes a nerve, leaving Sensei staring at him with a look of pure shock and confusion. She closes her eyes and puts on her professional mask, claiming she doesn't harbor any feelings of hatred or affection for her students. Aras meets her gaze with a heavy, unreadable silence that forces her to finally break under the pressure. Rinko's resolve shatters as she looks down and softly confesses the truth. She actually loves him. She immediately follows up by screaming that he's being unfair, leaving Aras standing in stunned silence at her sudden outburst. Rinko hides in her scarf, wondering how she's supposed to handle the confession she just dropped. A heavy silence hangs between the two as they stand alone in the freezing winter night. Aras admits he has no idea what's going on, calling the current situation completely incomprehensible. Rinko tries to find her words, but the awkwardness of the moment is clearly starting to overwhelm her. Aras looks her in the eyes and delivers the ultimate blow, promising to love her no matter what happens. The words hit home, sending Rinko's heart into a frantic, racing state. Rinko finally collapses in defeat, admitting she can't fight her feelings anymore, while Aras wonders what kind of competition they were even in. She remains hunched over in the snow, quietly calling out his name as the tension reaches its peak. Rinko looks up with a pleading gaze, desperately asking Aras to repeat those words of love just one more time. Aras is caught off guard by her sudden request, his eyes widening in total disbelief. He teases her for being greedy, while Rinko's face flushes a deep red from her own boldness. Rinko tries to turn and flee again, but she's stopped by Aras's sudden movement. He pulls her into a tight, genuine squeeze, finally saying the words, "I love you," directly to her face. Rinko melts into the hug, internally screaming that she likes him so much she can't even stand it. Aras pulls back slightly to look at her, asking for her own confession in return. Sensei maintains the last of her dignity, telling him her answer will remain a secret as Arase complains that she's being unfair. She retreats to her car, promising to give him her official answer only when he finally becomes an adult. Driving away into the night, Rinko can't help but smile to herself, finally feeling the weight of the day lift. Aras continues his walk home, comforting himself with the thought that his day will eventually come. He stops and looks up at the sky, still genuinely confused about what all the drama was actually about. Igarashi-sensei calls Arase out for another missing assignment, demanding he finish it before the day is over. Rinko-sensei piles on the pressure, berating Arase for a terrible test result and ordering him to revise it immediately. She hands him a massive mountain of printouts, leaving Arase staring at the stack in total disbelief. To top it off, she demands 5 written apologies, causing the other teachers to internally label her a literal demon. Aras gives a lazy acknowledgement as he walks away, while Rinko shouts one final order for him to take the work seriously. Despite the heavy punishment, Arase walks through the school with a light step, humming a happy tune to himself. Hifumi watches him go and wonders aloud if the boy is actually a masochist, while Rinko tries to act indifferent. She notes that Rinko is being as strict as ever, keeping her professional mask perfectly in place. Rinko defends her actions, claiming that pushing him this hard is her duty as a teacher to ensure he grows into a fine adult. Hifumi just grins, teasingly asking if this whip of love is her way of showing affection. Rinko explodes in embarrassment, screaming at her colleague to stop making fun of her serious attitude. Once alone, Rinko lets out a tired sigh, her mind clearly still occupied by the boy she just disciplined. She stares out the window at the falling snow, desperately wishing the next 3 years would just hurry up and pass. Walking through the quiet corridor, Rinko keeps her head down, lost in her own complicated thoughts. Aras suddenly slides into view beside her, discreetly handing her a small object as they pass. He tells her he'll be late getting home and suggests she should head up to his room before him. Rinko panics at the suggestion of visiting a student's home, but Aras casually mentions he's already bought a cake for the occasion. He flashes a gentle look, asking if they can at least share a special moment since it's Christmas. Aras walks off, leaving Rinko standing frozen in the hallway with the realization that the holiday is finally here. Her heart thumps wildly against her chest as she looks down at the spare key resting in her palm. Standing before Aras's door, Rinko clutches the spare key as her heart hammers against her ribs. She spirals into a panic, realizing she hasn't been in a boy's room since a supervised birthday party back in elementary school. She worries about the Christmas gift she brought, reflecting on a previous gift he seemingly never used. In a moment of pure, panicked overthinking, Rinko stares at a box of protection she apparently purchased for the occasion. She immediately shouts a denial to the empty hallway, trying to convince herself that she hasn't completely lost her mind. Paranoia sets in as she glances around the apartment complex, terrified that someone will see her loitering like a criminal. She tells herself that carrying such items is purely a safety measure for the unthinkable, despite her own blushing face. Her internal monologue continues to reach for excuses, claiming she'd never actually use them, but needs them just in case. She finally concludes that as a responsible adult, being prepared for any situation is just common sense. A neighboring resident peeks out of their window, catching Rinko in the middle of her suspicious-looking behavior. The window slams shut, leaving Rinko mortified and desperate to disappear before anyone asks questions. Realizing she looks like a total creep, she frantically decides to finally use the key and get inside the apartment. She reaches for the doorknob, only to find it already unlocked and slightly ajar. Confused, Rinko slowly pushes the door open, wondering if Aras managed to finish work earlier than expected. She spots a pair of unfamiliar shoes in the entryway, her heart sinking as she realizes someone else is already home. Rinko holds her breath and listens, hearing the sounds of movement coming from deeper inside the small room. She steps inside and is greeted by a nearly naked woman who assumes Rio has returned, nonchalantly announcing she just finished her shower. The short-haired woman turns around, her casual attitude vanishing the moment she realizes a stranger is standing in the doorway. The stranger lets out a startled scream, demanding to know who Rinko is and what she's doing in the apartment. Rinko can only stand there in a state of total, soul-crushing shock, unable to even begin to process the sight before her. The stranger is just as shocked as Rinko, letting out a startled noise as they lock eyes in the cramped entryway. Rinko immediately explodes in a fit of jealous rage, screaming at the top of her lungs to know exactly who this woman is. She points a demanding finger, accusing the woman of being completely inappropriate for using Aras's shower and demand to know their relationship. Fuming with a clenched fist, Rinko looks ready to fight for her territory, despite the absolute chaos of the situation. The short-haired woman stares at the intruder for a long moment, the gears in her head finally starting to turn. A realization hits her, and she suddenly exclaims that Rinko must be Arasi's secret girlfriend. She introduces herself with a bright smile as Arase Mako, Ryo's older sister, completely oblivious to Rinko's internal meltdown. Rinko's fury instantly evaporates into pure mortification as she realizes she just screamed at her potential sister-in-law. She lets out a desperate, high-pitched scream that echoes through the building, frantically denying that she's in any kind of relationship with him. The scene shifts to the bright neon sign of the internet cafe as the night shift continues. Inside, Arase is diligently wiping down mugs, lamenting the fact that he's stuck working on the most romantic night of the year. Hieta-san notes how unlucky they both are, while Aras tells the older man to stop talking and get back to his duties. Hieta-san gives a knowing smirk and pulls out a wrapped present, calling it a gift for his unlucky younger co-worker. Aras finds the gesture creepy, but Hieta insists he open it immediately to see what's inside. The gift turns out to be a box of condoms, with Hieta-san casually mentioning that Aras is at that age where he might need them. Aras deadpans a refusal, bluntly stating those won't fit, and that he only uses a specific brand, leaving Hieta-san in a state of total shock. Hieta-san is horrified by the implication, but Arase quickly admits it was just a bad joke to mess with him. He orders his coworker back to work, deciding he needs to head out and buy a real gift for Sensei instead. Back at the apartment, Mako lights a cigarette and admits she was caught completely off guard by the sudden visitor. She watches Rinko sitting in a stiff, formal pose and remarks that she can't believe her little brother managed to land such an older girlfriend. Rinko tries to keep her composure, firmly reminding the sister that she isn't Aras's girlfriend, but his teacher. Mako is absolutely floored by the scandal, while Rinko continues to scream her denials at the top of her lungs. The sister doesn't buy it, noting that a teacher visiting a student's home on Christmas Eve is a pretty clear sign of romance. Mako casually admits she only ended up at Aras's place because her own boyfriend kicked her out of the house. Rinko watches her with a look of pure judgment, realizing Arase's sister might be just as chaotic as he is. She asks Mako if she always walks around half naked in front of her brother, only for the sister to give a non-committal answer. Rinko internally labels the woman as completely insane, finally understanding why her boyfriend wanted her gone. Feeling distracted and uncomfortable, Rinko begs the sister to finally put some decent clothes on. Mako starts rummaging through Arase's things, complaining about his terrible taste in fashion, while Rinko watches in disbelief. Rinko settles onto the floor, her mind wandering as she observes the quiet, empty apartment. She's struck by how sparse the room is, wondering how Arase even manages to study without a proper desk. Mako discovers the cake in the fridge, while Rinko regrets not bringing a more practical gift for Arase's difficult lifestyle. Without a second thought, the sister sticks her finger into the cake, ignoring Rinko's frantic protests. Rinko snatches the cake away, lecturing Mako for eating a student's food without permission while being called uptight. Interface ignored. Mako leans in close and bluntly asks Sensei if she's actually a sadist who enjoys bullying her brother. She reasons that Arase must be a masochist and a total pervert to put up with such a strict woman. Mako teases her even more, suggesting they spend their nights having private adult lessons, sending Rinko into a state of total shock. The sister decides all this talk is making her thirsty and prepares to head out to buy some alcohol. The grand plan immediately falls apart as Mako realizes she's completely broke, leaving Rinko staring at her in an exhausted silence. Rinko sighs and offers to buy some drinks for the guest, though she notes she won't be drinking herself since she has to drive. Mako winks and confidently declares that she knows exactly where a certain someone hides their life savings. Rinko is appalled, questioning if stealing from her own brother isn't crossing a major line, but Mako just laughs off the concern. The sister reaches up to a high shelf and pulls down a heavy cooking pot, treating it like a treasure chest. Rinko is baffled by the choice of a pot, but Mako explains that this is where Arase keeps all of his most valuable possessions. Mako figures her brother thinks he's being clever, assuming she'd never think to look in a common kitchen item. She smirks deviously, reasoning that Arase will never even notice if she just skims a little off the top for her Christmas fund. Mako lifts the lid and is pleasantly surprised to find that the pot is actually packed with more items than she expected. She offers Rinko a chance to take a peek at the contents, but the teacher firmly maintains her principles and refuses. Mako tries to bait her by claiming there's a photo of Arase and an ex-girlfriend inside, while Rinko continues to act like she doesn't care. The moment Mako admits she was joking, Rinko instinctively rushes forward to see for herself, her curiosity finally winning. Mako flashes a knowing, wicked grin, having successfully baited Sensei into showing her true colors. Rinko glares back, realizing she's been played by the sister, just as easily as she gets played by the brother. Her gaze falls into the pot, landing on a bank passbook and a carefully folded piece of fabric. Her heart skips a beat as she recognizes the item. It's the very handkerchief she gave him a while back. A memory of Arasi's bright, genuine smile flashes through her mind as he promised to treasure the gift forever. Rinko smiles softly, deeply moved to find that he's been keeping her simple gift among his most important belongings. She lingers on the sight, the warmth in her chest proving that her feelings for the boy are as real as ever. The romantic mood is violently murdered as Mako snatches the handkerchief and starts howling with laughter at how lame it is. Mako continues to mock the design, wondering where someone would even find such an uncool accessory, leaving a mortified Rinko in total silence. Rinko fumes as Mako continues to rip into her brother's non-existent fashion sense. The front door suddenly swings open, and Arase walks in to find the two women in his room, sending Rinko into a high-pitched scream. Mako cheerfully welcomes her brother home, while a bewildered Aras asks what on earth is going on in his apartment. The sister claims she came over to keep him from being lonely, though Rinko highly doubts the kicked-out sob story she heard earlier. Mako keeps the teasing alive, suggesting they should have just been honest about their relationship, while Rinko screams her denials yet again. Aras bluntly asks if Rinko can leave now, leaving the teacher shocked that even he is denying their connection in front of his sister. He immediately calls out Mako for trying to raid his secret stash, while she just giggles, and he threatens to charge her interest on the loan. Mako quickly tries to change the subject, excitedly announcing that she brought her little brother a special Christmas present. She reveals she's totally broke because of the gift, confirming Rinko's suspicion that she only took the money to cover her own expenses. Transition ignored, Mako triumphantly holds up the box of condoms, laughing that she bought them as a joke, present for his big night. Rinko is paralyzed with mortification, while Arase just gives his sister a look of pure, unadulterated boredom. Sensing she's done enough damage, Mako finally heads out, telling the couple to have plenty of fun together. The door slams shut, leaving Arase and Rinko alone in a silence so thick you could cut it with a knife. Interface ignored, Rinko desperately clutches her bag, realizing she's carrying the exact same indecent item Mako just mocked, and wonders why everyone around her is so vulgar. She takes a deep breath and forces herself to remember why she actually came over in the first place. She quietly calls out to Aras, pulling his attention away from his coat as he prepares to settle in. With a blushing face, Rinko holds out a small, wrapped box, presenting it as her official Christmas gift to him. Arase's eyes light up with excitement as he lifts the gift high, eagerly asking for permission to tear it open right then and there. Arase opens the box to find a traditional Japanese charm inside, questioning if this is really her idea of a Christmas present. He notes that it's an odd choice for the holiday, while a defensive Rinko admits she figured he would react that way since it's near the end of the year anyway. Rinko turns away in a blush, apologizing for her lack of common sense and explaining she simply wanted him to have something he could carry with him. Arase pauses, staring at the small gift with a look that Rinko can't quite read. He softens his expression and tells her that it's actually a very thoughtful gift that suits her personality perfectly. Arase promises to treasure the charm, bringing a rare and genuine smile to Rinko's face. Rinko watches from the doorway as Arase immediately squats down to tuck the new gift into his kitchen pot alongside his other valuables. Putting the treasure chest away, Arase cheerfully announces it's finally time to dig into the Christmas cake he bought. They stare at the strawberry-topped cake, which still bears the messy mark where Mako snuck a taste earlier. Meanwhile, Mako is out at a noisy outdoor stall, drinking heavily and celebrating the holy night with a group of cheerful strangers. The scene jumps forward to Arase, walking home alone through the snowy streets after their sweet night together. He stops suddenly, his attention captured by a familiar figure waiting for him in the cold. Rinko is standing right by her car, and she immediately begins barking at him for being so late. Arase reminds her that she has her own key and should have just waited inside, but Rinko insists she can't just enter a student's room whenever she feels like it. She holds out the spare key with a determined look, stating that it's time for her to return it to him for good. Arase stands there in shock, realizing she's trying to put their relationship back behind a professional wall. He grabs her hands and refuses to take it back, claiming the key was his specific Christmas present to her in exchange for her charm. Rinko tries to pull away and shouts that she doesn't want or need such a burden, while Aras keeps a firm grip on her. Aras looks down at the ground and notices the sheer number of footprints in the snow leading up to his door and back again. He realizes how much she struggled with the decision to go inside, while Rinko frantically blabbers excuses about checking the building's security against thieves. Aras looks at his dilapidated apartment building and wonders if a thief would even bother targeting such a place. He tries to hand the key back to Rinko, but she refuses, admitting that having it makes the temptation to use it too great. They both reflect on their innocent cake-eating party, where, despite it being Christmas, they stayed perfectly well behaved. Aras uses that as an argument, suggesting that if they can be that disciplined, there should be no issue with her keeping the key. Rinko hesitates, blushing as she confesses that her time in his room led her to a dangerous realization. She admits that once she steps inside his private space, she finds herself never wanting to leave his side. Aras is visibly shaken by the weight of her honesty, his usual cool demeanor momentarily slipping. He warns her that if she makes a face like that, his own self-restraint might finally reach its absolute limit. Overwhelmed by the shift in atmosphere, Rinko throws the key at his head and shouts that she is definitely returning it. She storms off through the snow while Aras trails behind, claiming the key was a special gift just for her, only to be met with another rejection. The playful mood evaporates as Rinko tells him to stop tormenting her with these confusing emotional games. She continues her retreat toward her car, her mind a mess of regret and mounting frustration. Once inside the safety of her vehicle, Rinko offers a soft apology for her outburst, which Aras quietly accepts. He admits that keeping the key and the responsibility that comes with it would only be a heavy burden on her. The two share a final, somber look as Aras offers his own apology for pushing her too far. Night deepens over the apartment complex, the cold air matching the heavy mood between teacher and student. Back home, Rinko sinks into a hot bath, lamenting her harsh words and admitting that Aras truly didn't do anything wrong. She realizes that Aras has also been fighting to control his urges, and she feels pathetic for only thinking about her own struggle. Meanwhile, Aras stares at the returned key resting in his open palm, the weight of it feeling different than before. He sits alone on the floor of his messy room in a long contemplative silence, the holiday ending on a bittersweet note. Aras reflects on his decision to give Sensei a duplicate key, feeling like a 400 yen gift was a bit too much and even a little stupid. He slumps onto the floor with a heavy sigh, the weight of his own awkwardness finally crashing down on him. He pulls out the charm Sensei gave him, staring at the simple traditional gift with a complicated look. Realizing he needs to return the gesture, he resolves to find her a proper Christmas gift. Aras picks up his phone and dials a number to get some much-needed advice. He ends up on the phone with his sister Mako, who checks to see if he's even still alive after the holiday. Mako asks about her joke gift, and Aras lies that he used them all, though he secretly thinks about turning them into winter water balloons. Mako brags about receiving a ring from her boyfriend, completely ignoring her brother's obvious lack of interest. Aras finds her loud laughter on the other end of the line to be a total turnoff as he tries to stay focused. When she starts prying for gossip about Sensei, Aras bluntly tells her it's none of her business and hangs up the phone. Alone with his thoughts, he heads out to the shopping district to begin his search for the perfect present. He finds himself staring at a jewelry display filled with expensive rings and necklaces. Aras quickly dismisses the jewelry, knowing Sensei would immediately reject anything that looked too pricey. He considers more practical items like mugs, but he can't seem to find anything that feels quite right. He browses through stationery and planners, weighing his options against his limited student budget. He even looks at scented candles, wondering if a less permanent gift would be a safer bet for their relationship. The sheer variety of choices leaves him overwhelmed and dizzy as he stands in the middle of the store. He briefly considers asking Sensei what she wants, but he can already hear her rejecting the offer in his head. Aras reaches for his phone to call for backup, only to realize he left it behind in his room. A cheerful sales clerk approaches him, asking if he's searching for a special gift for his girlfriend. Aras clarifies to the clerk that the gift isn't for a girlfriend, but for a specific older woman. The sales clerk lets out a knowing giggle, clearly finding the idea of a student shopping for an older woman quite charming. Aras can only mutter a frustrated sound as he realizes he's being teased by a complete stranger. The clerk smiles warmly and asks if he has any specific ideas in mind for a person around Sensei's age. Aras gives her a long, thoughtful stare, trying to visualize what kind of item would actually suit his teacher's strict yet vulnerable personality. His eyes drift to the clerk's own jewelry, noting a delicate necklace that looks both professional and elegant. He then shifts his gaze to her wrist, observing how a simple watch and a small bracelet create a refined, adult look. The two share a brief, silent moment as the clerk waits for him to finally make a choice. The scene shifts back to the city skyline as Aras decides he's had enough of the high-end stores for one day. He walks past a row of quiet storefronts, his mind still racing with thoughts of how to bridge the gap between them. His stomach lets out a thunderous growl, reminding him that his hunger is becoming just as urgent as his shopping mission. He spots a waiter pushing a cart with a sizzling steak, the delicious aroma making his mouth water instantly. Inside the restaurant, he sees a woman who bears a striking resemblance to Sensei, sitting alone and enjoying a quiet meal. Aras stops in his tracks, watching a couple share a romantic toast through the window and feeling the weight of his own solitude. A sharp mental echo of Sensei's voice rings in his head, begging him to stop tormenting her with his presence. He hops on a crowded train, standing alone by the doors as the urban landscape blurs past him in a haze of lights. Snow begins to fall gently over the city once again, coating the trees and streetlights in a fresh layer of white. Aras finally arrives back at his apartment complex, his tired footsteps the only sound in the freezing night. He stops dead in his tracks when he spots a very familiar car parked right in front of the building. His heart skips a beat as the realization hits him. Sensei is actually here, waiting for him. He looks up to find Sensei standing right at his front door, frantically trying to shove a mysterious package through the mail slot. Aras stands frozen, his eyes wide as he processes the chaotic scene unfolding at his doorstep. He calls out to his teacher, sending her into a total panic as she nearly jumps out of her skin while messing with the mail slot. Sensei whips around, her face a mask of pure shock and tearful relief at the sudden sight of her student. She immediately lunges at him, frantically checking his face and body to make sure he's actually alive and breathing. Sensei breaks down into fresh sobs of relief, while Arase watches her with a deadpan look, asking what on earth she was trying to do just now. She explains through her tears that she was terrified because he wasn't answering his phone, even though she could hear it ringing clearly inside. Sensei admits she honestly thought he had died, prompting Aras to sigh and tell her she worries way too much. He looks away, admitting that his own unreliability is the reason she's been pushed to such an emotional breaking point. Sensei softens her gaze, the intensity of her worry slowly fading as she looks at the boy standing safely before her. She tries to reassure him, reminding him that he's still just a child and shouldn't carry such heavy burdens, though the comment definitely stings Aras's pride. Sensei takes a stand, vowing with total conviction that she will protect him no matter what happens in the future. Aras stares at her in silence, clearly moved by her sudden and fierce declaration of guardianship. He breaks the tension with a lazy request for her not to break his windows next time, leaving Sensei looking completely embarrassed. Seeing the practical need for it, Sensei finally agrees that she should hold onto the spare key for any future emergencies. Aras gives a simple nod of approval, content to let her back into his life in such a significant way. He jokes that with her holding the key, he at least won't have to worry about dying alone in his apartment anymore. Sensei holds the key in her palms, noticing a strange, realistic-looking charm attached to the metal ring. She asks what the accessory is supposed to be, and Arase bluntly reveals that his special gift to her is a roast beef keychain. He admits he originally planned to buy her something real, but his intense hunger led him straight to the food-themed novelty section instead. Aras rubs his neck awkwardly, promising to buy her a real, non-food-shaped gift as soon as he can afford it. Sensei stares at him in a long silence, her expression softening as she processes his awkward but sincere effort. A small laugh finally escapes her lips, catching Arase completely off guard. She breaks into a fit of giggles, prompting a defensive Aras to ask if he's being mocked for his choice of gift. Wiping a tear of joy, She reassures him that she's not making fun of him at all. She's just genuinely happy. Aras gives a quiet thanks, the tension between them finally melting away in the snowy night. He suddenly pulls her into a warm embrace, surprising her with his directness. Aras admits that seeing her smile like that was worth the wait, as he hadn't seen it in what felt like forever. Sensei leans into the hug, the weight of her professional worries disappearing in his arms. She apologizes for always being so stern with him, but Arase counters by saying she actually looks cute when she's being strict. He adds that she looks even better when she's blushing, sending her right back into a state of total fluster. Sensei screams for him to stop teasing her, claiming his payback has gone far enough as they playfully bicker in the dark. The scene shifts to the new year, with Sensei looking radiant in a traditional kimono as she makes a secret wish at the shrine. The shrine grounds are packed with people and festival stalls, vibrating with the energy of the holiday celebrations. Aras trudges through the crowd, looking like he hasn't slept in days despite the festive atmosphere. Sakota waves him over from the distance, dressed in full traditional gear and accompanied by his girlfriend. Sakota berates him for taking so long to arrive, while Arase questions why he was even dragged out into the cold in the first place. His friend grabs him and shouts that he couldn't let Aras spend the holiday alone in a depressing room with no entertainment. Sakota and his girlfriend erupt in cheers for going all out, leaving Arase to wonder how they have so much energy for every single event. Aras casually mentions that this is actually his first time ever visiting a shrine for New Year's, stunning his friends. Sakota brags about his love for seasonal firsts, listing everything from sales to special foods as they head deeper into the shrine. Sakota continues his list of seasonal firsts, mentioning first love and first experiences, while Arase's stomach growls at the sight of hashimaki and chicken skin gyoza stalls. Aras tries to guilt trip his friend into buying him a snack since it's his first time at the shrine, but Sakota shuts him down immediately. The group's bickering is interrupted by a familiar, sharp voice asking if they've already finished their prayers. They turn to find Yoshitaka Sensei looking elegant in a traditional kimono, but her strict personality remains unchanged. Sakota's girlfriend cheerfully wishes her a happy new year, only for Sensei to coldly remind her that it hasn't even hit midnight yet. Both Sakota and Aras are left speechless, staring at their terrifying teacher, who looks completely different in her holiday attire. Sensei keeps her professional wall up, lecturing the group on the proper timing of greetings while they stand in the freezing night air. Noticing Nishino-san's kimono is starting to come apart, Sensei immediately takes charge and begins fixing the fabric with practiced ease. She works with her usual meticulous focus, ignoring the awkward stares from her students as she ensures the traditional dress is perfect. Aras can't look away, his internal monologue screaming about just how cute his teacher looks when she isn't in her work uniform. Nishino-san beams and thanks her teacher for the help, while Arase continues to give Sensei an uncomfortably intense stare. Sensei notices his gaze and looks away, her stoic mask beginning to crack under the pressure of his attention. Aras remains frozen, completely captivated by the sight of her in the dim festival light. Sakota breaks the tension by asking for a refresher on shrine etiquette, while Arase secretly regrets not coming alone so he could have her all to himself. The mood turns chaotic when Sakota's girlfriend starts playfully splashing water at the purification fountain, prompting a stern, "Stop that," from Sensei. Sensei steps in to demonstrate the proper way to use the ladle, starting with the right hand and then the left. Aras admits to himself that having her around to stop the couple's nonsense is actually a relief. She continues the lesson by showing them how to correctly wash out their mouths, maintaining her graceful composure through every step. After finishing the demonstration by washing the ladle itself, she turns back to the group to ensure they were actually paying attention. As they move toward the main building, Sensei warns them to stay off the middle of the path, as that space is strictly reserved for the gods. She orders them to bow once before crossing the path, leaving the students exhausted by the sheer number of detailed rules she's enforcing during their holiday. Nishino-san asks if Sensei came to the shrine alone, and she admits she makes the trip by herself every single year. The boys realize their fun outing has officially been taken over by a traveling lecture. The atmosphere becomes incredibly awkward, when Nishino-san asks if she doesn't have any friends, forcing a flustered sensei to scream that she only comes alone to pray quietly and prepare for the new year. Sensei rants about students acting like fools in sacred places, keeping her students in a state of constant, lectured fear. The group eventually joins the massive queue, leading up to the main hall of the shrine. Standing before the gods, Sensei immediately questions if they even know the correct way to perform a prayer. The students offer a vague, unsure silence that confirms her suspicions about their lack of traditional knowledge. She dives back into teacher mode, instructing them to perform exactly 2 bows, 2 claps, and 1 final bow. Sensei explains the symbolic importance of using a 5 yen coin for the offering, much to the exhaustion of her audience. Aras shamelessly demands money from Sakota for his offering, earning a swift lecture about extortion in a house of worship. Arase asks if Sensei will join them, but she claims she already finished her private prayers earlier. She continues to nag them about giving thanks before making selfish requests, ignoring Sakota's growing annoyance. The students begin the ritual in unison, delivering the first 2 deep bows as instructed. They follow up with 2 sharp claps, the sound echoing through the quiet, sacred space. Sensei's professional composure is suddenly shattered by an unexpected sensation during the silent prayer. Under the cover of the crowd, Arase reaches out and gives her hand a firm, secret squeeze. Sensei nearly jumps out of her skin, glancing at Arase in a state of total, panicked disbelief. He leans into her ear and whispers for her to keep quiet, effectively trapping her in the intimate moment. Her face flushes a deep crimson as her heart races, the strict teacher facade failing completely. They perform the final bow to finish the prayer, though Sensei is now clearly in another world entirely. Nishino-san notices her teacher's sudden, intense blushing and asks if the cold air is getting to her. Sensei dismisses the concern and orders them to move along, desperately trying to hide her internal chaos. The group heads over to the fortune-telling stall, where the conversation shifts to the secret wishes they just made. Sakota questions Arase's presence if he's going to be so uninterested, while Arase admits he's already forgotten his original motivation. Sakota shares his mundane wish for a good year, clearly content with the simplest of goals. Arase and Nishino-san mock Sakota for his lack of imagination and painfully normal outlook on life. Nishino-san reveals her wish for love, prompting Sakota to frantically remind her that they are already dating. The group turns the question on Sensei, asking what secret desire she whispered to the gods. Sensei dismisses the inquiry, claiming that a wish loses its power the moment it's shared with others. Nishino-san is horrified by the potential bad luck, while Sensei remains stoic and unbothered by their panic. Arase watches his teacher closely, his expression unreadable as the crowd surges around them. Hands carefully knot a fortune slip onto the shrine's rope, finalizing the ritual for the coming year. Nishino-san celebrates her first proper shrine visit, while Sakota agrees that the vibe feels like the start of a great year. Breaking the festive mood, Arase abruptly announces that he's heading home early. Sensei and Sakota are stunned by the timing, pointing out that the traditional New Year's bells are about to begin. Arase explains he has another grueling work shift in the morning and desperately needs to catch some sleep. He turns his back on the festivities, disappearing into the sea of people as he leaves the shrine behind. Sakota and Nishino-san remark on the tragedy of Arase's work schedule, while Sensei falls into a heavy, thoughtful silence. Sensei bids the couple goodbye, ordering them to behave while she returns to her professional patrolling duties. She walks alone through the shrine grounds, the rhythmic sound of her wooden sandals echoing on the stone path. The vibrant stalls of takoyaki and festival food continue to roar with life, serving the hungry New Year's crowd. Sensei pauses in the quiet outskirts of the shrine, her gaze drifting toward the winter sky as she reflects on the past 12 months. She realizes that while time usually flies as she gets older, this specific year felt uncharacteristically long and significant. Sensei stares at the hand Arase just squeezed, her mind still reeling from the sudden public touch. The festival continues to roar around her, with the sweet smell of crepes and grilled food filling the night air. Arase trudges through the crowd, already dreading his morning shift and regretting that his time with Sensei was cut so short. He sighs into his scarf, lamenting that he didn't get to say more to her and figuring their next conversation won't happen for months. A hand suddenly reaches out through the crowd, its fingers stretching toward the back of Aras's coat. Sensei catches up to him and firmly grabs his jacket, stopping him in his tracks before he can disappear into the night. Arase spins around in total shock to find his teacher doubled over and gasping for breath right in front of a yakisoba stall. He asks if she's okay, while a panting sensei admits it's been a long time since she's had to sprint at full speed in a kimono. Aras teases her about her age and her lack of stamina, while a humiliated sensei tries to regain her dignity under his gaze. She takes a deep breath and finally delivers the words she ran for, wishing him a genuine Happy New Year. Her face is flushed with more than just physical exertion, as she confesses she simply had to say that to him before he left. An awkward silence falls between them, with Arase standing stunned, and Sensei looking like she wants to crawl into a hole. Aras stares at her, the usual laziness in his eyes, replaced by the realization that she really didn't want him to leave either. He changes the mood by suggesting they go grab some hot amazaki together before he officially heads home for the night. Sensei looks up, a soft and hopeful expression crossing her face as she accepts his invitation to stay a little longer. They weave through the dense holiday crowd toward the glowing banners of the sweet sake stall. Resting against a tree in a quiet corner, Arase presses her again to reveal the secret wish she made during their prayer. Sensei takes a slow sip of her drink and teases him, asking if he's really that desperate to know what's on her mind. Aras looks away and quietly admits he wants to know, because he was hoping he might be the one to help her grant it. The romantic tension is instantly broken when Arase burns his tongue on the hot liquid, making Sensei realize her student is surprisingly sensitive to heat. Sensei finally caves, admitting her secret wish is something that only Arase himself has the power to grant. Aras leans in close, promising to fulfill her every desire if she just speaks the words, only for Sensei to reveal her wish is actually for him to change his ways. She lists a mountain of demands, ordering him to raise his grades, stop being late, and finally get his chaotic lifestyle under control. Sensei stares him down with an intense look, asking point blank if he's actually going to step up and grant her that wish. She threatens to take proper measures if he continues to fail her expectations, leaving Aras looking like the life has been sucked out of him. Aras hides his disappointment behind a cup of amazaki, muttering that his earlier boldness was just a joke. He shifts the focus, questioning why Sensei is so concerned with his lack of a proper prayer. Sensei points out that between his loud friends and the busy crowds, he never actually got a chance to make his own New Year's request. Aras pauses as the realization hits him, staring up at the night sky as the reality of the new year sinks in. In a sudden move, Arase decides to treat Sensei as his personal shrine, clapping his hands together and beginning his prayer right in front of her face. He closes his eyes and wishes for them to stay together for the entirety of the coming year, catching her completely off guard. Sensei is left speechless, her professional armor melting away as the weight of his simple, honest wish hits her heart. She frantically warns him that wishes said aloud never come true, while the deep boom of the temple bells echoes through the freezing air. The two stand in a heavy silence, realizing the new year has officially begun with them right by each other's side. They share a quiet, lingering look, the cold night air suddenly feeling much warmer as they acknowledge their unspoken bond. A wish plaque at the shrine reveals the truth of their hearts, with a promise of staying together written in clear, bold strokes. The holidays end and the cycle begins anew as Yoshitaka Sensei wraps up a grueling supplementary lesson in the classroom. She gives the command for the students to stand, while a completely drained Aras sits at his desk with a pen in his mouth, already over it. The school bells chime throughout the building, signaling the start of another long semester of studies and secrets. Aras trudges through the crowded hallways, lamenting the cruel fate of having to return to the daily grind of school life. Sensei reminds Arase that his academic misery is his own fault for not studying, while he laments the end of winter break. Aras teases her, claiming that studying would rob them of their precious private time in the office. But Sensei plays dumb to avoid his flirting. He pushes her for a winter date, but Sensei continues to stonewall him with a calculated lack of understanding. She drops the professional hammer, stating that a teacher's schedule makes a winter break date completely impossible. As they walk down the hall, Aras complains about her icy school persona, while she tells him to just be grateful for her extra lessons. A sudden burst of laughter from nearby catches Sensei's attention, pulling her away from their conversation. She watches the carefree students outside and sighs with envy, while Arase warns her that frowning all the time will give her wrinkles. The school day marches on, with the weight of their separate worlds hanging heavy in the air. Sensei's gaze lingers on a student couple walking through the gates, their happiness on full display. She watches as they flirt and lean into each other, a stark contrast to her own hidden and restricted relationship. Aras calls her out, asking if she's actually just embarrassed to show that kind of affection in public. Sensei fumes, calling the couple's behavior classless and immoral to mask her own growing sense of longing. Aras defends the students, noting that their public display of affection is perfectly normal for people their age. Sensei falls into a pensive silence, realizing that normal is a luxury she can't afford in her current position. She watches the couple disappear into the distance, mourning the simple high school romance she'll never have with him. Her professional mask slips as she stares out the window, lost in a daydream of a different life. She turns to find Aras standing right behind her, his presence closing the distance she tries so hard to maintain. A what-if scenario fills her mind, as she imagines herself as a fellow student walking side by side with him. She catches herself and blushes furiously, cursing her own foolish thoughts about changing the past. Aras suddenly reaches out and squeezes her hand, whispering that if they were both students, they'd be holding hands right here in the hallway. Arase insists the hallway is empty, ignoring Sensei's frantic protest to let go. He leads her through the school, stating that as classmates, their public affection would be perfectly acceptable. In her mind, Sensei envisions a life where they could simply share a quiet lunch together at their desks. Arase suggests stopping for fast food on the way home, leading Sensei to worry that being with him would only make her gain weight. She imagines her high school self as a strict class president, barking orders at boys to stop slacking off and start cleaning. Aras nails the description, and a stunned Sensei admits that she actually held that exact position back in the day. He calls her Rinko-chan, mocking her for being so incredibly easy to read. Sensei explodes in embarrassment, demanding to know who gave him permission to use her first name so casually. Aras doubles down, clarifying that since they are pretend lovers, honorifics have no place in their conversation. He challenges her to actually act the part, telling her to get close and treat him like a real boyfriend. Sensei struggles to keep up with the roleplay, while Arase reminds her that this is all just a harmless game of pretend. Internally, Sensei panics, admitting to herself that her total lack of romantic experience makes her completely unqualified for this. Aras flashes a smug, feline smirk, clearly enjoying the way he's cornered his teacher. Sensei realizes he's just using the scenario as another way to toy with her emotions and make her blush. Determined not to lose, she lunges forward and clings to his arm, declaring that she can handle this much since it's only a game. Arase is quietly thrilled by her sudden boldness, while Sensei tries to act like leaning on him is the easiest thing in the world. They walk down the silent corridor together, enjoying the rare peace of an empty school building. Sensei takes the roleplay a step further, deciding to drop her polite speech entirely to match their lover status. Aras teases her for being surprisingly invested in the fantasy, once again using her first name to break her composure. The mood turns somber as Sensei admits she feels guilty that her role as a teacher is robbing him of a normal youth, agreeing to continue the game just to give him a taste of real romance. Aras's expression softens as he looks at her, the playful game of pretend reaching a new level of sincerity. The textbooks they were carrying slip from their hands and clatter onto the floor, forgotten in the heat of the moment. Arase suddenly pins Sensei against the window, catching her completely off guard as she lets out a startled yelp. He pulls her into a tight, desperate embrace, refusing to let go, while Sensei frantically reminds him of how they nearly got caught the last time he pulled a stunt like this. Arase buries his face near her, whispering a heartfelt confession about how truly glad he is to have fallen in love with her. He gently cups her face and leans in, his intensity making Sensei's heart race as the boundary between their roles completely vanishes for a split second. Reality snaps back as Sensei aggressively pinches Aras's cheek, shutting down his advance with a firm, painful reminder of where they are. A defeated Arase laments that he thought he could get away with it during their game, but Sensei points out he was already slipping back into calling her his teacher. Aras straightens up, his eyes meeting hers with a look of unwavering honesty that silences her protests. He tells her that he doesn't need the fantasy, because he loves her exactly as she is right now, leaving Sensei frozen in a state of pure shock. Aras insists on going on real dates, but Sensei reminds him that their situation makes such a thing impossible, leading to another round of their signature bickering. Back in class, the lesson continues as Sensei writes the idiom Ishibe Kinkichi on the chalkboard. She explains that the phrase refers to someone who is stubbornly thick-headed and inflexible, using it as a literary example. Sensei continues her lecture, unaware of the whispers beginning to circulate among the students in the back rows. One student jokingly notes that the description fits Yoshitaka Sensei perfectly, causing her ear to twitch as she catches the insult. Transition ignored, Sakota and his friends erupt into quiet laughter, even coming up with a mocking nickname for their strict teacher based on the lesson. They continue to mock her behind their desks, thinking they are safely out of her earshot while they enjoy their little joke. The laughter stops instantly as Sensei looms over them with a terrifying aura, ordering all three of them to report to the staff room immediately. Sensei storms out of the classroom, fuming over the endless supply of hopeless students she has to deal with every single day. Sensei is horrified to discover that the Kinko Sensei nickname has already spread to the other classes in the hallway. She watches the students laughing and joking around, their carefree attitude feeling like a personal insult to her strict professional standards. She wonders what could possibly be so funny as she pushes through another day of school stress. Stepping into the room, she prepares to enforce her authority once again. The students clatter to their feet as she gives the command to stand, though the atmosphere remains heavy with boredom. Aras is the only one who doesn't move, fast asleep at his desk and completely ignoring the start of the period. Later that evening, Sensei walks down the quiet hallway of her apartment building, finally free from her professional mask. She drops her bags and kicks off her heels the second she gets inside, ready to shed the teacher persona. She slides out of her uniform, letting her hair down and beginning her nightly ritual of total relaxation. Switching into comfortable sweatpants, she finally allows her body to relax after a grueling day of dealing with hopeless students. She collapses into her chair and sighs in relief, reaching for the TV remote to escape reality for a while. The screen lights up with a melodramatic romance, showing a couple sharing a tearful, emotional reunion. The strict teacher is nowhere to be found as she begins to sob uncontrollably along with the characters on the screen. Surrounded by a mountain of tissues, she cries over the power of love, while the fictional couple on screen shares a dramatic goodbye. She eventually pulls herself together to eject the disc, admitting that this specific romance series is her ultimate emotional weakness. Her heart nearly stops when she checks the case and realizes she missed the return deadline by an entire day. Panic sets in as she realizes she has to return the DVD immediately to avoid a massive late fee. In her haste, she fumbles around without her glasses, her nearsightedness making even the simplest movements a dangerous gamble. A sickening crack fills the room as she accidentally steps right on her glasses, shattering the frames and her last bit of composure. To make matters worse, it's pouring rain outside, and she's forced to walk to a distant rental store just because she was too embarrassed to use the one near school. Sensei finally reaches the Tsutada rental store, the rain continuing to pour down on the building. She walks into the store unsteadily, her vision a total blur as she struggles to navigate without her glasses. Looking completely beat, she laments that her lack of daily exercise has finally come back to haunt her during the long walk. She places the DVD on the counter, only for the clerk to hit her with a 300 yen late fee. Sensei feels the sting of defeat, realizing this is the first time in her life she's ever failed to return something on time. Disaster strikes again as she fumbles with her wallet, sending her coins scattering all over the floor. She frantically crouches down to collect the money, dying of embarrassment as the clerk helps her pick up the loose change. Desperate to escape, she prepares to bolt for the door, thankful she's far enough from home that no one will recognize her. She stops suddenly when a voice calls out to her, forcing her to squint through the darkness at a mysterious figure. A blurry young man in a store uniform offers to walk her home since he's just about to finish his shift. Sensei struggles to identify the stranger, who warns her that it's far too dangerous for a girl to be out alone at this hour. The figure tells her to wait just a moment while he gets ready, leaving a very confused Sensei standing in the lobby. She watches the blurry person wave goodbye to the shop, frustrated that her nearsightedness is keeping her from seeing his face. They head out into the rain together, with the boy taking the lead and holding the umbrella to keep her dry. Still completely clueless, Sensei marvels at what she thinks is the incredible premium service offered by the rental shop. The boy quickly corrects her, explaining that his gesture is strictly personal and has absolutely nothing to do with his job. Her heart skips a beat as she realizes this is officially the first time in her entire life that a boy has walked her home. The atmosphere shifts as she looks at the figure beside her, her mind starting to make a startling connection. Sensei spirals into a romantic panic, wondering if this person is her real-life version of the hero from her favorite drama. The fantasy is shattered when the boy calls her Sensei, pointing out that she's surprisingly careless when she's not at school. Aras compliments her, telling her that she actually looks pretty cute, even without her glasses. Sensei continues to stare at the blurry figure, the familiar tone of his voice sending her heart into a frantic pace. The realization hits her like a physical blow. She is currently being walked home in the middle of the night by one of her own students. Overwhelmed by pure panic and shame, she frantically tells him that she can handle the rest of the walk by herself. She sprints away into the dark, telling him to keep his umbrella as she makes a desperate soaking wet getaway. Her feet splash through the puddles as she agonizes over how a student could have caught her in such a vulnerable state. She runs toward home, mortified that she was seen returning an embarrassing DVD past its due date while looking like a total mess. The rain continues to pour over the quiet apartment complex as she finally reaches her front door. Once inside, she collapses face first onto her bed in total defeat, not even bothered by her wet clothes. She lies there in misery, certain that by tomorrow morning, she will be the laughingstock of the entire school. The rainy night eventually fades away as the city skyline transitions into a new day. The loud chime of the school bells echoes through the building, signaling the start of the morning classes. Back in her professional suit and glasses, Sensei scans the hallways with a look of extreme suspicion and anxiety. She notes with surprise that it's been several days since the incident, yet no rumors about her have surfaced among the students. She pauses in the corridor, still trying to piece together exactly which student it was that helped her that night. Spotting a student with an open collar, she snaps back into her strict persona, barking that an unkempt uniform reflects an unkempt heart. It turns out to be Aras, who gives a lazy response and begins to fix his shirt just to stop her shouting. Sensei huffs and marches past him, while Arase stops and watches her retreating back with a lingering gaze. He stands alone for a moment, a faint and knowing expression crossing his face. Aras eventually turns to walk away with a friend, leaving the secret of that rainy night safely hidden between the two of them. Inside the classroom, Yoshitaka Sensei announces she is finally returning the graded quizzes. She drops a bombshell, declaring that anyone who scored under 50 points is stuck with mandatory supplementary lessons. Sensei pushes her glasses up with a terrifying glare, daring any student to raise their hand and object to her ruling. The classroom falls into a deathly silence as the students tremble under her intense professional authority. She begins the distribution, calling out names while the nervous tension in the room reaches its peak. It's finally Aras's turn, and he trudges to the front of the room with his usual lazy demeanor. Sensei hands him his paper with a neutral expression, keeping their secret connection perfectly hidden from the class. Aras stares at his score in total shock, his eyes wide as he processes the results of his efforts. Sensei immediately moves on to the next student, calling out for Ito-kun while Arase stands there frozen. She returns to her business at the podium, acting as if nothing unusual just happened between them. Arase sits back down and hides his face behind his test paper, his mind already spinning with his next move. The school bell rings, and Arase immediately corners Sensei in the hallway to show off his achievement. He reveals the unthinkable. a high score of 90, proving he actually took her New Year's wish to heart. Aras aggressively shoves the paper toward her, demanding she acknowledge his sudden academic brilliance. Sensei maintains her stoic mask, coldly asking him exactly what he expects her to do with this information. He points to the sparkling 90 on the page, asking her directly what she honestly thinks of his massive improvement. A heavy silence follows as Arase waits for the praise he feels he's rightfully earned from his teacher. He declares that since he truly tried his best, he deserves a proper reward for fulfilling her desire. Aras leans in and whispers about a reward with a teasing look, sending Sensei into a state of visible fluster. Sensei snaps back into teacher mode, lecturing him that he should be getting full marks and comparing him to better students, leaving a sulky Aras complaining about her unfairness. Sensei slams her hand down and shouts a challenge at Arase, demanding to know if he's ready for her next lecture. Aras can only blink in confusion, caught off guard by the sudden fire in her eyes. She points a finger directly at him, ordering him to just say he's ready without asking any more questions. Aras gives a hesitant confirmation, unsure of what kind of trap his teacher is setting for him this time. Sensei leans in with an intense aura, asking him the fundamental question of why he even bothers to come to school and study. The question leaves Arase speechless, forced to confront the lack of a real goal in his academic life. Sensei continues her lecture, stating that learning shouldn't just be a means to get a reward from her. She explodes with passion, shouting that every other student is currently fighting and studying hard for the sake of their own futures. She finalizes her rant by telling him to take his life more seriously, leaving Aras looking completely drained. Sensei storms off in a huff, while Arase is left in the hallway growling with frustration over her sudden mood swing. Later in class, Sensei ignores him entirely while teaching, leading Arase to glare at her through the door window in a fit of pique. His anger only grows when he receives a text from her later, stating she's working late and won't be bringing him any homemade food today. Back at his part-time job, a cynical Arase mops the floor and concludes that nothing good ever comes from taking things seriously. He watches in disgust as his lazy co-worker, Hieta-san, gets showered with attention from female customers just for being funny. Arase realizes they both earn the exact same salary despite his own hard work, fueling his bitterness toward the situation. He slumps over the counter and sighs, officially declaring that the entire world is fundamentally unfair. The focus shifts to the official results of the sophomore quizzes being prepared for the students. Back in the faculty office, Sensei hums a happy tune while typing away on her laptop, her earlier anger seemingly forgotten. Igarashi-sensei notices the change and calls her out for being in an unusually good mood. Rinko frantically denies it, but her colleague's skeptical gaze makes it clear she isn't fooling anyone. Igarashi-sensei looks over the results and is genuinely impressed by Arase's high score, finally seeing the fruits of his labor. Rinko tries to act professional, claiming she's only satisfied that her teaching methods are finally yielding results for such a difficult student. She gazes at the screen with a rare, gentle smile, quietly hoping that Arase can maintain this new momentum in his studies. Her colleague catches the soft expression and immediately starts wearing a knowing, teasing grin that makes Rinko break out in a cold sweat. Igarashi-sensei asks the million-dollar question. Did Rinko actually give the boy any praise for his hard work? Rinko admits with a look of pure guilt that she actually ended up losing her temper and scolding him instead of offering any kindness. Igarashi-sensei warns her that constant negativity will destroy his motivation, leaving Rinko even more depressed about her own social failures as an adult. Rinko reflects on Arase's grueling schedule, recalling his playful demand for a reward after he presented his score of 90. She spirals into a panicked internal monologue, convinced that a reward from a high schooler could only mean one thing: a kiss. She clutches her head in total mortification, realizing that her imagination is currently filled with things she is legally and professionally forbidden from doing. Igarashi-sensei watches her colleague literally steam with embarrassment, wondering why such a simple conversation is causing a total mental meltdown. The quiet of the winter trees signals the end of another long day of faculty internal drama and hidden romantic tension. Morning arrives, and the sound of birds chirping greets the start of another school day for the students and teachers alike. Igarashi-sensei stands at the school gates, ordering the straggling students to pick up the pace before the first bell rings. She keeps a watchful eye on the entrance, clearly waiting for a specific lazy student to make an appearance. Aras trudges along at a snail's pace, letting out a massive yawn that makes his total lack of effort obvious to everyone watching. He sulks about the pointlessness of trying in this world, leading Igarashi-sensei to realize he's taking the lack of a reward very hard. She sighs and warns him that his attitude will only make Rinko sad, especially since she was secretly thrilled about his recent success. Aras is caught completely off guard, the realization that he actually made his teacher happy finally hitting him. Igarashi-sensei loses her patience and shoves him toward the door, telling him to get inside and quit wasting time. Sensei adjusts her glasses and barks at Arase to finally start taking his studies seriously. Arase sits at his desk with his chin in his hand, secretly wondering if his teacher was actually as happy about his high score as Igarashi claimed. He corners Sensei in a quiet hallway, his footsteps echoing as he closes the distance between them. Sensei is caught off guard by his sudden appearance, her professional composure instantly wavering. Arase shouts a challenge at her, causing Sensei to jump back in a state of total, wide-eyed shock. Putting on a theatrical air, Arase claims he's finally deciphered the true mystery of why he's even bothered to study lately. He strikes a dramatic pose and declares that all his hard work is solely for Sensei's sake, leaving her completely baffled. Sensei can only stare in a heavy silence, her mind reeling at the sheer absurdity of her student's bold claim. Aras puffs out his chest and brags that even if his grades are the worst, he is still number one when it comes to his love for her. Sensei lets out a weary sigh, pushing her glasses up and begging him to please focus on his own future instead of her. He counters that his future is already tied to hers, making his academic efforts a personal gift to her anyway. Aras asks if she would truly be happy to see his grades improve, forcing a massive blush to crawl across her face. When she quietly confirms it would make her happy, Aras vows to try his absolute best just to see that reaction again. He flashes a genuine, heartwarming smile and tells her that her happiness is the only reward he actually cares about. Sensei stands frozen, the sincerity in his eyes hitting her harder than any lecture ever could. She looks up at him with a vulnerable expression, the line between teacher and lover blurring once more. Taking a sudden, bold stand, Sensei orders Arase to close his eyes right there in the hallway. A confused Arase complies, closing his eyes and waiting as Sensei tells him to hurry up and stay still. Sensei takes a deep, nervous breath, her face glowing with a mix of fear and determination as she leans in. She rises up on her tiptoes, closing the final gap between them for a secret reward that the school would never allow. Sensei reaches out and gives Arase a gentle pat on the head as his long-awaited reward. Aras stands there with a massive question mark over his head, clearly underwhelmed by the gesture. Blushing and clearing her throat, Sensei insists that a head pat from a teacher is more than enough of a reward. Aras touches the spot where she patted him, looking completely stunned by how meager the prize was. He leans in close and bluntly asks if that's really all he gets for his hard work. Arase demands something better if she's going to offer a reward at all, sending Sensei into a fit of rage because he previously claimed he didn't need anything. She looks away and sets a new bar, promising him a better reward only if he manages to score a perfect 100 next time. Sensei marches away with her heels clicking, leaving Arase standing alone in the hallway to process the new challenge. A small, satisfied smirk plays on Arase's lips as he realizes he still has her on the hook. Transition ignored. The academic high doesn't last long, as a test paper returns with a miserable score of 30. Sensei radiates a dark aura in the office, demanding an explanation for why his grades have plummeted back to the bottom. She calls him out for breaking his promise to do his best, but Aras just gives a lazy shrug and claims his previous success was a total fluke. Exhausted by his lack of consistency, Sensei lets out a heavy sigh and decides to drop the matter for now. They sit in the silence of the classroom, Arase realizing that his failure just created another perfect opportunity for a private reward session. Sensei panics and demands he return the previous reward, but Arase smugly tells her that once a gift is given, it can't be taken back. Aras walks through the school, his hands in his pockets as he enjoys the quiet atmosphere of the building. He pauses mid-stride, his sharp eyes catching sight of someone in distress near the lockers. He spots a girl hiding in a corner, realizing that encountering a crying student usually leads to some kind of complicated drama. Aras recognizes her as Nishino-san, Sakota's girlfriend, and watches as she trembles in a state of pure, sobbing heartbreak. Arase approaches Nishino-san and asks her what's wrong, noticing her visible distress by the lockers. She immediately bursts into loud, hysterical sobs, shouting his name as she prepares to unload her emotional baggage on him. Nishino-san clings to Arase's arm, getting uncomfortably close as she begins a frantic rant about how Sakotan has betrayed her. Tears stream down her face while she laments her situation, looking completely devastated by Sakota's recent actions. Arase watches her with a look of pure confusion, internally wondering if his friend actually had the guts to cheat on her. The betrayal is revealed. Nishino-san screams that Sakota has been watching naughty videos behind her back, leaving Arase wishing he'd never asked. Sakota suddenly charges into the hallway at full speed, shouting for Mika to stop and listen to him. He catches up to them, looking desperate as he begs his girlfriend to give him a chance to explain himself. Nishino-san brands him a cheater and tells him to stay away, while Arase stands awkwardly in the middle of their lovers' quarrel. Sakota gives a terrible defense, admitting he likes doing inappropriate things, but also enjoys watching them, which Arase notes is a pathetic excuse. He insists he's been completely faithful, but Aras doesn't help his case by calling him a horny monkey in front of his angry girlfriend. Arase sarcastically chants for them to just break up already, earning a furious glare and an insult from his panicked best friend. Nishino-san stops her crying and puts on an intense, stubborn pout as she reaches her breaking point. In a fit of petty revenge, she declares she's transferring her love to Arase and clings to him while Sakota watches in horror. Arase is left completely speechless by the sudden transfer, while Sakota lets out a strangled cry of pure despair. Aras tries to politely excuse himself from the drama, but Sakota just screams at him to get away from his girl, while Nishino-san refuses to let go. She sticks her tongue out at Sakota in a childish display of defiance, officially declaring war on her boyfriend. The weight of the rejection finally crushes Sakota, and he collapses onto the floor in a cloud of misery. Back in the classroom, a heavy atmosphere of gloom surrounds Sakota as he slumps over his desk, while Aras watches him in silence. Hoping to break the tension, Arase finally calls out to his friend and suggests they head to the school store to clear their heads. Sakota remains slumped in his seat, clicking his tongue in a dark cloud of jealousy and annoyance. The classroom door slides open as Nishino-san cheerfully calls out Arase's name, ignoring her actual boyfriend entirely. Sakota's eyes bulge in shock, watching his girlfriend walk right past him to engage with Arase. He slams his desk in a fit of rage, growling under his breath as the scene unfolds. Nishino-san tells Arase to just ignore the shouting, while a frantic Sakota storms out of the room, calling his friend a handsome jerk. She shifts the mood instantly, leaning over Arase's desk to announce that gym class has left her absolutely starving for lunch. Arase stares back with his signature deadpan look, clearly tired of being the middleman in their relationship drama. He asks her to stop using him as a tool to make Sakota jealous, but she just gives him a stubborn, childish pout. Nishino-san insists she doesn't care about Sakota anymore and wants to officially go out with Arase instead. Arase questions her true feelings, but she doubles down on the act, claiming she'd totally consider hooking up with him. She slaps Arase on the shoulder and tells him to quit worrying about the little details so they can finally start dating. As they head for the door, Sakota watches from the distance, asking where they think they are going. Nishino-san reveals her secret weapon, telling Arase that she actually went through the trouble of making him a homemade lunch. Arase pauses, the prospect of a free meal immediately grabbing his full attention. She presents a beautifully arranged bento box, complete with heart-shaped rice and a generous serving of fried chicken. Arase's eyes light up with pure joy at the sight of the chicken, his stomach officially winning over his loyalty. Nishino-san tells him to say "ah" and feeds him a piece, right as Yoshitaka-sensei appears in the hallway with a terrifyingly calm aura. Arase happily chomps down on the food, while Sakota stands in the background, looking like his soul has finally left his body. Sensei forces a smile and notes how well the two of them seem to get along, her internal jealousy reaching a boiling point. Clinging to Arasi's arm, Nishino-san happily announces to the world that they are officially starting their life as a couple. Sensei gives a hollow congratulations, her voice dripping with suppressed irritation as she takes the news of his new relationship. She marches away without another word, leaving Arase sweating as he desperately tries to ditch his new girlfriend. He watches Sensei's retreating back, the weight of his mistake finally sinking in as he calls out to her. Arase catches her in the hallway, trying to explain that his relationship with Nishino-san is just a complicated misunderstanding. Sensei keeps her back turned, coldly stating that his romantic choices are none of her business as his teacher. Seeing right through her facade, Arase nervously asks if she's actually furious with him for the stunt he pulled. She orders him to be quiet and stop following her, her professional heels clicking sharply against the floor. Sensei delivers a final, stinging blow, telling him she absolutely loathes him before disappearing into the faculty room. The rejection hits Arase like a physical weight, leaving him floating in a void of total regret. The classroom becomes a pit of despair as both Sakota and Arase collapse onto their desks in total, synchronized gloom. Aras realizes that if he ever wants Sensei to speak to him again, he has to fix the mess between Sakota and Nishino-san first. Sakota remains a walking cloud of misery, completely broken by the thought of his best friend stealing his girl. After school, Arase sighs at his locker, wondering how he's going to dig himself out of this hole. Nishino-san suddenly appears, cheerfully demanding that they walk home together to keep up the charade. Arase gives the excuse that he has a work shift, but she immediately offers to tag along and wait for him. He hesitates, the pressure of her constant presence starting to make him break out in a cold sweat. Arase finally drops the act, bluntly confessing to her that there is already someone else he's truly in love with. Nishino-san's eyes light up with a gossip-hungry gleam, demanding he reveal the secret identity of his mystery crush. She begs him to let her help his love life, but Arase stubbornly refuses to give her a single detail. He looks at her with a heavy gaze and asks if she can actually move time forward 3 years, so he can finally be with the one he wants. Nishino-san bursts into laughter at Arase's serious request, finding the idea of moving time forward 3 years absolutely hilarious. As the two walk away together, Sensei watches them from the window, her heart sinking as she sees them acting like a happy couple. She fumes in secret, her jealousy reaching a breaking point as she mistakenly assumes Arase is actually enjoying his time with Nishino-san. Her internal spiral is interrupted when she stumbles upon a familiar figure, curled up in a ball of misery in the school hallway. It's Sakota, and the poor guy looks like his entire world has just ended. Sensei crouches down beside him, her teacher instincts kicking in as she recalls that he was supposed to be the one dating Nishino-san. She gives him a sharp look, realizing the classroom's social hierarchy is currently in total chaos. She calls out Sakota's name, finally pulling him out of his deep state of self-pity. Sensei stands over him with a terrifying aura of authority, ready to get to the bottom of this drama. She pushes her glasses up and demands he tell her exactly what is going on between his girlfriend and Arase. Sensei demands the truth, her professional mask barely hiding her own personal desperation for answers. Night falls over the city as the scene shifts to the bright lights of the local 24-hour cafe. Nishino-san is comfortably settled inside, reading manga and sipping a drink while she waits for Arase to finish his shift. Arase's co-worker, Hieta-san, notes how dedicated the girlfriend is, but Arase is quick to shoot down the assumption. He bluntly clarifies that she isn't his girlfriend, leaving the older man looking intrigued and suspicious. Hieta-san jokingly asks if that means he has a chance with her, but Arase reminds him that hitting on a student is highly illegal. Arase's phone sits alone on the break room table, suddenly vibrating with a new notification. A message from Yoshitaka-sensei pops up on the screen, revealing that she's been waiting for him to reach out. He picks up the phone and reads the text in silence, his mind drifting back to the complicated teacher who truly owns his heart. Meanwhile, Nishino-san continues her wait, looking completely oblivious to the digital tension happening just a few feet away. Aras finally finishes his shift, and Nishino insists on walking him home through the quiet streets. As they stroll together, Nishino excitedly plans her next visit to the cafe to catch up on more manga. Aras spots a park pavilion in the middle of the snow and suggests they take a seat to talk. The two settle down on a bench, though Arase keeps nervously scanning their surroundings for any onlookers. Nishino gets curious and asks Arase to describe exactly what kind of person he's actually in love with. Aras admits his crush is a massive troublemaker who gets angry easily and constantly shuts down his attempts to kiss her. Nishino watches him with a knowing look, realizing just how serious he is about this mystery woman. Aras falls into a somber silence, his expression showing the depth of the burden he's carrying. He quietly confirms his feelings as they sit together in the freezing night air. Aras suddenly turns the conversation back on Nishino, questioning the actual sincerity of her transfer to him. The atmosphere shifts violently as a sudden, aggressive movement catches Nishino completely off guard. Aras pins Nishino down on the park bench, taking total control of the space between them. Looming over her with a dark, intense gaze, he asks if she really still wants to go out with him after seeing this side of him. Nishino's heart hammers against her ribs as she struggles to process being pushed down in such a public place. Arase tells her to be quiet and stay still, while Nishino can only marvel at how bold he's suddenly become. Total disaster. Sakota and Yoshitaka Sensei are watching the entire scene unfold from the shadows of a nearby building. Both of them stand in a state of pure, soul-crushing shock at the sight of the betrayal. Sensei's brain immediately compares the situation to a dramatic rescue scene from her favorite secret romance series. She desperately tries to shove a trembling Sakota forward, ordering him to go save his girlfriend from Arase's clutches. Back on the bench, a sweating Arase begins to worry that his plan to scare her off is going to get the police called on them. Watching the scene from behind the wall, Yoshitaka Sensei reaches her absolute limit, declaring she can't stand to see another second of it. She loses all patience with the sobbing boy beside her, ordering Sakota to stop complaining and get out there to stop them. Sakota finally finds his courage, letting out a roar of determination as he prepares to charge. He sprints toward the pavilion at full speed, screaming Mika's name while Arase and Nishino look on in total shock. Sakota doesn't hold back, delivering a powerful punch that sends Arase reeling backward. He immediately checks on Mika to see if she's okay, while Arase hits the deck with a heavy thud. Desperate to fix things, Sakota begs for her forgiveness, admitting through his tears how much he truly needs her. He drops into a full dogeza on the snowy ground, promising to do absolutely anything she asks just to stay with her. Arase groans on the ground, holding his throbbing jaw, while Nishino watches her boyfriend's dramatic display of loyalty. Nishino softens and reaches out a hand, giving him one condition. He is never allowed to watch naughty videos by himself again. She announces that from now on, they'll be watching those kinds of things together. Her face a mask of pure, stubborn resolve. Overwhelmed with joy and relief, Sakota looks up at her with sparkling eyes, his heart finally at peace. The couple shares a warm hug as they reconcile, leaving Arase lying in the snow, wondering why he was the one who ended up getting dumped in his own plan. The happy couple walks away into the night, their relationship stronger than ever thanks to Aras's questionable intervention. Aras sits alone on the bench, nursing his sore jaw and cursing Sakota for being such a violent jerk. A cool, soft sensation touches his cheek as someone applies a handkerchief to his injury. He looks up to find Yoshitaka Sensei standing over him, her expression a mix of concern and a very dangerous amount of irritation. She reveals she heard every word of his earlier description, specifically the part about her being troublesome and refusing to kiss him. Despite the awkwardness, Arase looks her in the eye and reaffirms his feelings, telling her he still loves her regardless of her temper. Sensei stares back at him through her glasses, a heavy, unreadable silence settling between the two as the winter night deepens around them. Sensei asks him if he really treasures her even more than the homemade lunchboxes she provides. A loud, poorly timed growl from Aras's stomach immediately ruins the sincerity of the moment. Sensei delivers a series of swift knocks to his head, calling him the absolute worst for his lack of romantic timing. They sit in the quiet park after their long night, Arase reminding her that their plan to fix Sakota's relationship actually worked. Sensei looks away with a pensive expression, admitting she feels guilty for dragging him into such a reckless scheme. She begins a vulnerable confession, fearing that her behavior seems incredibly shameful and immature for an adult teacher. With tears in her eyes, she finally admits that she's simply too terrified of losing him to another girl. Aras watches her with a rare, soft expression as she tries to hide her sobs in the cold night air. She notices his gentle smile and immediately snaps at him, demanding to know why he's looking at her like that. Aras tells her he was just thinking about how much she really does care for him, sending her right back into a state of shock. Sensei explodes in embarrassment, screaming at him to keep his focus on being sorry for his earlier behavior. Without a word, Aras pulls her back into a tight hug and offers another quiet, sincere apology. He holds her firmly on the park bench, promising that he officially belongs to her and only her. Sensei melts into the embrace, the silence of the winter night finally feeling peaceful and safe. She pulls back slightly to issue one final stern ultimatum. She will never forgive him if he ever decides to cheat. Aras gives a lazy acknowledgement, prompting Sensei to shout for a much more serious and proper response. Back at school, Aras watches a couple shamelessly flirting in the hallway and internally hopes they both just explode. The sun sets, and the stars take over the city skyline, signaling the end of another long day. Sensei tracks him down at his apartment again, handing over a massive pot of hot, homemade stew. She begins unloading a mountain of supplies from her car, determined to make sure he has everything he needs to survive another week. Aras stands there holding a massive stack of food containers and a pot, looking completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of supplies. He notes that this is way more food than she usually brings, while Sensei slams her trunk shut with a determined huff. Sensei drops the news that she's heading back to her family home tomorrow. Aras stands frozen, the word home echoing in his head as he processes the sudden separation. She explains that with a few days off, it's only right to spend them with her parents, since they're always asking for a visit. Even though they live in the same town, their busy work schedules mean they rarely get a chance to actually see each other. She looks at him, sensing the shift in the mood as the reality of her departure sinks in. Aras looks absolutely crushed, holding his mountain of food while Sensei tries to reassure him it's only for 3 days. The weight of the world seems to settle on his shoulders as he realizes he won't be seeing his favorite teacher for a while. They engage in some light banter about whether time moves slower for the young, with Sensei getting defensive about her age. A quick recap of our main players. Arase, the 17-year-old workhorse, and Yoshitaka Sensei, the 25-year-old teacher who gets easily carried away. Sensei points out that he has to work through the holiday anyway, but Arase sighs that his job is now the only thing he has left. He slumps down and rants about how much he hates busy holidays, feeling the crushing weight of a lonely break. Seeing his despair, Sensei finally caves and promises to give him a call while she's away. Arase's face instantly lights up with pure, unadulterated joy at the prospect of hearing her voice. He lunges forward and pulls her into a massive, bone-crushing squeeze that catches her completely by surprise. He refuses to let go, demanding a promise that they'll stay connected through video chats the entire time. Sensei gasps for air, complaining that he's squeezing the life out of her, but Arase stubbornly holds on tight. He declares that since they're losing 3 days together, he needs to collect 3 days worth of hugs right this second. Sensei rolls her eyes and tells him he's totally overreacting, but she can't help but smile as she melts into his embrace. Sensei's car roars to life and pulls out of the parking lot, officially starting her short trip away. Arase stands alone in the cold, waving a quiet goodbye as the taillights disappear into the night. Behind the wheel, Sensei can't help but wear a soft, lingering smile, her heart still warm from their final embrace. Her thoughts take a turn as she wonders if bringing up her own family was insensitive, knowing Arase's lonely living situation. She catches her own reflection in the mirror and decides that the moment she returns, she'll reward him with the best meal he's ever had. The morning sun rises over the quiet suburbs as she drives toward her destination, fueled by thoughts of a delicious future meal. She finally arrives at a large house, the familiar sight of her childhood home, bringing a sense of nostalgic comfort. Her mother, Miyuki, is already outside pacing back and forth with a look of pure, maternal anxiety. The sound of Sensei's engine finally breaks the silence of the neighborhood as she pulls into the driveway. Miyuki's face lights up with joy as she spots her daughter through the car window. Sensei steps out of the car, looking completely drained, admitting to her mother that the long drive was brutal. Miyuki immediately begins her inspection, worrying that her daughter has grown far too thin since they last saw each other. Sensei rolls her eyes at the familiar lecture, dismissively noting that her mother's overprotective worrying is a yearly tradition. She pushes open the front door and announces her arrival to her father, expecting a warm welcome. Instead, she finds her father, Seiji, buried behind a newspaper with a massive platter of untouched sushi sitting on the table. Seiji lowers his paper just enough to deliver a terrifying glare over his glasses, barking that she's inexcusably late. He explodes in a fit of rage over the expensive sushi losing its freshness, while Sensei argues she warned them not to wait. The atmosphere turns icy as Seiji yells about the importance of family promises and his total hatred for anyone who breaks their word. Sensei crosses her arms and fires back that his stubbornness is the real problem, leaving her mother to desperately try and play peacemaker. The tension breaks for a split second as Sensei suddenly remembers a missing member of the household and asks about An-chan. Seiji's eyebrow twitches with irritation as the family conversation takes a sharp turn toward his other daughter. Miyuki nervously reveals that An-chan mentioned stopping by her boyfriend's house, catching Sensei completely off guard. The mother adds that she should be returning any minute, but the heavy silence that follows suggests a deeper family tension. Sensei's professional composure shatters as she screams in disbelief that her younger sister actually has a boyfriend. She sinks into a dark cloud of gloom, realizing her sister, who is 5 years younger, has officially surpassed her in the romance department. The sound of the front door clicking open interrupts the drama, and Seiji's aura of fury intensifies as he hides behind his paper. The younger sister, Anne, walks through the door, introducing herself as being home while leading a mysterious small child by the hand. Sensei's eyes nearly pop out of her head in pure, unadulterated horror at the sight of the unexpected guest. Rinko completely loses her cool, screaming that the boy is way too young for her sister, while her mother frantically tries to de-escalate the situation. Anne calmly drops a bombshell, introducing the young boy as Haru-kun, her boyfriend's son. The mother whispers the scandalous truth to Rinko. Anne's boyfriend is actually a single father, leaving Sensei absolutely floored. Anne explains that since the daycare is closed for the holiday, and her boyfriend is stuck at work, she volunteered to look after the boy. Miyuki bites her lip in worry, questioning if it's truly appropriate for her daughter to be burdened with someone else's child so early in a relationship. Anne dismisses the concern with a casual shrug, noting that she and Haru-kun are already great friends who play together all the time. In a rare moment of total agreement, both Sensei and her father roar a simultaneous "no way" and "no good" at the top of their lungs. Anne gives them a cold, piercing glare that would make most people freeze in their tracks, demanding to know exactly what they just said. Seiji bellows that he never gave permission for such a complicated relationship, while Sensei frantically backs him up, citing her sister's lack of foresight. Rinko continues her panicked rant, convinced the whole situation is a disaster waiting to happen, while Anne mocks her for being so judgmental the second she walked through the door. The father gets even louder, accusing the boyfriend of simply looking for a convenient way to dump his parenting responsibilities onto someone else. Anne slams her hands onto the table and delivers a brutal counterattack, calling out her father for being a hypocrite who leaves all the housework to their mother despite her also having a job. Anne declares her boyfriend isn't like their father, leaving the family in shock. She tells Rinko to shut up, pointing out her older sister has never even been in a relationship. The truth hits Rinko like a physical blow, leaving her speechless and reeling from the insult. Miyuki watches from the shadows with Haru-kun, lamenting that calling Rinko home only made the family drama worse. Seiji turns to his eldest daughter, asking if she'd ever be foolish enough to date an improper man. Rinko freezes, her mind flashing to her secret student boyfriend as she struggles to give an honest answer. The sisters continue to bicker until Anne demands to know if they are accusing her boyfriend of being a lowlife. The room suddenly falls silent as everyone hears a soft, rhythmic sniffing sound. Haru-kun breaks down into loud, miserable sobs, the family shouting finally becoming too much for the little boy. Desperate to end the conflict, Miyuki suggests they all just sit down and eat for now. The meal begins with a close-up of the sushi, which has officially grown stale and unappetizing during the fight. The family eats in a heavy, awkward silence, the tension at the table making every bite feel like lead. The scene shifts back to the quiet hallway of Arace's apartment building. Arace checks his wallet and finds an advertisement for a manga series. He sits alone in his room, focused on a cardboard box as he prepares for another night of labor. His older sister Mako suddenly kicks the door open, demanding he lend her some cash with a cheeky grin. Arace doesn't even look up, completely ignoring her presence while he continues with his work. Mako lunges at him and grabs him by the collar, screaming for some respect and attention. She begs for 5,000 yen to blow on pachinko, but Arase delivers a cold, final refusal. He slams a box of parts down and tells her if she wants money, she has to actually put in the work first. Mako questions Arase's math on his meager earnings, while he tries to explain the reality of small profit margins. Mako throws a tantrum over the low pay, but Arase reminds her that saving money is never as easy as it looks. She notes that even during the holidays, her brother's obsession with financial stability never takes a break. Mako casually suggests he should forget work for once and go on a real date with Sensei. Aras kills the mood by reminding her that Sensei is currently away visiting her parents for the break. Mako falls into a thoughtful silence, her gears clearly turning as she eyes the kitchen. She raids the refrigerator and discovers the containers of food Sensei meticulously prepared for him. Mako helps herself to a snack, noticing with confusion that Arase hasn't touched a single bite of the homemade meal. Arase admits he simply doesn't have an appetite, a confession that leaves the gluttonous Mako completely stunned. He looks away with a wistful expression, his mind clearly preoccupied by the distance between them. Silence fills the room as his phone sits on the charger, waiting for a notification that hasn't arrived. Arase stares at the blank screen, wondering if Sensei is actually enjoying her time away from him. The reality at Sensei's house is far from festive, as the family continues to eat in a miserable, soul-crushing silence. The setting shifts back in time to their childhood home, revealing the roots of their complicated sisterly bond. A 14-year-old Rinko returns home from school, already looking like a model student. She finds a 9-year-old and slumped on the sofa, completely buried in a book and ignoring her surroundings. Little Anne looks up with a deadpan stare and bluntly announces that she's absolutely starving. Rinko complains that she just stepped through the door and tells her younger sister to be patient for just 1 second. She quickly prepares a plate of onigiri, presenting the simple snack as a peace offering. Little Anne stares at the rice balls with a look of pure, unadulterated disappointment, proving she's been difficult since day one. Little Anne pushes the plate away, bluntly declaring that she doesn't want any onigiri. She starts demanding elaborate meals like pork ramen or herring pie, leading Rinko to realize her sister has been watching way too much anime. Anne throws a tantrum, claiming the food is covered in Rinko's germs, which pushes the older sister to her absolute breaking point. Rinko screams back that she won't make anything else if Anne is going to be so ungrateful. Anne bursts into hysterical tears while aggressively stuffing her face with the rice anyway, calling Rinko a total dummy. Later, Rinko finds her little sister curled up in a ball of misery, sniffing quietly in the corner of the room. Feeling guilty, Rinko offers a soft apology for her harsh words, her expression full of regret. Little Anne looks up with wide, tearful eyes, the tension between the sisters finally starting to melt away. Back in the present, the chaos continues as Harukun runs wild with a mop, while Sensei frantically warns him that it's dangerous. Sensei stands at the sink washing dishes, her mind drifting into a heavy, silent state of contemplation. Through the window, she watches Anne and the little boy having the time of their lives, making massive snowballs in the yard. Sensei turns to her mother, finally deciding to ask for her honest opinion on the family's current crisis. She asks her mother if she's truly not worried about dating a man who already has a child. Her mother admits she's concerned, but points out that Anne is the type of person who won't stop just because someone tells her no. Sensei falls into a thoughtful silence, her mother's words striking a very personal nerve. Her mother muses that love often burns much brighter when people are actively against it. The statement hits Sensei like a ton of bricks, forcing her to hide her growing panic behind a cup of tea. Her mother excitedly labels the drama as forbidden love, right as a sudden loud crash shatters the quiet of the kitchen. Sensei drops her cup in total shock, collapsing to the floor to clean up the mess while her mother frantically checks for injuries. Crouched on the ground, Sensei realizes she has absolutely no right to lecture Anne when she's secretly dating her own student. Outside in the yard, An and Haru-kun celebrate their masterpiece, a perfectly built snowman. Sensei watches them from the doorway, her strict expression softening as she observes her sister's maternal side. She steps out into the cold, prompting Anne to ask if the freezing air is finally starting to get to her. Ever the overprotective older sister, Sensei presents a pack of hand warmers to keep them from catching a cold. Anne and Haru-kun both lift their jackets to reveal they are already fully equipped with warmers, leaving Sensei feeling redundant. Anne tells her sister to back off, claiming that her constant worrying is becoming a real nuisance now that she's an adult. Sensing the tension, Haru-kun jumps into a defensive pose, shouting at Sensei to stop bullying his favorite person. Anne breaks into a fit of giggles, gently patting the boy's head and assuring him that her sister is just being her usual awkward self. Sensei watches them and silently admits that despite her sister's sharp tongue, she has a heart of pure gold. She asks if An spends all her free time playing with the boy, and Anne confirms she does it as much as humanly possible. Anne looks away, her voice dropping as she confesses that she knows exactly what it feels like to be a lonely, latchkey kid. Sensei is struck by the realization that even though she was always home, she might have failed to be the companion her sister actually needed, and vows to make sure Haru-kun never has to experience that same hollow feeling of isolation. A flash of memory hits Sensei, showing a young Anne sitting alone on the sofa, proving that her sister's current kindness is born from past pain. The heavy moment is violently ended by a snowball slamming right into Sensei's face. Anne and Haru-kun share a mischievous look, waiting to see if the demon teacher is going to explode or join the fun. Sensei snaps and declares war, charging into the snow and launching a counterattack as the three of them erupt into a chaotic snowball fight. The scene shifts to the quiet, book-filled study, where Seiji sits alone in a heavy silence. The stern father pushes up his glasses, his hardened expression revealing a flicker of something much softer as he stares at his desk. He pulls out a hidden photo of his daughters as children, remembering the days when they used to run to him with nothing but pure love in their eyes. Anne stands her ground, shouting that her boyfriend is nothing like her stubborn father. Seiji retreats to his study, sitting in a dark cloud of silence as he processes the confrontation. The sound of a car pulls his attention to the window as a young voice calls out for his father. Anne's boyfriend finally arrives to pick up Haru-kun, apologizing for being late while the little boy rushes into his arms. Anne introduces her older sister to her boyfriend, and Rinko offers a polite, formal greeting. The man gives a kind smile, admitting he was caught off guard by the surprise family meeting. He offers to go inside and properly introduce himself to her parents, while Rinko silently notes how genuine and pleasant he seems. Anne quickly shoots down the idea, warning him that today is definitely not the right time for that kind of meeting. She admits she's too exhausted for another family shouting match, leaving Rinko to nervously watch the couple. The boyfriend gently pats Anne on the head, thanking her for the help and promising to make it up to her later. Rinko watches the intimate gesture in silence, seeing a side of her sister she never knew existed. Anne leans into the touch with a rare, peaceful smile, proving just how much she cares for this man. Standing back, Rinko finally sees the truth of the situation through the eyes of an observer. She realizes that her little sister isn't just playing house. She's truly, deeply in love. Memories of their childhood flood back, making Rinko realize that Anne's current devotion is a response to the loneliness she felt as a kid. The car peels away as Haru-kun waves goodbye, leaving the two sisters alone in the quiet yard. Anne turns back to her sister, her expression returning to its usual neutral state. Suddenly overwhelmed by the day's events, Rinko starts sweating and trembling as the weight of her own secret relationship hits her. She jokes that her entire life just flashed before her eyes, prompting Anne to ask if she's actually dying. Rinko fixes her glasses and smiles softly, finally admitting that love has a way of making people truly beautiful. Anne maintains her calm exterior, her eyes showing a level of maturity that catches her sister off guard. She casually drops another bomb, revealing that this man isn't even her first boyfriend. Rinko is desperate for more details on her sister's secret dating history, but Anne tells her to mind her own business as they head back inside. Their return is met with a sharp mechanical click as their father looms in the doorway like a final boss. Both Rinko and Anne let out a synchronized squeak of terror, their sisterly bond momentarily united by fear of their father. Seiji crosses his arms and barks that the man was rude for leaving without even a formal introduction. He continues his assault, stating he can never trust a man who targets a woman 15 years younger while already being a parent. Seiji orders Anne to think realistically, questioning if there is any true equality in such a lopsided relationship. He argues that she's wasting her life when there are plenty of other men who could provide her with a more conventional happiness. Anne fires back with total conviction, stating she doesn't need someone to make her happy. She just wants to support the person she loves. The weight of the statement leaves Rinko staring at her younger sister in a state of quiet, reflective shock. Seiji explodes again, vowing not to sit around while his daughter gets taken advantage of by some older man. Rinko finally finds her voice and calls out to her father, arguing that choosing a difficult path doesn't automatically mean misery. She takes a bold stand, her face flushed with passion, as she declares that anything is possible as long as there is love. Seiji is left speechless, staring at his eldest daughter as if he's seeing a complete stranger for the first time. Anne is equally stunned, her eyes wide as she processes the unexpected and fiery support from her usually stiff sister. Their mother watches the scene unfold from the background, the family dynamic shifting in real time. Rinko doubles down on her philosophy, preaching that the depth of one's feelings is the only thing that truly matters in a relationship. The atmosphere in the room turns suspicious as Seiji and An wonder if Rinko is actually speaking from her own secret experience. The house stands quiet under the winter sky, the echoes of their heated debate still lingering within the walls. Rinko sinks into a hot bath at her parents' house, letting out a heavy sigh as she reflects on a truly exhausting day. She muses about her sister Anne's straightforward approach to love, finding it both amazing and a little intimidating. She admits to herself that her own path is far more restricted, leaving her unable to be as open as she truly wants to be. Despite the secrecy, Rinko blushes and concludes that she's never once felt unhappy because the one she's with is Arase. A sudden realization jolts her out of her peaceful daydream, her eyes widening in a state of panic. She splashes out of the tub and frantically grabs a towel, remembering she promised to call Aras tonight. Dressed and ready, she sprints up the stairs while her mother calls out that the bath is free for the next person. Rinko pauses at her bedroom door, trying to calm her racing heart before the big conversation. She checks the clock and realizes Arase should officially be finished with his work shift by now. Determined to be more honest about her feelings tonight, she grips her phone and prepares to make her move. The thought of their promised video chat sends her into a fresh state of jitters and professional anxiety. She wonders if she could ever manage to show him the same kind of sincere, happy smile her sister gave her boyfriend. With a deep breath, she finally hits the call button, the digital signal carrying her anticipation across the distance. Confused, Rinko stares at the screen as the notification reveals the call was canceled on the other end. She tries again, but the connection fails to reach him, leaving her staring at her phone with a mounting sense of worry. She decides to drop the video request and attempts a regular phone call instead, her anxiety reaching a peak. Her heart sinks as an automated recording informs her that the number she reached is currently unavailable. Rinko is left in a state of pure, wide-eyed shock, her mind racing through every possible reason for the silence. The silence settles over Aras's apartment complex, with the night air feeling uncharacteristically heavy and mysterious. Alone in the dark, Arase's phone remains on its charger, the screen dark and the owner nowhere to be found. Aras is trapped in bed, coughing uncontrollably under a mountain of blankets. Back at the family home, Rinko's parents are stunned as she suddenly announces her departure. Rinko is a total wreck, shaking from exhaustion and admitting she hasn't been able to sleep for even a second. Her parents are baffled that she's cutting her holiday visit short after just one day, and questions why her sister is so obsessed with a student during her vacation, while Rinko frantically makes up excuses. Rinko claims it's her professional responsibility to check on a student who lives alone and might be in danger. She shouts a final goodbye and bolts out the door, desperate to reach Aras as quickly as possible. Her mother beams with pride at Rinko's dedication, while Anne remains highly suspicious of the true relationship. The parents remain oblivious, marveling at their daughter's wonderful teaching spirit, while Anne watches them in silence. Seiji bellows that Rinko would never do anything improper, while An fires back a sharp retort that leaves their mother trembling. The scene returns to the silent, freezing interior of Aras's apartment. Aras lets out a pained groan, his fever clearly worsening as he struggles to stay conscious. He huddles under his covers, shivering violently from the biting cold that has filled the room. He drags his body across the floor toward the space heater, hoping for even a spark of warmth. He frantically clicks the power button, but the machine remains lifeless and cold. The crushing reality hits him. The power is out because he forgot to pay the electricity bill. He stares at his blank phone screen, realizing he's completely cut off from the world. With his battery officially dead, Arase curls into a ball, his strength finally failing him. He tries to stand up to find the missing bill and pay it, but his legs refuse to cooperate. Aras collapses onto the floor with a heavy thud, passing out from the fever and the freezing cold. Aras lies on the floor shivering and panting, his fever reaching a critical point. He spirals into a dizzy confusion, worried about missing work, but realizing his dead phone has left him completely stranded. His body enters a total shutdown as the weight of the illness and the freezing room finally breaks him. Face down on the floor, he hears a sudden, rhythmic knocking at his front door. He manages to lift his head just an inch as a familiar voice calls out his name from the hallway. The knocking intensifies as the visitor demands to know if he's inside, unaware of the crisis unfolding on the other side of the door. It's Yoshitaka Sensei, and she is frantically banging on the door with a look of pure desperation. She pauses for a split second, assuming he'll be shocked that she abandoned her family trip just to check on him. Sensei screams that she rushed back because she couldn't reach him and orders him to unlock the door immediately. Inside, Aras can only respond with a heavy, painful cough as the fever continues to cloud his vision. He manages to croak out that he's sick and she shouldn't risk coming in, but the news only sends Sensei into a deeper state of panic. She refuses to listen to his warnings about catching the flu, focusing only on getting into the apartment to help him. Frustrated by the lack of a response, Sensei stands firm in the hallway, ready to take matters into her own hands. She reaches into her bag with a determined look, knowing she can't wait for him to move another second. She brandishes the duplicate key like a secret weapon, her mind set on a forced entry for his own safety. The key slides into the lock with a sharp click, signaling the end of Aras's isolation. The door swings wide to reveal Aras, sprawled out on the cold floor, looking more dead than alive. Sensei slams the door open and rushes in, her voice booming through the small space as she begs him to tell her he's okay. Aras squirms away like a bug under his blanket, still trying to protect her from his germs despite his pathetic state. Sensei freezes as the biting cold of the room hits her, realizing the power is out, and Arase has been suffering in a literal icebox. Sensei lets out a heavy sigh, finally understanding that Arase's silence was caused by his collapsing health. Aras huddles under the blankets, apologizing through his fever for ruining her family vacation. He feels terrible for not even touching the food she went through the trouble of making, but Sensei just watches him in silence. Her expression is a mix of worry and professional resolve as she looks down at her suffering student. Sensei leans over the bed to comfort him, the distance between teacher and student disappearing once again. She tells him that she's actually the one who should be apologizing for the current situation. With tears welling up, she expresses her guilt for enjoying time with her family, while he was here, suffering alone. Overwhelmed by emotion, Sensei pulls him into a tight squeeze, her heart breaking for his lonely struggle. Aras looks up at her with a dazed expression, wondering if she's the one who's actually feverish from all this emotion. She wipes away her tears and shifts back into authority mode, declaring they are heading to the hospital immediately. Aras stubbornly refuses, claiming he hates hospitals and is worried about the high costs of medical care. Sensei won't take no for an answer, barking that she'll cover the bill if that's what it takes to get him healthy. She loses her temper and tells him to stop acting like a child, while a weak Aras reminds her that he literally is one. The scene shifts to the exterior of the hospital, where the two seek medical attention for his worsening condition. Driving back from the clinic, Sensei breathes a sigh of relief that his illness isn't actually the flu. Arase is completely spent in the passenger seat, while Sensei worries that his condition actually seems to be getting worse despite the visit. She instructs him to be diligent with his new medicine, promising that he'll be back on his feet in no time. Aras continues to cough into his mask, the toll of his overwork finally catching up to his immune system. A heavy silence falls over the car as they drive through the quiet streets. Sensei focuses on the road ahead, her mind filled with a renewed determination to protect the boy by her side. Sensei pulls her car into a parking spot, officially reaching their destination. Aras looks out the window through his mask, noting their arrival with a tired realization. They stand before a large, modern apartment building, a far cry from Aras's dilapidated room. Arase realizes this isn't his home, prompting Sensei to bluntly declare that he's staying with her today. The shock hits Arase like a physical blow, his eyes widening as the reality of entering his teacher's private space sinks in. Sensei helps him out of the car, reminding him that staying in a freezing apartment with no power would literally be the death of him. Aras stares at her in a daze, his heart likely racing faster than the fever can account for. A brief transition follows as the two prepare to enter the building. They step into the warmth of her apartment, and Sensei formally invites her guest inside. Aras questions if Sensei herself is feeling okay, but she snaps back that he's the only one currently burning up. She takes charge immediately, guiding him toward the bed and ordering him to lie down and rest. Sensei brandishes a thermometer, demanding he check his temperature, while Arase watches her from under the covers. Aras tries to argue, but Sensei shuts him down, calling out his stubborn nature during such a crisis. From the bed, Arase voices his ultimate fear: the massive scandal if anyone found out a student was sleeping over at her place. Sensei leans in close and shouts that he needs to forget about stupid ethics because his life is more important than any school rule. She stares him down with fierce eyes, reminding him of her promise to protect him no matter the cost. The quiet of the room is broken by the sharp beep of the thermometer, signaling the results are in. Sensei gasps in horror as his fever has actually spiked since the hospital, while Arase lazily blames her for the increase. She's left stunned by his accusation, her face flushing as she wonders what she could have possibly done to make it worse. Aras notes that she's being unfair for getting so close while he's defenseless, leaving Sensei in a state of total, blushing confusion. Sensei pokes Arase's forehead, telling him he must be delirious from the fever to suggest anything unfair, while he frantically wonders what she means. She prepares to head out to buy supplies, asking if there's anything specific he wants to eat while he's bedridden. Aras catches her off guard with a request, leaving her blushing and questioning his intentions as she prepares to leave. He offers a quiet word of thanks from under the covers, his usual snark replaced by genuine gratitude for her care. Arase mentions that some applesauce would be nice, and Sensei pauses at the door to take note of his simple request. She gives him a rare, tender smile, noting that he really can be quite a handful even when he's sick. The door slams shut, leaving Aras alone with his racing thoughts and a burning desire to just pull her into a hug. Exhaustion finally begins to win the battle, as Arase sighs and starts nodding off into a deep, feverish sleep. He suddenly jolts awake with a gasp, realizing that sleeping is a waste of a once-in-a-lifetime chance to explore Sensei's private room. He scans every inch of the bedroom from his pillow, his eyes darting around like a detective on a mission. He marvels at the massive collection of books lining her shelves, getting a glimpse into the academic world she lives in. He falls into a heavy silence, the quiet of her home making the reality of his situation feel more surreal than ever. Arase's eyes widen in total shock as he spots something unexpected in her personal space. Time jumps forward as Arase wakes up in the dark to find Sensei has returned and fallen fast asleep right beside his bed. He watches her quiet, rhythmic breathing, the sight of her vulnerable sleeping face making his heart skip a beat. Moving as quietly as possible, Arase slides closer to the edge of the bed to get a better look at the woman who spent the night looking after him. He reaches out with a steady hand and carefully begins to slide her glasses off her face so she can sleep more comfortably. Sensei remains dead to the world, snoring softly, while Arase takes in the rare sight of her without her professional mask. He stares at the glasses in his hand and then back at her, his feverish mind struggling to process how beautiful she looks when she's at peace. The bed lets out a faint creak as Arase slowly reaches out his hand, unable to resist the urge to touch her. Aras hovers over the sleeping sensei, the quiet of the room amplifying the tension between them. He leans in dangerously close to her face, his fevered brain seemingly driving him to cross a line he's been holding back. Sensei remains fast asleep, unaware that her student is currently lost in the sight of her without her glasses. Time skips forward, and the two wake up sharing the same bed under a single blanket. Sensei is a total, blushing mess, clutching the covers to her face as her heart thumps wildly against her chest. Aras sits up shirtless and completely unfazed, reminding her that she was the one who offered to wipe him down last night. He looks back at her with a deadpan expression, genuinely confused as to why she's getting so worked up over their shared bed. Aras covers his chest in a mock display of modesty, teasing Sensei for staring at him with such naughty eyes. Sensei frantically tries to justify her presence in his bed, her mind racing to find a professional excuse for the intimate situation. She violently shakes her head, internally screaming that this is strictly for his medical well-being and nothing more. She gets to work scrubbing his back with a damp towel, but Aras asks her to be a little gentler with his sick body. Sensei aggressively cleans him while shouting for him not to look, her face a deep shade of crimson the entire time. Aras drops a verbal bombshell, suggesting that she'll be seeing everything eventually anyway, which sends Sensei into a total tailspin. He flashes her a confident, knowing grin that makes it clear he's the one in control of the romantic tension. Sensei delivers a sharp slap to his bare back, berating him for teasing his teacher while he's supposed to be recovering. The room falls into a heavy silence as the two lock eyes, the air between them thick with unspoken feelings. Sensei pushes her glasses up and glares, questioning if he's even sick anymore given how peppy he's acting. The thermometer lets out a sharp beep, revealing a high reading of exactly 38 degrees. To Sensei's absolute horror, Arase lets out a triumphant "yes" and pumps his fist in celebration of his own illness. He rolls around in the blankets with a happy sigh, admitting he's thrilled to have a fever because it means they can stay together today too. Rinko stands in her apartment, her expression softening as she processes the strange turn her vacation has taken. Aras comments on how much he loves having time off, prompting Sensei to point out that he was complaining about holidays just a day ago. Sensei gets to work in the kitchen, meticulously grating an apple into a bowl to help Arase recover. Aras opens his mouth wide and demands to be fed, catching Rinko completely off guard. He uses his illness as an excuse for the special treatment, driving Sensei into a silent, growling fit of annoyance. Despite her protests, Rinko gives in and carefully feeds him a spoonful of the applesauce. Aras waits expectantly as the spoon approaches, fully leaning into his role as a patient. He happily chomps down on the food, while Rinko's face turns a bright shade of red from the sheer intimacy of the act. Aras quietly decides that getting sick might actually be worth it, while a mortified Rinko wonders why she always ends up in such embarrassing situations. The mood shifts as Arase worries about his part-time job and the fact that he never officially called out of his shift. Sensei reveals she's already handled everything, having called his employer herself to inform them of his absence. She further stuns him by presenting his electricity bill, calmly explaining that she's already paid it, so his power will be restored today. Overwhelmed by her generosity, Arase bows deeply and swears to pay back every cent of the debt, including the hospital fees. Arase insists on taking responsibility as a man, but Sensei mocks him for only acting like an adult when it's convenient for him. He makes a bold, suggestive movement to prove his maturity, sending a panicked Rinko into a state of total surrender just to make him stop. As she prepares to let him rest, Sensei checks one last time to see if he can truly manage on his own. Aras finishes his meal and tells her not to worry, stating he doesn't want to be any more of a burden than he already is. They share a quiet moment across the table, the domestic atmosphere feeling uncharacteristically natural for them. Rinko looks away, finally admitting that she might be acting too meddlesome in his private life. She reflects on her own behavior with a blush, while Aras watches the woman who just saved him from a freezing winter night. Rinko laments her own tendency to be overprotective, admitting that even her younger sister got angry at her for treating everyone like a child. Aras counters that he actually likes that side of her, thanking her for saving his life during his feverish collapse the previous day. Rinko maintains her professional pride, stating that while she cares for him, the debt he owes her is an entirely separate matter. Aras gives a lazy confirmation and opens his mouth wide, once again demanding his teacher feed him like a patient. Rinko tells him not to hesitate if he needs anything else, her maternal instincts momentarily overriding her common sense. Arasi's eyes sparkle with a sudden mischievous glint that immediately puts Sensei on high alert. He checks to see if she really meant anything, leading a nervous Rinko to qualify that his request must be within her abilities. Dropping his usual guard, Arase asks for permission to simply hold her, leaving the room in a heavy, expectant silence. Rinko's face flushes a deep red as she gives a hesitant, stuttering consent to his request. Aras wastes no time, pulling her into a tight, genuine squeeze from behind that catches her completely off guard. Rinko finds it uncharacteristic for him to actually ask for permission, while Aras admits he's just being careful. He confesses his earlier hesitation was only because he didn't want her to catch his cold, though Rinko notes it's far too late for that. Sensei insists she doesn't mind the risk, bragging about her sturdy health despite her refined appearance. Arase suggests that passing the illness to her might be the secret to his own recovery, leaving Rinko baffled by the logic. He recalls his mother used to claim she'd get better by taking his sickness onto herself, despite always falling ill immediately after. Rinko dismisses the idea as a baseless superstition, never having heard such a strange old wives' tale before. Aras disagrees, realizing now that it was just his mother's way of trying to make her child feel safe and cared for. The two fall into a quiet, reflective mood as they remain locked in their intimate embrace. Rinko gazes into the distance, silently acknowledging that Aras's mother must have been an incredibly kind and loving person. Aras shrugs off the praise, but Rinko promises him that he'll eventually grow to understand the depth of that kind of love. Aras gazes at Rinko, remarking on how incredibly lucky she is to have been raised by such caring and dedicated parents. He holds her tight from behind, admitting that while he values his luck, his true wish is that he had been born just a couple of years earlier to close the gap between them. Rinko starts to feel the pressure of the long embrace, demanding to know exactly how long he plans on clinging to her like this. She firmly reminds him that they aren't actually lovers yet, but Aras counters that spending the night together has already changed the dynamic of their relationship. Aras boldly claims that their shared night is practically the same as making love, sending a horrified Rinko into a frantic and loud denial. He pins her down and suggests they start acting like real lovers, but Rinko calls him an idiot and tells him to head home if he has that much energy. The flirtatious moment is violently cut short as Rinko kicks him away to answer a sudden call from her mother. Realizing it's a video call, Arase dives for cover and tells her to go ahead while he stays hidden out of sight. Miyuki appears on the screen, her face lit up with a mix of confusion and relief as she finally figures out how the camera works. Rinko asks what's wrong, and her mother admits she just wanted to make sure she could actually see her daughter's face through the phone. The mother asks if the sick student turned out to be alright, leading a nervous Rinko to give a stuttering confirmation while Aras watches from the shadows. Miyuki is thrilled by the news, and Anne suddenly peeks into the frame to join the conversation. Rinko watches the screen intently, her curiosity piqued as her sister prepares to show her something unexpected. With a knowing smile, Anne tells her older sister to just watch and see what's happening in their living room. The camera reveals Seiji sitting on the floor, completely bonded with Harukun as they go through a massive book together. Anne comments on how surprisingly well the two of them are getting along, completely ignoring the earlier family war. While Anne's boyfriend watches in a state of exhausted shock, Anne marvels at how her father's rage vanished the moment the little boy showed an interest in his hobbies. The two have discovered a shared passion for vintage trains, with Seiji looking stunned that a child knows so much about the Kiha 40 series. Harukun beams with excitement, praising Grandpa for having such an incredible collection of photos and knowledge. The word Grandpa hits Seiji like a lightning bolt, his stern heart melting instantly as he stares at the little boy with a look of pure, unmasked joy. An and Miyuki watch Seiji bonding with Haru-kun, noting how surprisingly happy and easy to read the stern father actually is. Watching the scene through her phone, Rinko realizes that her father is much simpler than she originally thought. She lets out a soft, amused snicker, the family drama finally reaching a peaceful resolution. A warm, genuine smile spreads across Rinko's face as she enjoys the rare sight of her family being so harmonious. Aras peeks from his hiding spot, looking confused by the sudden change in his teacher's usually tense demeanor. Night falls over the city skyline, the stars shining brightly as the holiday break draws to a close. Rinko is back behind the wheel, driving Aras home while questioning why he's being uncharacteristically quiet in the passenger seat. Looking completely drained, Arase admits he just feels tired, leading Sensei to remind him it's because he refused to stay still while sick. Aras remarks on how well Rinko's family seems to get along, though Sensei remains skeptical about their actual closeness. Rinko focuses on the road, a heavy silence settling between the two as they approach his apartment. Out of nowhere, Arase offers a sincere apology, catching Sensei completely off guard. Sensei admits she was worried he was actually furious with her for prioritizing her family and leaving him alone. Aras looks her in the eyes and tells her he could never be mad about something so important to her. He promises that next time she goes home, he won't be a burden, telling her to take all the time she needs with her parents. The weight of his selfless words hits Rinko hard, her professional guard failing as she looks out the windshield. Rinko starts sobbing uncontrollably while driving, forcing a panicked Arase to beg her to keep her eyes on the road for their safety. Back at the apartment, the heater finally roars to life with a satisfying click, signaling that the power has been restored. Sensei sets down a bowl of fresh porridge, making sure Aras is fully provided for before she officially leaves him for the night. She adjusts her glasses and reverts to teacher mode, ordering him to take his medicine and get to bed because school starts tomorrow. Aras slumps over in total misery, lamenting that the warmth of the heater just signaled his return to reality and the end of their private time. Arase leans against Sensei's back, confessing that he simply doesn't feel right whenever she isn't around. Sensei remains stubborn, insisting that their shared night together wasn't a date at all, despite his protests. Without warning, Arase pulls her close and gives her a surprise kiss on the cheek from under his blanket. Sensei is left in a state of frozen shock, her face heating up as Arase pulls back with a dazed look. She prepares to leave, telling him that one kiss is more than enough for now, and ordering him to get some rest and feel better. As the door slams shut, Arase collapses onto the floor in despair, reaching out for the woman who just left him alone. Outside, the winter snow continues to fall silently over the quiet streets of the neighborhood. Sitting in her car, Sensei buries her face in the steering wheel, her entire body steaming from the sheer embarrassment of the encounter. She wonders if she's actually catching his cold, or if her heart is just racing out of control from the intimacy. Back in his room, Arase lies in bed with a fresh spike in his fever, his mind still reeling from the touch of her skin. Night deepens over the city, the cold air contrasting with the mounting heat of their secret and complicated romance. The scene jumps forward to February 14th, with the date of Valentine's Day written clearly on the school's chalkboard. The holiday of love has arrived, and a student nervously clutches a beautifully wrapped gift while finally confessing her feelings. In the hallway locker area, she bows deeply and presents the box to her crush in a classic high school gesture. The girl's heart pounds against her ribs as she waits in an agonizing silence for his reaction. The boy is equally flustered, the romantic tension in the air reaching its absolute peak between the two. Suddenly, a hand lunges out of nowhere with a whoosh and snatches the gift away before the boy can even touch it. It's Yoshitaka Sensei, and she delivers a cold, professional lecture about school regulations regarding personal items unrelated to class. She puts on her most terrifyingly serious face, declaring to the horrified couple that the chocolates are officially confiscated. Sensei stomps away down the empty corridor with her heels clicking, carrying bags of confiscated Valentine's treats and leaving the stunned students in her wake. Sensei drops a bag full of confiscated Valentine's chocolates onto her desk with a loud thud, lamenting the endless number of students breaking the rules. Her colleague, Igarashi-sensei, calls her out for being so irritable and asks if she isn't just creating more unnecessary work for herself by being so strict. Igarashi-sensei continues the teasing, suggesting that they shouldn't mess with young love just because they happen to be losers in the romance department. Rinko takes the loser comment personally, staring her colleague down while Igarashi-sensei mockingly apologizes for forgetting that Rinko supposedly has a boyfriend. Rinko blushes and looks away, muttering that he isn't her boyfriend yet, which only prompts more mockery about her being single at her age. Igarashi-sensei ignores the mood and excitedly declares that it's the perfect time to head out and give some chocolate themselves. Fed up with the immaturity, Rinko storms out of the faculty room, clutching her materials and trying to maintain her professional dignity. Walking down the hallway, she wonders when the embarrassing tradition of giving out chocolates will finally go out of style. She suddenly stops in her tracks when she spots a female student lingering suspiciously near the classrooms. Rinko locks onto her target, realizing the girl is hiding a bag of chocolates and waiting to corner a specific student. She watches from around the corner as the girl successfully intercepts Aras in the middle of the crowded hallway. Rinko's heart hammers against her ribs as she prepares to witness a full-blown Valentine's confession involving her secret boyfriend. The girl nervously bows and holds out her gift to Aras, begging him to accept her chocolates and her feelings. Crouched behind the wall, Rinko's professional facade vanishes as she waits in total agony for Aras's response. Aras stares at the gift with a completely blank expression, his usual lazy demeanor giving nothing away to the girl or his hidden teacher. Rinko fumes in the shadows, desperately convincing herself that Aras couldn't possibly be interested in another high schooler. She is left in a state of absolute shock when she hears Aras's voice finally break the silence of the encounter. Aras officially declines the offering, leaving the girl standing there in a state of total, wide-eyed rejection. He offers a short, cold apology and walks away without a second thought, leaving the hallway and the girl behind. Alone in her hiding spot, Rinko remains frozen against the wall, her mind racing as she processes the bluntness of Aras's loyalty. Rinko leans against the wall, her heart hammering as she processes the scene she just witnessed in the hallway. She kicks herself for missing a professional opportunity to confiscate those chocolates, though her real frustration is clearly more personal. Inside the classroom, Sakota approaches Aras, who is slouching at his desk and looking as lazy as ever. Sakota asks if Aras has managed to receive any chocolates today, clearly hunting for some Valentine's Day gossip. Aras sips his cocoa and eats a donut, dismissing the holiday as no big deal, while Sakota calls him annoying for his indifference. Sakota mocks Aras's enlightenment, reminding him that this is officially the first time he's ever received a gift on this day. Nishino-san bursts into the room with a cheerful holiday greeting, sending Sakota into a fit of over-the-top romantic excitement. Sakota glows with pure joy as he clutches his gift, while Aras tells his friend to stop being so restless. To everyone's shock, Nishino-san turns and presents a heart-shaped box to Aras, leaving Sakota looking absolutely devastated. A jealous Sakota screams that Aras is stealing his girl, while Aras delivers a cold, blunt rejection of the gift. Aras continues to ignore the couple's loud drama, focusing entirely on finishing his drink in peace. When the couple asks if he hates chocolate, Aras admits he actually likes it, but still refuses to accept their offering. Sakota and Nishino-san try to save face by claiming it was only obligatory chocolate, but Aras still refuses to take it. Aras walks off with his donut, leaving the couple to shout about the hard work they put into making those sweets. The bickering is cut short as Yoshitaka-sensei looms behind them, her sharp gaze locking onto the forbidden treats. Radiating a threatening atmosphere of extortion, Sensei demands they hand over all the chocolate immediately like she's robbing them. She slams them with a demand for apology letters, stating the chocolates will only be returned after the school day is over. In a sudden plot twist, Nishino-san smiles and offers a specific gift box directly to Rinko-sensei. Rinko is caught completely off guard, her professional wall crumbling as she stares at the gift from her student. She blushes and offers a soft, genuine thank you, leaving the couple confused by her sudden shift in personality. Nishino explains that the heart-shaped box is just leftover chocolate, since Aras refused to take any for himself. She wonders aloud if Aras was actually holding out for a gift from someone specific. Rinko's heart skips a beat as she realizes Aras is strictly saving his appetite for the one person he truly loves. Sakota is blown away by the news that Aras has a secret crush, which Nishino casually confirms as common knowledge. Later that night, Rinko spirals into a panic under the streetlights, wondering if she should have prepared a real Valentine's gift after all. Aras trudges home through the cold, clutching a heavy cooking pot as he prepares for another quiet night. He's met at his door by Sensei, who is also holding a pot and looking uncharacteristically somber. Aras asks if she's aware of the holiday, and Sensei gives a sharp professional confirmation that it is indeed Valentine's Day. A heavy, awkward silence settles between them as they stand together in the freezing night air. Aras cuts through the tension, leaning in to ask exactly how many chocolates she's brought to celebrate the occasion. Rinko looks him dead in the eye and admits that she didn't bring him a single piece of chocolate. Aras is visibly disappointed, closing his eyes and asking her why she would show up empty-handed on the day of love. Sensei looks away, confessing she didn't think he would actually be happy to receive something so sentimental from her. She hides her blushing face in her scarf, admitting she fully expected him to reject her if she tried to be romantic. Aras mocks her lack of effort, while a sweating Sensei stammers that she did at least think about it for a second. Aras puckers up and jokes about returning the favor, making it clear he was expecting more than just a home-cooked meal. Sensei is baffled by his attitude, while Aras notes that balancing the scales of their relationship is becoming a real challenge. He starts planning ahead for White Day, insisting he has to do something big to make up for her effort. Rinko gives him a skeptical, side-eyed look, reminding him that his bank account is far too empty for grand romantic gestures. She lets out a tired sigh and tells him to forget about it, insisting he doesn't need to give her anything in return. Sensei suddenly changes her mind, snatching the pot back and declaring she doesn't feel like giving Aras anything after all. She eventually yields, popping the lid open to reveal a massive, homemade, heart-shaped chocolate nestled inside. Aras is completely floored by the surprise, while Sensei casually claims she just felt like making sweets and thought he might want some. Overcome with joy, Aras pulls her into a sudden, tight embrace that leaves her yelping in surprise. Sensei grumbles that he's not being helpful, but Aras just smirks and tells her to stop making things so difficult. Under the starlit sky, the truth comes out as Sensei admits her earlier coldness was just a front, and the chocolate is actually for him. She tries to play it cool, claiming she only made it because she felt pity for his empty-handed Valentine's Day. But Aras isn't buying her obligatory excuse. Rinko-sensei snaps back, holding up the heart and demanding to know who exactly said this gift was just a formality. Aras doesn't waste a second, leaning in to take a bold, direct bite of the chocolate right out of her hand. He licks his lips and gives a genuine, warm smile, admitting that the homemade treat is actually incredible. Sensei is left speechless, her eyes glistening with joy as she sees him truly enjoying the effort she put in. She bashfully turns away, finally confessing that this was the very first time in her life she's ever made chocolate for anyone. The weight of her confession hits Aras, leaving him staring at her in a stunned, appreciative silence. Aras puts on a smug, knowing grin, leading a flustered Sensei to demand to know what's going on in his head. He dismisses the teasing and looks her in the eye, simply stating how happy he is to have received a gift from her. A soft smile crosses Sensei's face as she realizes that maybe Valentine's Day isn't the disaster she thought it was. The atmosphere becomes electric as the two close the distance, their gazes locking in the quiet of the night. The romantic moment is shattered as Sensei panics and shoves him back, screaming for him to wait a minute before things go too far. Aras puckers up and jokes that he's only trying to return the favor, while Sensei calls his boldness absolutely priceless. She continues to struggle against his teasing, ordering him to save his repayment for White Day like a proper gentleman. Aras calls her out, asking if her demand for a White Day gift is actually a secret request for a kiss. He erupts into a celebratory cheer at the idea, while a horrified Sensei can only watch in total sweating confusion. He takes another smug bite of the chocolate, already planning exactly how he's going to collect on that promise. Panic sets in for Sensei as she frantically tries to find an exit strategy from the scandalous conversation. She desperately backtracks, claiming her words were purely figurative and that he doesn't actually need to do anything at all. The scene shifts as Arase catches an unexpected and revealing view of Sensei in her tight-fitting casual clothes. Squatting on the floor at his job, Arase comments on the nice view while he methodically picks up dropped coins. Sensei freezes, her face flushing a deep red as she realizes exactly where his eyes are focused. Aras offers a mock apology while finishing his task on the shop floor. He looks up at her with a dazed expression, finally seeing the real woman behind the teacher's mask. Sensei looks down in total silence, her embarrassment reaching a fever pitch in the middle of the public store. The two are caught in a heavy, awkward standoff in the middle of the rental shop as Aras finally identifies his visitor as Yoshitaka Sensei. Dressed in a goofy panda t-shirt and a hoodie, she looks nothing like the terrifying disciplinarian he faces at school. Aras is momentarily stunned, realizing that her off-duty persona is surprisingly soft and vulnerable. He notices she isn't wearing her signature glasses and realizes the DVD she was returning is a scandalous, forbidden romance movie. The scene snaps back to the classroom, where Rinko is back to her strict, professional self at the blackboard. Despite her secret hobbies, she remains the most stubborn and uncompromising teacher in the entire building. She drops another disciplinary form onto a sleeping Aras, proving her lack of popularity stems from her obsession with minor infractions. Arase watches her pass by his desk, unable to reconcile this demon teacher with the fragile girl he saw at the shop. He follows her with his eyes as she walks away, the rhythmic sway of her steps serving as a constant reminder of their secret, growing connection. Aras stares at his teacher from his desk, realizing that despite their secret bond, he still barely knows the real woman behind the professional mask. He notes that in the classroom, she hasn't changed a bit from the strict disciplinarian she's always been. The school bell rings, echoing through the building and signaling the end of another long day of classes. Sakota corners him, inviting him to join a loud group for a karaoke session to blow off some steam. Aras immediately turns them down, explaining that he has another shift at work and can't afford to get fired for skipping. The other students tell Sakota to just leave it be, suggesting that Arase is a lost cause when it comes to social outings. One of the girls dismisses him entirely, mocking Aras for being just as boring and antisocial as he's always been. Aras takes the insult in stride, his tired eyes showing he's heard it all before. He brushes off Sakota's concern, admitting that the girl is actually right about him before heading toward the exit. Walking alone through the quiet hallway, Arase mentally agrees that his life revolves around nothing but repetitive tasks. He lets out a heavy sigh, the crushing weight of his endless cycle of school and labor finally starting to drain his soul. His internal monologue is violently interrupted by the sharp stomp of heels and a familiar voice calling out his name. Yoshitaka Sensei looms over him, ordering him to follow her as she grabs him by the collar and drags him toward an empty room. She throws him into the classroom and slams the door shut with enough force to make his heart skip a beat. She immediately drops the hammer, berating him for failing to submit yesterday's assignment yet again. Arase tries to give his usual lazy excuse about turning it in tomorrow, but Sensei barks a flat refusal and demands he finish it right there. Stunned, Arase asks if she's serious, while Sensei starts writing on the chalkboard to prepare for a private lecture. She officially announces the start of his supplemental lessons, clapping her hands to get his attention, while reminding him that he wouldn't be in this mess if he just studied. Arase protests that he needs to get to his job, but Sensei counters that his education and school rules will always take priority over a part-time shift. She adjusts her glasses with a mysterious look, suggesting that she might actually be willing to make a small exception for him. She delivers a final, chilling ultimatum. If his attendance and grades don't improve immediately, she'll exercise her authority to officially ban him from working altogether. The sun begins to set over the school building, marking the end of a long and grueling afternoon. Aras finally finishes his workload, holding up his book and announcing that he's officially done. Sensei checks the results and offers a rare word of praise for making the deadline, though Arase collapses onto the desk in total exhaustion. She sighs, and reminds him that this entire ordeal was his own fault for being so lazy with his homework in the first place. Aras mumbles her name through his fatigue, his voice barely a whisper in the quiet classroom. Sensei leans in close, dropping a pointed comment about how he can't even manage to return a rental DVD on time. Her professional mask shatters as the memory of that rainy night at the store finally clicks, her brain finally connecting the dots. She slams the desk in total shock, screaming at Arase as she realizes her secret hero was her own student the whole time. Arase confirms the truth, asking if her nearsightedness really kept her from recognizing him without her glasses. Mortified, Sensei attempts a stuttering apology, but immediately backtracks, claiming she's only fixing the mistake for her own sake. Arase ruthlessly points out that the deadline has already passed, and she's now officially stuck with late fees. Sensei crosses her arms and questions how he would even know that, noting that he rarely even visits the rental shop anyway. He leans back and gives her a knowing look, whispering that their encounter is a secret that stays between them. The implication makes Sensei flinch, her heart racing as the weight of the scandal hits her all over again. She frantically covers her mouth in a state of pure shock, while Arase watches her with an unreadable expression. Sensei forces out a nervous cough, desperately trying to reset the atmosphere and get back into teacher mode. Arase hesitates for a moment, his gaze lingering on her as if he has something more to say. Sensei calls him by his name, her voice soft as the professional distance between them continues to shrink. Aras looks her in the eye and delivers a serious request, pleading with her not to tell anyone about what happened at the store. Sensei asks for clarification about what exactly he's trying to hide, her face flushing as they share another heavy, secret moment. Aras brings up the secret romance movie she rented, sending Sensei into a fresh tailspin of panic. She leaps to her feet, screaming for him to keep every detail of her private life an absolute secret. Arase doesn't let up, ruthlessly mocking the embarrassing romantic drama she loved so much that she missed the return deadline. He continues his relentless teasing, laughing about how he watched his strict teacher scramble for loose change on the floor. Sensei hits her limit and roars with fury, demanding he take back his insults immediately. Aras plays dumb, acting like he hasn't said a word while Sensei stands there in a state of total disbelief. He pivots the conversation, mentioning how he heard she was desperate for every cent she could get her hands on. Dejected and defeated, Sensei adjusts her glasses and admits that she really was in a tight spot that night. Arase sees his opening and makes a shocking proposal, asking if she'll finally let him skip his upcoming test. He assumes a serious, calculated pose, reminding his teacher that in their world, business is always business. Sensei stares back in confusion, unable to understand what kind of business a student could possibly be proposing. She holds her ground and refuses to change the rules, leading Aras to beg for her personal help with the work instead. Sensei explodes again, vowing that she will never engage in any improper acts with a student under her care. Arase goes for the ultimate provocation, casually asking if he can feel her butt while making grabbing motions in the air. Violence follows. Sensei leaves a massive, smoking bump on Aras's head as she berates him for his idiotic behavior. She looks away in a huff, her professional composure hanging by a thread after his latest assault on her dignity. A tense, uncomfortable silence fills the room as Sensei struggles to deal with her insufferable student. A clunk echoes through the hallway as a can of coffee drops from the school's vending machine. Aras watches Sensei bend over the machine, noting that such a cheap drink would be a suspiciously easy bribe for someone like her. Sensei clutches the coffee and gives him a sharp, knowing look, calling him out for being uncharacteristically bold about his intentions. Arase takes the can of coffee Sensei offered, staring at the small token of their private interaction. He tells her that having secrets between them actually feels pretty good, closing the distance as they stand by the vending machine. Sensei pushes her glasses up and stammers that his comment is uncharacteristically weird, her professional armor already cracking. Arase catches her off guard, leaning in to point out that her face is turning bright red. Overwhelmed, Sensei shouts for him to shut up and turns her back on him to hide her embarrassment. She storms off, yelling back that he didn't see anything at all, while Aras watches her go in silence. She casts one final blushing glare over her shoulder, vowing that she won't forgive his boldness today. Her heels click sharply against the floor as she retreats down the hallway, leaving Arase standing alone with his drink. Aras takes a sip and admits to himself that his teacher is actually incredibly cute when she loses her cool. The moment of romance is cut short as he gags on the bitter coffee, realizing his student palate isn't ready for her adult taste in drinks. Back at her apartment, Rinko has a total meltdown on her bed, kicking her legs in shame over being seen in her casual gear by a student. She stares at the ceiling and vows to never return to that DVD shop again to avoid any further humiliation. Within minutes, she's already back on her phone signing up for a digital account, admitting she's officially hooked on the drama of a secret romance. The next morning, Arase is spotted in the school hallways, diligently scanning a magazine filled with job advertisements. Sakota catches up with him and offers a cheerful morning greeting, noticing his friend's intense focus. Aras reveals he was officially fired for missing his shift yesterday, right as Sensei appears and orders him to stop reading while walking. She switches back to her demon persona, barking that his messy clothes are once again breaking the school's regulations. Sensei delivers a bone-chilling glare over her glasses, reminding him that her professional rules still apply regardless of their private history. Terrified, Sakota offers a frantic apology and tries to make himself scarce, while Sensei stomps past them. Ares watches her go with a neutral expression, while his friend can only mutter about how terrifying their teacher is. Sensei pauses in the hallway, casting a long, lingering look back toward Arase, as if something is weighing on her mind. She turns away and continues her march down the corridor, her sharp footsteps echoing her return to professional duties. Aras watches her retreating figure, genuinely confused by the sudden shift in her attitude and the strange look she gave him. He eventually dismisses the thought, his expression falling back into its usual state of bored contemplation. Time skips forward to March as the focus shifts to the busy atmosphere of the school's staff room. Inside, Yoshitaka-sensei is buried in her work, staring intensely at her screen as the end of the term approaches. She finally shuts her laptop and lets out a massive sigh of relief, clearly feeling the weight of her responsibilities. Aras suddenly looms over her desk with a paper in hand, sending a visible shudder of surprise through his terrified teacher. He hands over another written apology with a mischievous snicker, clearly enjoying the way he can still get under her skin even in the office. Sensei realizes he's talking about White Day and admits the holiday is indeed coming up rather quickly. Aras gives her a heart-melting smirk, asking if she actually remembered the specific repayment they discussed. Sensei is immediately haunted by the memory of her own words and Arase's bold follow-up question about a White Day kiss. She explodes in a panic, screaming that she absolutely didn't mean it in a romantic way, while Arase just looks on in confusion. She slams a schedule onto the desk, highlighting the makeup exams and promotion meetings that are flooding her calendar. Sensei stands tall and warns Arase that his end-of-year exams are his only path to the next grade, threatening that he'll be held back if he fails. Aras mumbles the words, "held back," and repeating, his mind slowly processing the weight of the academic threat. He gives a lazy response, suggesting that staying back a year wouldn't be so bad if it meant he got to keep seeing her every day. Radiating a terrifying aura of authority, Sensei declares that if he ends up repeating a grade, their secret promise is officially dead. The threat of a breakup hits Aras like a physical blow, leaving him staring at her in a state of total, wide-eyed shock. Sensei adjusts her glasses with a cold, professional finality, confirming that his academic failure will result in the end of their relationship. Aras demands to know why his grades should affect their secret bond, but Sensei screams a fierce rebuttal, insisting that his future is the most important thing. Slumping in his chair, Arase laments his consistently poor results, while Sensei quietly admits she just wants to see him succeed. Aras hangs his head in a dark cloud of misery, the weight of his academic failure finally sinking in. He tries to lighten the mood by asking for a kiss, only for Sensei to immediately shout a rejection that rings through the room. Sensei points a commanding finger at him, ordering him to put his heart into his work and declaring mandatory daily study sessions until his makeup exam. When Arase mentions his work schedule, Sensei reluctantly agrees to meet him for lessons, even after his night shifts are over. Aras lets out a long, exhausted groan, clearly overwhelmed by the thought of balancing more schoolwork with his grueling job. Night falls over the neighborhood as the scene shifts to the quiet interior of Sensei's apartment. Dressed in her comfortable home gear, Sensei sets up at her low table and formally signals the start of their private tutoring. Aras sits across from her, questioning if they are really going to study in the middle of the night while he's this exhausted. He complains about his hunger and fatigue, but Sensei silences him by asking if he's truly prepared to lose their future together. Sensei opens a textbook and decides to tackle his greatest enemy first: high school mathematics. Aras questions her own past performance in the subject, which Sensei confidently claims was absolutely perfect. She flips through the pages dismissively, lecturing him that these equations are nothing more than basic common knowledge for a teacher. A heavy, sweating silence follows as Sensei stares at the actual problems, her confident mask starting to slip. Realizing she's actually stumped, Sensei frantically calls for an end to the session, but Arasa mocks her for failing her own common knowledge test. She stammers about forgetting a few details, while Arase suggests she needs a refresher course just as much as he does. Aras retreats under his covers and playfully asks if she has any bedtime lessons planned, pushing the tension into dangerous territory. Sensei hides her face in total embarrassment, while Arase backtracks and claims he was only joking to see her reaction. He sits up and looks her in the eye, confirming he understands the weight of their promise, but wondering if Sensei is actually okay with how hard she's pushing herself. Sensei shivers in shock as Arase suddenly grabs her hand, his intensity catching her completely off guard. He deploys his ultimate weapon, the puppy eyes skill, pleading with her to reconsider her threat to end their relationship. Aras practically whimpers while clutching her hands, making a desperate display of affection right there in her bedroom. He quickly takes back his earlier teasing, while a blushing Sensei struggles to maintain her professional resolve. She snaps out of the mood and delivers a sharp slap to his cheek, barking that his behavior simply won't do. Sitting together, Rinko doubles down on her stance, explaining that her responsibilities as a teacher make a relationship impossible if his grades don't improve. She looks him in the eye and delivers the cold truth. If he fails and has to repeat the year, they are finished for good. Aras can only stare back in silence, the weight of her ultimatum finally making him realize how much is at stake. He reaches out to pat her shoulder and tells her to relax, but an irritated Sensei barks for him to keep his hands to himself. With only 2 days left until the makeup exam, Sensei orders him back to his seat to resume their grueling study session. The scene shifts to the school building as the morning bell rings, signaling the arrival of the final academic hurdle. Walking through the corridor, Sensei is barely holding it together, her extreme sleepiness making her head spin as the students head home. She aggressively slaps her own cheeks to wake up, desperately fighting the fatigue to stay professional for just a little longer. Passing by a classroom, she stops and peeks through the door, curious about a lingering presence inside. To her absolute surprise, she finds Arase sitting alone at a desk, focused entirely on his textbooks for once. She watches from the doorway in silence, moved by the sight of him studying on his own without being forced. A rare, gentle smile crosses Sensei's face as she sees the boy she cares for finally taking his future seriously. She chooses not to interrupt his focus, quietly turning and walking away down the empty hallway. The afternoon sun shines through the classroom windows, marking the passage of time during his solitary effort. Aras remains buried in his notes, the only student left in the building as he fights to protect the secret bond they share. Aras's pen moves frantically across the paper, his focus entirely on the practice problems in front of him. He pauses for a moment, resting his chin in his hand as he tries to process the weight of his education. The cold sting of a metal can hits his cheek, pulling him out of his deep concentration with a sudden fizzing sound. Sensei offers him a can of coffee as a reward for his hard work, standing by his desk with a rare, gentle expression. Aras notes that the math is finally starting to click, while Sensei leans in to inspect his progress on the worksheet. She points out a specific error, guiding him through the steps with the meticulous care of a dedicated tutor. Arase catches her off guard by asking if she had to study the material beforehand, just to teach him. Sensei stammers an admission that she had to refresh her memory on high school math, earning a sincere thank you from her student. Aras looks up with a genuine, heartwarming smile that completely disarms her professional defenses. The sight of his honest joy sends a massive blush across Sensei's face, leaving her momentarily speechless. She tries to hide her fluster behind a cough, claiming his success is only for her benefit, while Aras teases that she just wants to secure their future date. Sensei roars a denial about her professional priorities, but Arase tells her to keep it down because he's actually trying to concentrate for once. Curiosity peaks as Sensei asks about his job shift, only for Aras to reveal he took the entire day off just to study with her. A soft, knowing look crosses her face as she realizes the depth of the effort he's making for their relationship. Aras reaffirms his feelings with a blunt confession of love, while Sensei maintains her skeptical, cross-armed pose to hide her racing heart. Overwhelmed by the sincerity of the moment, Sensei hides her steaming face in her hands while Arase continues to scribble away. He gives her a teasing smirk, asking if she's ready to take back her earlier threat of ending things if he fails. Sensei fires back a sharp, stubborn glare, refusing to let him have the upper hand in their emotional tug-of-war. In a sudden, aggressive move, she shoves a fresh can of coffee toward him to end the conversation. She immediately begins to gulp down her own drink, her face still burning from the intensity of their private lesson. Sensei takes a long swig from the can, completely unaware of her student's stunned expression. She declares with absolute conviction that she'll secure his promotion no matter the cost, calling it a true labor of love. The dramatic moment is instantly ruined when Aras bluntly points out that she just finished his coffee. He leans in with a smug look, teasing her that she just engaged in a scandalous indirect kiss. Sensei freezes, her brain short-circuiting as she stares at the empty can in her hand. The scene shifts to the day before the final hurdle, accompanied by a panicked, high-pitched scream. Aras and Sensei stand face-to-face in a high-stakes meeting to decide their future. Aras is caught off guard, questioning why the atmosphere feels like a tragic ending before they've even started. Sensei drops the hammer, declaring his promotion impossible and officially ending their secret relationship because he failed. She breaks down into tears, apologizing for failing him as both his teacher and his secret partner. Disaster avoided. Aras jolts awake in his room, realizing the entire heartbreak was just a vivid, stress-induced nightmare. He checks his phone and sees it's past 9 p.m., realizing he passed out right on top of his textbooks. He slumps back down with a heavy sigh, trying to shake off the lingering dread from his dream. The memory of Sensei's tears haunts him, making him realize just how terrified he is of losing her. A sudden doorbell chime pulls him out of his funk, catching his immediate attention. Sensei rushes into his apartment, huffing an apology for being late after a long day. Aras watches her enter, still processing the transition from his nightmare to the real woman standing before him. She rallies him for one last sprint toward the exams, announcing she's brought a mountain of supplies and snacks to power them through. Overwhelmed by relief, Arase lunges forward and pulls her into a tight, desperate embrace. Sensei is left pinned against the door, stammering in confusion as her student clings to her like his life depends on it. Aras gazes into her eyes during the hug, asking if she's really prepared to let their relationship end over a test. He whispers that he wouldn't even blame her if she chose to walk away from such a difficult student. Sensei is left stunned, her eyes wide with shock at his sudden lack of confidence. She breaks the tension with a violent slap, snapping Arase back to reality with a loud sting. Radiating a terrifyingly supportive aura, Sensei barks at him to stop playing the victim, vowing that she won't let him fail under any circumstances. The grind begins as Aras's pen flies across the page, his determination finally matching his teacher's intensity. They return to their seats in the apartment, with Sensei diving back into the material to ensure every concept is mastered before morning. The hours melt away as the clock on the phone hits nearly 11 at night, but the session is far from over. Taking a brief break, Sensei aggressively munches on an onigiri to keep her energy up for the long night ahead. She pauses and notes that Aras seems uncharacteristically gloomy, asking him what's really weighing on his mind. Aras complains about being naturally weak while looking at their late-night feast, leaving Sensei baffled by his sudden self-pity. He finally reveals the source of his dread, a nightmare where he actually failed the year and lost her forever. He admits that in the dream, the sight of Sensei crying over his failure was the most painful part of the entire ordeal. Sensei stops mid-bite, the weight of his honesty catching her completely off guard once again. She rallies with a burst of passion, pumping her fists and promising that they will overcome the exams together no matter what. With fire in her eyes, she declares their combined effort will be enough to bridge the gap and secure his future. Aras is left staring at her in awe, moved by her unwavering belief in his potential. Overwhelmed by her own emotional outburst, Sensei covers her blushing face, while Arase mentally notes just how cute his teacher is. She pouts and claims that her enthusiasm is just a standard professional trait, though Arase clearly sees the personal passion behind it. Finally feeling the spark of motivation, Arase picks up his workbook and declares that he's actually ready to win this battle. Arase doubles down on his resolve, vowing to keep the life-changing promise he made to Sensei. Sensei watches him work, a soft and genuine look of pride crossing her face as she witnesses his transformation. As the night deepens, Arase realizes that having such a passionate teacher is exactly what he needed all along. The sun rises on the most critical day of the school year, bringing a calm but tense atmosphere to the campus. Disaster strikes. On the morning of the exam, both Arase and Sensei are found fast asleep on the floor, surrounded by a mountain of notes. Sensei jolts awake in a state of total shock, her glasses askew as she realizes the sun is already high in the sky. Panic erupts as she frantically shakes Arase, screaming for him to wake up before they both miss the most important day of their lives. A groggy Arase struggles to wake up while Sensei takes matters into her own hands, aggressively fixing his uniform and ordering him to get it together. Sensei peels out of the driveway, mortified by the reality that she is currently driving to work from a student's apartment. She steals a worried glance at Arase, who is already buried back in his textbooks as he tries to make use of every second before the bell. A sharp beep from the car radio serves as a cruel reminder. Today is officially March 14th, White Day. The irony of the holiday hits Sensei hard, while Arase ignores the romance and continues his desperate last-minute history review. Arase suddenly calls her name, causing a jittery Sensei to flinch in the driver's seat. Sensei looks ahead with a determined expression, vowing to find a way to repay him for his effort, even if their path together ends today. Looking out the window with a somber face, Arase quietly admits that he's terrified of this being their final day side by side. Sensei stays silent, her mind racing as she clutches the steering wheel and reflects on everything they've been through. She gives a soft, wistful smile, admitting that after all this time, she's become far too used to waiting for him to catch up. The school building stands tall under the morning sun as Sensei's silent prayer for his success echoes across the campus. Inside the classroom, the proctor officially announces the start of the end-of-year exams, and the room falls into a deathly silence. Arase grips his test paper, his eyes filled with a new sense of purpose as he prepares to fight for his future and his teacher. Deep in the staff room, Sensei is a blur of productivity, the rhythmic tapping of her keyboard signaling the final push for grade entries. She stares at the screen with an intense, unreadable expression, the future of her relationship hanging on a few digital numbers. A flash of memory returns to her, the weight of Arase's embrace and the haunting thought that it might have been their final goodbye. She clasps her hands together in a desperate, silent prayer, her professional facade nearly crumbling under the pressure of hope. The scene shifts to the neon-lit exterior of the internet cafe as the night shift begins for the local laborers. The manager arrives with a bright smile, offering a cheerful word of encouragement to his hardworking staff. Arase stands behind the counter, radiating an aura of pure gloom, leaving the manager to wonder why the atmosphere feels so heavy. Arase admits he's still waiting on his results, while the owner and a coworker debate the grim reality of him having to repeat a year. His female coworker mocks him for his perceived lack of intelligence, only for Aras to snap back and demand she keep her mouth shut. The manager tries to lighten the mood with stories of his own school dropouts, but Aras remains buried in his own cycle of worry. Arase trudges away in a dark mood, leaving his coworkers to whisper about how uncharacteristically scary he's become lately. The sound of frantic, clicking heels echoes through the night as a figure sprints toward the entrance of the cafe. Sensei lunges forward and slams into Arase for a sudden, high-impact hug that nearly knocks the wind out of him. Aras is left in a state of shock, finding his teacher a trembling, dizzy mess who is clearly at her emotional breaking point. She looks up at him with glistening eyes, her voice shaking as she finally manages to call out his name. Through her tears and heavy breathing, she reveals the moment of truth. The final exam results have officially been posted. Aras stares at her in a dead silence, his pulse racing as he prepares for the news that will either save or destroy them. Sensei lunges back into his chest with a celebratory squeeze, screaming at the top of her lungs that he actually passed. The two remain locked in a tight, emotional embrace outside the glass doors. The weight of the academic threat finally lifted. The romantic victory is cut short as Arase looks up to find his manager and co-worker watching them through the window with smug, knowing smirks. Sensei lets out a high-pitched scream and drags Arase away as the manager and co-worker giggle uncontrollably from inside the cafe. Standing in the parking lot, Arase lets out a heavy sigh over his annoying co-workers while Sensei questions his sour mood. Arase blames Sensei for his sudden escape from work, while a flustered Rinko argues she had no idea what his co-workers were actually doing. Sensei admits that the thought of losing their secret promise left her in a total state of internal panic. Inside the car, Sensei breaks down into happy tears over the results, leaving Arase wondering if she's actually talking to herself in her excitement. A heavy, peaceful silence settles over the vehicle, broken only by the sound of Sensei's quiet sniffling. Without a word, Arase reaches out and gently wipes the tears from her face. He looks her in the eye and promises to work even harder, just to make sure she never has a reason to cry again. Sensei is left speechless, her gaze softening as the sincerity of his words hits home. She takes a deep breath and wipes her eyes one last time, finally regaining some of her professional composure. She offers a genuine smile and a proper congratulations, telling him to keep up the good work. Aras watches her, quietly admitting that his success is entirely thanks to her unwavering support. The tension in the car reaches a fever pitch as the two lean in close, their heads nearly touching in the dim light. Denied! Sensei shoves Arase's face away at the last second, putting a violent end to his romantic advance. She sternly reminds him that obscene acts with a minor are strictly off limits, leaving a dejected Arase complaining that he actually kept his end of the bargain. Arase brings up the White Day promise, but Sensei calls him selfish and claims she never mentioned anything about a kiss. The engine roars to life as Arase slumps back in his seat, his plan for a romantic reward officially foiled. The car peels away into the night, carrying them through the quiet city streets as the holiday draws to a close. Arase grumbles about just wanting a hug, while Sensei reminds him that she's the one doing the waiting. Staring out at the passing lights, Sensei delivers a final, heartfelt vow. Whether it takes 3 years or 10, she'll always be right there by his side. Aras leans his head on his hand in the passenger seat, his expression calm as he processes their deep conversation. His bluntness strikes again as he points out that waiting 10 years would turn Sensei into an old lady, sending her into a panicked shouting fit. Sensei fires back that he'd be an old man by then anyway, stubbornly declaring that the length of the wait doesn't change a thing for her. A moment of quiet settles over Aras as he gazes ahead, his mind clearly focused on the long road they have ahead of them. Without warning, he lets his head fall onto Sensei's shoulder with a soft plop, admitting he's already counting down the days until those 10 years are finally up. The car swerves dangerously as Sensei lets out a terrified scream, ordering him to stop his antics while she's trying to navigate the night road.